effective? Are any of these things really God? I mean, if you have to have such a large universe or group or whatever, I mean, that can be somewhat contradictory if you're looking for absolute power and whatever you call this, God, God force, God person, or whatever.
What I would say to the person who can see, who tries to argue for infinite history, no matter how many entities are the, no matter how many entities are involved in being the supposed cause of all things, is that there is no cause. There is no cause in infinite history. What do you mean? If history is infinite, then no matter how far back you go in this causal line, in this line of causation, you will never get to a thing that does not have a preceding cause before it. You can never get to a cause because every cause is just an effect.
It also contradicts thinking because thinking is a process that has a beginning, middle, and an end so that you can think, determine the cause, and take a course of action based off of that being the case. If there are infinite causes, that implies an infinite process of thinking that would never end. How would you be able to discover infinite causes with a finite amount of time to think, ponder, if the thinking process was based off of those infinite causes, one would assume that the thinking process would never end and there would be no action that would follow such a process. Otherwise, you have a terminal thinking process, which would tend to go with terminal number of causes that were considered not infinite. So it's a
Right?
little contradictory.
So it reduces reality to absurdity. Our human experience, we experience finite lines of causation. A line of thought began and ended, or at least began. Because again, the question is history infinite or finite? Our thought line of thought began. So to assert that history is infinite, well, that just reduces your finite line of thought, which had a beginning, which was not infinite, which does not stretch infinitely back in history, to absurdity.
Yeah.
So history is not infinite.
At least we
Not
don't treat
not in a
history as if it is infinite anyway. We treat it as if it has a beginning, a middle, and an end.
right. So in other words, again, it reduces all particular finite things with a beginning to absurdity, and it reduces the entirety, which uh, is comprised of all particulars, the universe, right? That's the summation of all things, universitas, all things, from the Latin. The universe is not infinite. The history of the universe is not infinite. Why? Because in such a notion, you can never get to a cause that does not have a preceding effect. And if you can't get to a cause that doesn't have a preceding effect, then you cannot begin anything. You
Yeah,
can't. You don't have the necessary precondition for something to exist. If there's no eternal entities and there's only a bunch of contingent entities that have a beginning to their existence, but this history of all contingent things is infinite, that makes no sense.
yeah,
You can't simultaneously hold that every particular thing in the universe has a beginning, but that the entirety of all things, which is a particular thing, it's one of the many things. The history of all contingent things is a thing, not have a beginning. Either it has a beginning or it's eternal, not
so that would
simultaneously having a beginning and never ending.
so that would make me very comfortable stating off of faith pretty emphatically that there is an uncaused cause that is personal, that made everything be set in motion by his, finite volitional choice, at least on some level.
Why must it be personal? Because there are persons, and the eternal first cause of all contingent things, all existent things, creatures, including persons. How could that which is impersonal, that is without personhood, give personhood?
It would be an emergent property, something that just jumped out of the ether somehow, or just happened one day once the, conditions, I don't know, farted into existence or something.
In other words, it caused itself to exist. But how could it cause itself to exist if it didn't exist first?
Hmm.
How can it exist? Because it must exist in order to cause an effect. But if the personhood itself is an effect, then it didn't exist before it was caused. So it can't exist and not exist, and then cause its own existence as an
It
effect
just
of its
sort of
existent
happened.
non-existence.
It just sort of happened, it just sort of, yeah, happened.
So which one do you want? It's the absolute dichotomy with the law of the excluded middle in full effect. Either you want an intelligible answer, persons give rise to persons, or nothing gives rise to persons. So that which is without personhood giving rise to personhood. Those are your options.
I guess it would be the monad, the thing that is personal and impersonal eternally at the same time, the thing that is living and non living, that is something and nothing, that is everything and nothing at the same time, the monad.
The superlative of the contradiction of the law of non-contradiction.
Yes. The contradiction and the non contradiction, the paradox and the resolution, the alpha and the omega, the infinity and the zero.
And then when you mention the alpha and the omega, which implies uh, eternality, okay, that you are the ultimate eternal cause of the beginning and the one who controls the end of the outcome, and if that included the end being everlasting existence and life and utter blessedness, if you mention that, then that person would have to also be not the ultimate cause of the beginning and not the ultimate entity in which the end depends on. So you're also ultimate and not ultimate. That's what Alpha and Omega means. You're ultimate and you're not ultimate. You're so ultimate that you are supreme, and at the same time, you're so not ultimate that you are not existent. I don't think there's any being more inferior than a being that does not exist, that
Mm.
has no being. So either it's the superlative of contradiction or sound, consistent, coherent, empirically adequate, justified answers. Persons come from persons. The ultimate, uncaused, eternal first cause is personal and gave rise to persons, us. No wonder why the Apostle Paul said in his epistle to the Corinthians, the first one, "Where is the wise? Where is the debater? Where is the philosopher of this age? Has not the God made foolishness the wisdom of the world?" You want to sit up here and talk about knowledge, anyone, including the uh, atheistic, materialistic, atomistic scientists, so called. Anyone wants to make claims to knowledge, but they cannot demonstrate how knowledge is possible at all in the first place, have no right to claim to knowledge.
Well, knowledge is going to be limited if it's based on man's finite senses. So ultimately, to have the most complete picture of knowledge, you're going to need submission to a revelation from a superior entity like God that can see further and has superior senses compared to ours at the very least.
And the superior benevolent character to love us so much so as to do things for our well being, which includes making the universe intelligible and giving us the intellect to make sense of the world and to learn and to distinguish truth from falsehood and to demonstrate, to justify demonstrably our claims to knowledge.
Some sort of higher entity to guide us and help shape our perception and bring it to where it needs to be.
Hopefully, Comes back. Comes back ASAP. Like I said, at 10 one day. I mean, it's always a pleasure. I love you, brother.
Good to hear from you, sir. Always good to speak to a fellow truther.
Yep, a truther. Much rather be a truther than a liar,
Oh, yes.
and not merely would I rather it. I ought to be. Everyone ought to be.
Well, the liar can try to shape the world based off of his wizard witchcraft will, but only the truth offers the opportunity to rest. Only the truth offers the chance for a Sabbath, a chance to rest from all this toil and work.
When you try to live to that which is contrary to the truth, which is contrary to reality, you are living in a way that's contradictory to reality. You are conflicting with reality, and you are going to manifest the unpleasant, harmful, if not fatal, consequences of doing so
It's hard when
necessarily.
he's working against you.
When the reality is that the wall is in front of you, but you continue defiantly to live according to the lie that there is no wall in front of you, you're going to continue to crash, to conflict with, to behave against reality to your detriment. You
And I
conflict with
think
that wall
some of the
hard enough,
truth
you're going to crack your head open and die.
and some of the truth comes with the humble acknowledgement that we can't do everything. We can't establish everything or make everything true based off of our will and power. There are just some truths that we're just going to have to faithfully and humbly submit to if we ever want to rest.
Not only is a portion of reality not dependent on us in any way at all, not our desires, not our mind, and not our uh, flesh, our concrete entity, ourself, and the power thereof. Not only is there a portion that's not dependent on us in any way at all, the majority of it is not dependent on us. The vast majority. The amount of power, the amount of reality that is dependent on you in any way is an infinitesimal fraction compared to the amount of reality that is not dependent on you in any way.
Well, I think people try to get past this by saying that we always existed in some form, eternally, even part of this monad. We existed in some form as atoms and stuff like that, even if we didn't exist in this form with arms, legs, and a body. We always existed in this atomic, eternal form, going back to the floaty place monad or something like that. One with the eternal universe and eternal with no cause necessary beyond that.
Right, while having properties which are contingent upon something else. So you're simultaneously absolutely independent, and your being is absolutely independent and necessary. Yet you depend on something else, and you need something else in order to have all the properties that you have. So I mean, all the properties that comprise you, in essence, are contingent. Yet somehow you're eternal.
It is a bit of a contradiction, but I'm sure science or metaphysics or whatever they call it will work it out.
Yeah, Sunday. We have absolutely no knowledge now, and we have absolutely no knowledge on how we could know. We have absolutely no epistemology on that either, but I just have faith that one day we will know. It's a absolutely blind, unjustified, unsubstantiated faith commitment.
Well, if we don't know and if there's no way to know, well, then at that point, inquiry stops. People want to know at least, okay, well, if we don't know, how can we know? Or what?
You can't even justify how you know you could know.
Yeah. And I think that's ultimately the point of this. Just, stop thinking and just accept and, prepare the mind for demonic possession.
demonic possession, that's nonsense. Look at the world around you. You think all the evils that are accomplished in the world are accomplished only by human intellects? No,
Mm,
the evils that are accomplished in the world are far beyond even the most smartest human.
something non-human.
And smarter, much smarter, and much older,
Something with centuries to wait and think and mull over a few things.
and much more malevolent beyond the worst evils that humans are capable of. Sounds like the properties, the characteristics, the attributes of a demon.
Or a fallen angel at the very least.
But what's the difference? Come down to biblical and we'll chat about that.
Yeah.
Well, I'm on the verge of losing my voice, so I'm going to take a little rest, Lemon. Brother, I love you. I love everyone in this room and everyone watching on YouTube. Y'all have a good morning, good afternoon, evening, and good night.
Heart you, bro.
God bless you.
God bless you too.
Always a pleasure, Mr. Gregory. That was a pretty deep dive in the deep end. Don't don't blame you guys at all for wanting to take a little dip in the shallow end for a few minutes after that one. That was
Are there any truthers in the chat?
I'll be your Huckleberry. I'm searching for the truth. What you got?
I was just curious if there's any truthers in here.
Yeah. 9/11 truthers.
Yeah, I follow Mr. Truth.
Yeah,
We don't got all the truth in here.
My
I got
The
so
link
much
is we don't want it.
truth, so much truth going on here. It's just incredible, infinite truth, just pouring out here, full blast.
Well, my name used to be Flat Earth Truth, but now I go by Sasha 2.0.
Unlimited truth here. You're in the right place.
I don't know about unlimited truth. The link is we don't want it. It's just who has unlimited truth, but for most time.
Well, you don't have to have it all if you don't want. You can just have a little bit if you want. Or you can have some more.
Can you tell me some of your truth, Trinity? Like, what do you believe?
Well, the truth is that Jesus loves you and he died on the cross for you. And he, before time, he put you into himself and made all creation one with him, and including every single person. And some people just don't know it yet. And every man died, was buried, and rose again, but just some haven't realized it yet. And some
rose again.
you were saying? Are you thinking more on the shape of the earth or something like that? The truth about the shape of the earth?
What's your question?
Were you asking, referring more to the shape of the earth, or were you just talking about general truth? Because
No,
I was just talking about general truth. Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking about truth in general. I was mostly asking, what is your highest conviction truth?
Yep, I just gave it to you. And there's a loving God who is infinitely loving, and he loves you. And he died on the cross for you. He came
I don't
incarnate.
think he's infinitely loving, because there's too much suffering in the world right now.
He is infinitely loving, but infinite love doesn't force you either. It's not forceful. So it's very gentle. It gives you a choice. You see, if I'm really loving, I'm going to give you a choice. Love doesn't force, doesn't push, doesn't coerce. It gives you a choice what you want to do. So you can do what you want to some degree.
They choose to not suffer, but they're suffering.
I'm sorry?
Like, people that are starving, I'm pretty sure they would choose not to starve if they had the option to.
Well, there's the starving is because of reasons. There's governments that starve their people on purpose. They're murdering people. They're genociding people all around the world. They're genociding people in Ukraine. They're genociding people everywhere. Genociding people with the beep, beep, beep. I can't say the word. There's all kinds of genocidings going on at the moment. They're starving babies with baby food. 70 factories just got blown up in the last few weeks with fires for food in America. The genocide is everywhere. It's just a matter of, they've been doing it for years. World War II was genocide. Every single war, genocide. It's just there's just It's just part of the plan. They want to do that. They break economies. Those people don't have to starve. Those governments want them to starve because they're part of the plan. They're all fitting in with their bosses, which is basically just the 13 families. And we all know who those people are. So it's all by design, don't you understand?
Someone told me the other day that there's actually a hidden 14th bloodline.
Oh, probably are. But it doesn't really matter. Who cares? All those things don't really matter. The only thing that matters is who are you going to align yourself with? That's what really matters. Are you going to reject evil and choose the God of heaven, or are you going to just turn away and become like everyone, like a lot of other people that just sell their souls for 5 cents on the black market and then end up in a gutter with a big hole in their back? Are you going to become another casualty with a big hole in your back because you've got backstabbed because you thought, you're safe with evil. Evil will keep you safe. And no, it won't keep you safe. Evil will not keep you safe. Evil will destroy you. Evil will backstab you. So it's up to you. Do you want to choose the evil road, or do you want to choose the road of God, which is pure holiness and pure goodness, pure love? But many people malign God and say that He's not good. There's a little bit of evil in God. There's no evil in God. Not even one little bit. To say there's a little bit of evil in God is that's the biggest problem that people are doing. And there's no evil in Him. Nothing. He's infinitely beyond your comprehension, beyond your mind, beyond your little small pound brain. He is infinitely wise and holy and good and loving. It's just a matter of us that we don't see it because we get blinded by our own projection of ourselves onto God. We project our image of God from ourselves because of our own evil hearts. So that's why we see God as evil, because we choose evil. So that we project ourselves onto Him, but He's not like that. He's actually really good. So that's why you need a new heart, and you get a new heart by believing through the cross that God gives you a new heart, and the old you dies, and you become a new creation, and you sit in heavenly places in Christ Jesus, and you trust what He did on the cross, and that is His way of salvation. That's always going to be His way of salvation, and there never will be another way. That is, the cross is the eternal way to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. You're cutting out.
What if you believe in a different religion like Buddhism or Islam?
Well, you can do whatever you like. God's not going to tell you not to. I mean, He does tell you not to, but He's not going to force you. He's a loving Father, so He's going to give you. He wants you to find out for yourself He also wants you to realize, and sometimes you're going to find out through your mistakes. So you might explore and see, okay, what does Buddhism say? Do you know what it says? Have you tested it? Well, Buddhism doesn't believe in a God.
Buddhism says that the way to reach salvation is to let go of all desire.
Yeah, exactly. So does that sound like logical?
Not really.
Does it sound logical compared with the Christian God of pure love? Does it sound like something that
sounds more logical than Christianity, but I think it still sounds illogical.
Let go of what, though? What are you letting go of? You don't even know what you are. So how can you let go of something that you don't even know what? There's nothing defined. It's just a bunch of philosophical let go of what? To who? Who are you letting go to? There's too many questions. It doesn't answer anything. It actually just makes more questions. Because there's no answer there. So why would you want a God that's not revealing Himself? Why would you want a God that doesn't show Himself? Buddhism is basically just worshiping yourself and saying that you attain Godhood, right? That's all it is. So you're saying there is no God. So basically you're saying the same as an evolutionist and the same as an atheist.
I do believe in, first of all, but I do believe in a creator. It's just I mean, I don't necessarily think the creator has to show himself.
So you believe in a hateful creator
I
that
believe in
wants to
an
kill.
indifferent creator.
So that's a hateful and indifference is the same thing, right? So you believe
Well,
in
it's
a
not the
hateful.
same. Well, hateful would be they want to be evil and they try to create as much suffering as they can.
Well, I wouldn't want to know that God that you. I would not want to know that God that is so indifferent. That indifferent one.
Like
That's
your
the one I don't want to
Christian
know.
God, the
I'd
Christian
hate to know.
God, because it sounds nice, but I want to
I'd
believe
hate to know that
that
indifferent
makes
God because
sense.
that sounds like something I would hate to know. The God that you're telling me about is something that would turn me off. I would say, ew, I would hate to know a God like that. An indifferent one that doesn't care. What kind of God is that? That sounds more like the devil to me. That sounds
What
exactly
do
like
you have to say about this, Larry? Like,
he would want an unloving father that's indifferent, that doesn't care about the child. I wouldn't want someone like that. That would be like, ew, man. What are you talking about? I don't want that trash. Yeah. I want a God that's loving. Either God is loving or he isn't. But I wouldn't want a God that's unloving. And God is loving because once you meet him, you'll know.
yeah, but you can't choose the attributes of God. Just because you want God to be loving doesn't mean he's going to be.
No, but once you experience him, you'll know what he's like. Because if I go to your house right now and I talk to you, right, and I talk to you for a couple of hours, I'm going to know who you are, right? I'm going to know your personality. I'm going to know what you are. What I'm even talking to you now, I can know a bit about you, but I'm going to know a lot about you, like just talking to you. But the thing is, like, when you meet God, you're gonna know about him as well. He's going to reveal himself to you. But he doesn't reveal just naturally. He reveals spiritually. So you connected like in a much more intense way. So you can know God and experience God on this earth before you die. You can have a full, powerful experience of experiencing God's personality and ways and heart and how he thinks, who he is. He imparts himself into you. You have a mystical experience of this holy God. And I've experienced that holy God. So I've experienced him for years. So once you've experienced him, it doesn't matter what people say. I've got evidence because I've experienced this holy God. So you can say all you like that I haven't got evidence, but I have evidence because I've experienced the holy God for many years, millions and millions of hours, or not millions, I suppose. I don't know how many hours I've been alive on earth, but I could work it out, I suppose. But I've experienced the living God by experimentation. I've done this experimentation. Have you done your experimentation? Have you said, Jesus, do you live in my heart? If you ask that question, Jesus, do you live in my heart? That is experimenting. That is saying, I'm not going to just stand on the sideline. I'm going to say, I'm going to jump in here. God, Jesus, do you live inside of me? And if you ask that question and you really mean it, that's being a man. That's stepping up. That's saying, hey, I'm going to take responsibility. I'm going to find out what the truth is. But most people haven't got the guts to do that because they know the answer already. They know he's in their hearts, but they don't want to give up that lifestyle that they hold on to. But if you're willing to give up your lifestyle and say, yeah, God, I want to know you. God's.
So I
Just take
have
one
a
of
couple questions for Sasha, if you don't mind. Sasha, are you there?
Yeah, what's your question?
So you ever felt like a man-made device, like a Harley Davidson or a Ferrari, and you thought to yourself, like, my God, this man really takes pride in his work? You ever seen, like, maybe it's a certain sports car that you like? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, sometimes I wear really nice clothes and I feel like my clothes are nice.
Okay, so you're like, man, this guy, he's really good at what he does. Versace or whoever the fuck made your clothes, or this lady, she really takes pride in her work. So have you ever ate a fruit or a vegetable? Like for me, it's mangoes. Like I hover over my sink when I'm eating mangoes because I kind of lose my, self control a little bit. I'm just like nom 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 nom. Like, oh, man. But man, this is really good. You ever had that experience with food?
Yeah, but the reason why fruit tastes so good is because we bred fruit to taste good. Like, we literally bred bananas to get rid of the seeds and to taste really good for humans.
So we bred it to be that way, but it already had that ability to be that way, right? It's not like we engineered it to be that way.
No, we literally did engineer it to be that way. Like, that's how we did it.
No, you don't understand genetic expression if you think we
No,
engineered
you
it to
should
be
look
that
up
way.
a banana before it was genetically engineered. It's literally disgusting. Like, it's all brown and there's seeds everywhere. It's actually gross. Like,
Okay,
before
so
humans started engineering bananas, they were actually, like, almost unedible. That's how gross they were.
so did the banana have the ability to express the modern banana that we eat today?
Yes.
Okay. So the same thing can be said about broccoli or cabbage or cauliflower. All those come from the same plant, right? Brussels sprouts. That's all from the same plant, and we, through genetic manipulation, right, and specific breeding tactics, we created those vegetables from the same plant, right?
I'm not sure, but I'm assuming.
Yeah, it's called genetic expression or epigenetics. Okay, so my point was, when you eat like a mango, or if it's a banana for you, or whatever you're craving at the time, it's like, wow, that was really good. Or for some people, maybe some people like pineapple and coconut. I don't know what people like, but for me, it's like, wow, this is like really good. Like, whoever made this, they did like a really good job. And it's like, I don't think the humans had the genetics to play with unless it was given to them first, or else they would have had to start with the dirt. And where'd they get the dirt? From the creator. So, yeah, humans can manipulate things, right? Through specific breeding techniques, right? We can breed a wolf all the way down to a chihuahua, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't think chihuahuas are very useful, but maybe Mexicans like. Okay, so maybe something that doesn't overheat, right? Seems like it makes sense.
Wait, so
So
are you trying to prove God with this? Or are you trying to use this to prove God?
it's funny, like obviously the creator out there, right? And if he loved you, like he would give you like mangoes and bananas and asparagus and cabbage and all the other cool things in the world. But if he didn't give a crap about you, he would have just made us and then left. You know, he just would have left. Like, okay, I made you guys. Good luck. Making your own vegetables and food and fish. Making deer. Well, free. Just don't really do a shit about you. So I'll just leave you here on this planet. That's not what happened, right? He made like all this amazing food. He put gold and silver in the water to clean the rivers so that we could drink right out of the river, right? And if he was just indifferent, he'd have just been like, screwing them out. I made humans, I made mankind. I don't really give a shit what happens next. But that's not what we see. All this food that we're not supposed to eat, right? That's not food.
Do you think that I'm a truth seeker? Sorry, what was that? You kind of cut out.
Who did 9/11?
The last thing you said kind of cut out.
I've heard you talk. I've heard you talk on here for a couple of years. I don't know if you're a truth seeker or not. Who do you think did 9/11?
The U.S. government.
Okay. And why did they do it?
Because they wanted to install central banks in the Middle East.
Wow, sounds like you're quoting me directly. Have you heard me say that before?
Wait, what? What do you say?
Have you heard me say that before?
No, I don't think I've ever spoken with you about this topic.
Okay, well, that was damn I usually don't say the government did it. I usually say elements within the government did it. And then I usually say it was to perpetuate war, endless war. So then
Yeah,
it's
they
a mix.
basically wanted to transfer money from the U.S. taxpayers to defense contractors, pretty much.
All right, so are you anti-gun?
I think guns should be legal at 21 instead of 18.
Okay,
All right, dude, this is
I
fucking
can see.
boring. This is fucking boring. This kid's boring as shit. I mean, do we have anybody else to talk to? This
You
is
don't
fucking
even
Take
believe
over,
in
bro.
flat
crazy,
earth
dude.
truth. Like, who are you to say I'm boring when you don't even
You
believe
are,
in
dude.
flat
You're saying monotone voice. You don't care about anything. We know. You don't give a shit. You don't give about God.
You're not even a
Nothing.
flat earther.
Dude, this Sasha kid's been here how many freaking times? It's the same drone out conversation. Is there anybody else worth talking to than this kid? It's the same shit every time.
Why do you get so mad at me, dude? I'm just trying to
Because
be
dude,
nice.
then be real, man. Stop sound like some fake troll. You sound like a fake troll. You don't even sound like a real troll. You sound like a fake troll, and it's really
I'm not
annoying.
even trolling. I
Ask
was
some
talking
real
about
questions, dude.
9/11.
No, you weren't even talking about that first. Okay, someone was asking you questions about the Bible, Christianity, stuff like that, and you sound like you didn't even give a flying fuck about anything, and that's how you sound. I don't even know why
Well,
you're
I
here.
asked him about his truth, and then he started bringing up the Bible, which I don't really believe in.
So, dude, most people here do. So I mean, why are you even here? Are you a flat earther?
I'm on the fence.
What are you on the fence about then? What's keeping you on the fence? Let's get to the real subject matter. This because this other stuff is driving me crazy. What are you on the fence about?
Well, NASA seems to be telling the truth.
Who seems to be telling the truth?
NASA and the science community.
So you believe NASA's telling the truth?
I mean, the videos they post look pretty
So
realistic.
that's it. So that's enough for you because videos is enough. The more realistic something looks, the more you're gonna believe it, right? That's
Yeah,
all you have.
of
That's all
course.
you got. So that's all you got. So if I can produce a really good realistic video saying that I created NASA, will you believe it?
I don't know how you would do a video that says you created NASA. That doesn't really make sense.
What if
It
I
would
could
probably
produce
need to be like a document or
if I
something.
could if I could produce that, would you believe it? Is that what you're saying? So if
Well,
I come up with
obviously,
a
you
really
didn't
good
create
convincing
NASA. I could just
video,
look up who
uh,
created NASA.
all I need is a video to convince you. That's all you need.
Well, also, most flat earthers don't believe in evolution, so that kind of makes me question the flat earth theory.
So what, oh, dude? See, bro, you're all over the place. It's either NASA or it's evolution. Which one is it?
I mean, it's not just one thing, it's a collection of things.
But that's not what you said. You said a convincing video is all you need.
I said the videos are very convincing. I never said that's all I need.
So a convincing video and evolution, and you're good to go.
I mean, kind of, yeah.
I got a video for Bigfoot, and if you edit the video slightly, where like Bigfoot is in the same
Hey, none
spot
of
in
you
every
guys
frame.
can disprove evolution. That's the
Hold on,
thing.
bro. Hold on, bro. You just interrupted me. Can you hear me? Do I need to switch mics? Can you
No, I
not hear
can
me?
hear you now, Hank. You're coming through before you were roboting.
All right, cool. There's a video of Bigfoot where they take it and they just artificially stabilize the frames so the Bigfoot is in the same spot in every frame. And you can tell when she's walking, and it is a she, because she has that lovely bounce that we all love to see, with the female women. Well, back in the 60s, they wouldn't have had that kind of prosthetics to where they had jiggly flesh like they do nowadays. Nowadays, it's all over the video games, and we see that stuff. We're kind of used to it. But back in the '60s, they didn't have the prosthetics to make boobs bounce. So I got a really lovely video of Bigfoot, kind of walking, and she's huge, dude. She's way bigger than a human. right? When they actually measured her up against something else, she was like really big. So, like, if you saw this really good video, would you believe in Bigfoot?
I mean, if most of the scientific community agreed with it, I'd probably agree with it, yeah.
Okay, cool. So let me tell you a story about a guy who said you should wash your hands, right? He's the guy that came up with the germ theory. So he told all the other doctors where he was from that they needed to wash their hands because he was gathering data, right, from the midwives who delivered babies by themselves without the hospital. And he compared data from the hospital and he said, look, they have a much, much higher success rate, like 99 point something, right? And you keep killing the women and the children, right? You should wash your hands after you dig into cadavers' bodies, and you go up to the OB department, deliver the baby without washing your hands. He died in a sense because they said you know what he died from? A simple infection that so that he could clean his wound. He died from an infection. The thing you know about that they need to wash hands. In this case, it was flesh-eating bacteria known to be found in cadavers. But the consensus of that day was you don't have to wash your hands. So you're sure you're going to be good with the consensus of today? You good with that, bro?
I mean, I think the consensus of today is better than the consensus of yesterday. Scientific progress keeps going further and further.
Oh, because we've evolved beyond the point of making mistakes in the past 100 years, right?
No, I'm saying as science progresses, we get a better and better understanding. Like, if we had a different theory in 1,000 years from now, I'd be more likely to believe that one than this one.
So you're just going to believe the consensus. Let's go 100 years back. George Washington had pneumonia, fluid in the lungs. The doctor bled him to death because he believed his blood was. So is that the kind of treatment you want? The consensus of the day treatment?
You're kind of cutting out, like, one word cut out, but it was, like, the most important word.
They bled George Washington to death because he had pneumonia. It was the consensus of the day that when you have pneumonia, you have bad blood. So they let his blood out and killed him.
Well, yeah, obviously that was
It was the
done. That was, like,
consensus of the day.
200 years ago. That you're proving my point. You're proving that scientific progress is getting better. So you're kind of
Do you
proving
know
my
how
point.
they treat cancer? Do you know
Well,
how they
yes,
treat cancer today?
they treat cancer with I forgot what it's called, but yes, they try to kill the cells and kill the cancer cells.
Right. They kill the good and the bad cells. In other words, the cells that are you and the cells that are not you. And they hope that the cancer dies first. So if you had a vineyard, would you dump Agent Orange all over your grapes that you're going to turn into wine and hope that the weeds die first and that the
No,
grapes
dude, I think the
outlive?
current cancer treatment is really bad. Like, obviously, that's something that we haven't understood fully yet.
Well, we understand it. It's a lot of money treating cancer. You don't make a lot of money curing cancer. You heard of capitalism?
Yeah, I mean,
Tons of ups and
I don't know
downs,
if I really agree
right?
with that theory. I think in the long run, curing cancer.
Really? So what's wrong with the theory? Okay, so I just said that if you cure the patient, there's not a whole lot of money in that. But if you continually treat the patient, there's money in that. So which part was wrong?
Well, I just think that scientists are not that corrupt where the only thing they care about is profit. I think there would be more scientists that actually want to make a difference.
Okay, so what part was wrong?
The part where you assume that doctors only care about money.
Oh, did they get into the job because they want to help people?
Yeah, most doctors get into the job because they want to cure people, yes.
Right. So how many doctors cure people?
I don't know how to answer that question, dude. I don't know that off the top of my head.
Have you ever met someone who was cured by a doctor?
I mean, if you have an infection, you can go to the doctor and get an anti-infection medication that will cure you.
Or you could just rub some honey on the wound, or peroxide,
This
right?
would be so fun to talk about in the chill text or the help text. It would be so
Well, you
much
go
fun
ahead.
to talk about it.
Jim, you realize Larry is a moderator, so I suggest showing him some respect.
No, I don't require respect. Anybody can interrupt me at any time and change the subject. If they don't want to hear me speak, they can take over. They got the right to speak just as much as I.
Yeah, well, if Larry's not talking, I don't want to talk either, so you guys can talk amongst yourself.
Well, anyway, you're still a young man. You got a lot to learn about the world. It doesn't matter what you think that doctors and scientists are like all moral people who would never ever turn a profit rather than to cure somebody who they have an opportunity to cure. But if you look at the foundation of it, it's Frankenstein medicine. I'm sorry, I mispronounced that. This Rockefeller medicine, that we're using, it's a little weird, right? So we know that you got heart problems. Okay, so we're going to give you something that causes heart problems, but in a low dose. We'll see what that does. I think that's going to cure somebody.
So,
And
so
medicine.
I want to know why you trust NASA. Did you look into the history of NASA? Did you research anything about NASA, the founding fathers? Did you do any of that?
Yeah, they had like Nazi scientists or something.
And so you're cool with that?
I mean, it is what it is.
It
For
is what it
sure,
is, right?
Nazis are cool, right, bro?
I mean, the
War criminals
founding
are the
fathers
best.
were slave owners. Does that mean you hate the United States?
What? You can't,
I
dude.
mean, you can't just say, oh, because the founding fathers of an organization was bad, therefore the whole organization is bad.
Well, the United States changed its organization, right? The NASA didn't. There's a difference, right?
NASA did change. There's no longer Nazis working there. If you're a Nazi, you're going to get fired.
This guy's funny, man. I tell you what.
Pasha, your third year of uni, as you like to call it, is waiting for you. I did not interrupt the moderator. There was a break in the conversation, and I just said it'd be great to have the conversation in the health section or someplace else. That's all I said. I wasn't rude to Larry, the moderator. There was a break in the conversation, and I just made a comment. That's it. But you know what? Your junior year of uni or schooling is waiting for you. So perhaps you can go back to where you belong, or just start making nonsense, or start making some sense here, and not just nonsense, gibberish, and hogwash as you've been doing for the last 3 or 4 hours.
Okay, I won't speak anymore.
I don't understand how people could be aware of the military-industrial complex and of 9/11 and perpetual war and the world banking system, but yet they trust NASA's propaganda videos. To me, that's just like, I don't think you'd make it out in the wild. You know, like you'd be like, I trust grizzly bears. They eat honey. Honey's good for you. You know, I mean,
Am
I don't
I
know.
allowed
Maybe
to
it's just me.
my band?
What's up?
Like, I don't want to talk, but when I go quiet, no one else talks, so I don't know what to do.
Did you not hear me just now?
Oh no, what did you say?
I said I don't understand how somebody could be aware of the military-industrial complex, 9/11, and the world banking system, but they trust the government's propaganda videos because they put NASA on the video.
Dude, I'm not saying I trust the government. I'm just saying I trust NASA. Like, that's all I'm saying.
Have you ever seen NASA.gov? What do you think that means?
It's a government-owned organization.
Oh, so you don't trust the government, but you trust NASA. That's like saying, I don't trust the police department, but I trust the state of Texas.
No, I think it's kind of different, dude.
No, the police department works for the state of Texas. They're
Yeah, I mean,
literally the strong arm.
one's a government and one's a scientific organization. They're kind of different.
Oh, so would you agree then that government is corrupted by lobbyists?
Yes.
Would you agree that science, academia, is also corrupted by grants from the government, lobbying for certain information, and paid for by the government grants?
There are parts of science that are corrupted, but I would say the majority of science is not corrupted.
Oh, so the whole government's corrupt when it comes to lobbyists.
I never
but
said the
only
whole government. I never said the whole government. I said most of
Right,
government.
that's right, because you trust in NASA, right? You got faith.
Sir, you realize other countries also have their own space like organizations also, right?
Yeah, and if they're getting $62 million a day, I'd imagine they'd be keeping their mouth shut, because if I could spend $500 on a hammer, I'd imagine me and all my friends would be doing really good because, hey, Jim Bob, come over here. You're going to work for me. You're going to love it. Working for the government's great. Hey, throw that hammer away. We're going to get you a brand new one. Don't worry about it. We'll write it off. Taxpayer, take care of it. We want our budget to be bigger next year so we can hire your cousin, Jim Bob II. Right? It's all corrupt, bro. Don't you get it?
Hey, yes.
We get cartoons and fireworks for $62 million a day.
I mean, I would say most of local government is not very corrupt. Like, my city government's not that bad.
Really? So cops don't arrest people who are innocent and put them in a privately owned prison? Where you live? They don't do that?
They do that on accident, but usually...
Accident.
I mean, okay, cops are different. Cops are just fucked up because most people that become cops have, like, psychological issues. I was talking about, like,
So
the
is it the
mayor.
cops' fault? Or is it the police culture? The way we hire people? The way that we train
Well,
them,
it's both of
to
them. I would
everyone
say
else
the
is the
average
enemy.
person who becomes a cop probably has issues because they want to lock people up. That's kind of weird.
There's only certain people who are allowed to be cops because either A, they're a good person and they get so tired of the corruption that they leave, or B, they're a good person and they start, snitching on other cops and they get blackballed and never get hired again. So where's the good cops?
Well, most cops are bad. I think most cops are evil.
But you trust the government. You trust your local government.
Yeah, like my mayor and stuff. I'd say my mayor is a good person.
The mayor? You have an elected mayor?
Yeah, most cities have a mayor.
Weird, bro. We got a mayor. We got a. Never mind. Let's just say municipalities, cities are owned sometimes. A lot of people don't know that.
Okay, well, the original question I asked you was, do you think I'm a truth seeker? Now that we've had this conversation, do you think I'm a truth seeker?
I don't know, bro. If you trust NASA after being here for 2.5 years, with all the stuff that we got down below all the videos of them faking shit. I mean, if anything, what do you think was going on in that video with Tether and all those amoeba-looking spacecraft were allegedly floating out in the middle of space? Have you seen that one?
No, could you post it?
Just look up Tether, NASA, and look for the things that have got a bunch of floaty things floating around. So in case you haven't found it yet, in this video, apparently NASA lost control of a tether that they had up in space, and it was kind of floating away. I don't know why they need tethers if they got gravity, because they could just, wrap some gravity around something, and you don't actually need a tether when you're dealing with gravity. But I digress. But yeah, they got all kinds of floaty things floating around. I'll see if I can find it.
It looks like it's electron microscope video.
But what does it say?
What does what say?
The description. Does it tell you what it is? NASA STI program 9 years ago.
It just says it's the
So what
tether
you're looking at?
incident.
Right, the tether incident. So do those look like UFOs to you?
No, sir, they do not.
Can you identify them?
No, I said they don't look like UFOs.
Okay, so what do they look like if you can identify them?
Looks like little nanoparticles.
What?
It looks like little microscopic organisms, like nanoparticles.
In space.
Well, it doesn't look like it's in space. It looks like it's in water or something.
Okay, so NASA plays around on its ninth day of the STS a flight crew gets the a glass slide, tracking a free orbiting tether satellite. So you said you identifiable as.
Okay, guys, I have to go now. I'll see you guys later.
Wrecked.
Well, you're cutting out. You're cutting out. And I kind of. All I'm saying is I'm a truth seeker. That's all I wanted to say. That was the only validation I wanted, guys.
You don't have to say you're a truth seeker if you're a truth seeker. Your actions speak louder than words.
Okay, so what would a truth seeker do in my situation right now then?
Why are you coming to a Discord server and asking people to tell you that you're a truth seeker? How does that make any sense?
Because before they said I'm not a truth seeker and it kind of triggered me.
Why do you care what other people think about you?
Because I'm a human.
Why do you want validation from strangers? If you're a truth seeker, then you're a truth seeker.
Okay, fair enough. Anyways, I have to go. See you guys later.
That got a little weird at the end.
Well, he said they weren't UFOs, meaning that he can identify them. Because if they're not unidentifiable, the only other option is they're identifiable, right? And he said it looks like it's taking place in a pool. What did he say, in water? So then I was like, space flight, satellites, where does that happen at? And he was like, I gotta go. Like Hank just proved aliens. maybe that's what I did. Or maybe I just showed you their bullshit and you need to quit believing everything you see on TV. I didn't mean to say Hank. By the way, that original video is much, much longer. Yeah, there's one for 17 minutes. No. Thought I could find it. I don't trust Nazis, but I trust NASA. I don't trust the government, but I trust NASA. I don't trust Satanists, but I trust John Parsons. Ooh, kind of weird. Can you be a truth seeker if you're lacking discernment? You don't have a good base, good foundation to build off of. Lacking discernment, lacking a good worldview. Can you be a truth seeker?
Would you say anyone who is not a flat earther is not a true truth seeker?
No, that's not my claim at all. There's plenty of
I was
people
just
that are truth
asking
seekers.
if you would say that.
There's plenty of people seeking the truth that haven't found it yet. But I'm asking, if you don't have a good foundation in something, can you be a truth seeker? Like if your foundation is, I don't know, random mutations created everything you see here, or any other pseudoscience. Like, okay, it's one thing if you're like your foundation is like biology or chemistry or something like that, right? Or if your foundation is the Bible or the Quran. But if those are your foundations, then you probably build a pretty good, amount of knowledge off of those things. But if your foundation is like pseudoscience, like the stuff that NASA's doing and evolution, can you build anything off of that?
I don't trust anyone who can look at the original Apollo missions and think that's real. I can't trust anyone who thinks that.
What about people like my grandmother who just never looked? Would you say that she's not seeking the truth?
I wouldn't say it in a derogatory term. But people who vehemently defend like that the original Apollo mission films and who watch that and thinks it's like legitimate, I just can't. I honestly I can't take them seriously because it just whether you believe in space or not, if you think that footage is real, it's beyond me. I can't understand how someone could think that's real.
But I'm asking, like, what about an uneducated, elderly lady who's not interested in such things, who would much rather spend her time, fulfilling the Bible and God's Word? And she's not deliberately avoiding it. If she did watch it, she'd probably agree with you. She just hasn't seen it.
Well, then she wouldn't be defending it. Which is what I said.
Okay, I got you. That makes sense. Yeah, it didn't take very long for me to talk to her about the Earth. As soon as I told her that, NASA was a bunch of liars and Nazis and Satanists, and I showed her, I said, the biblical Earth is true, but man's wisdom is foolishness. She was like, yep, 100%. 100% on board. Some people, it's that easy. But other people who are wrapped up in, like, evolution, how could you possibly even think for a second that all this just sprung up out of the desert by itself? Like, if the whole world was just volcanic ash and lava rocks and different, chemicals and elements, like, just mixed up together, and all this shit just sprang up because of what, lucky time and magic wind.
It's indoctrination, man. It works.
How,
It really
how
does.
much faith does that require?
Well, I would say none, because they teach them young. It's in their brain. That's all they know. They don't know alternative thought. I mean, I grew up and I was taught, I grew up in sort of like a conspiracy house, so I was always kind of like knowledgeable on Like, this doesn't work, this doesn't make sense. But if you're not in that kind of environment, you're very susceptible to it. If that's all you're taught, then that's all you know. And these people just assume that the information is correct, and anything that goes against it is obviously wrong, because why else would they be taught it in school?
I remember when I was like 10, 12, something like that. I went to church, and these people came and visited our church, and the preacher preached, and we gave him an offering, and he left. But before he left, I was talking to his children, and I asked them something about TV. And they said, "Oh, our parents don't let us watch TV." And I was like, "What the fuck? Like, you don't get to watch TV?" And I remember thinking how weird that is. And now that I'm older, when people tell me they watch TV, I'm like, that's fucking weird. Why would you watch TV? So it's like the most powerful weapon ever made by man is the television. Because you can put them in a hypnotic state, the alpha state, and give them video and audible hallucination. Hallucinations at the same time. And nowadays they're even lip synced. So you can make them believe whatever you want to. If seeing is believing, hearing and seeing is knowledge. Hearing and seeing. So it's like they know that we live on a globe because they saw it on TV. And you can't really, you can't really hate them. You can't really fault them. They're kind of like the King of Rohan in Lord of the Rings, where he was under the spell and covered in cobwebs and, wouldn't even like stand up for his niece. Right? He was like the king. And then, unless you come and like Gandalf Stormcrow the fuck out of the king, he's not going to wake up. See, that's what it is. We're all kings and queens, but we're all under the spell, so we don't know that we're kings and queens. Because who is he? The King of Kings? The Lord of Lords? If that's who he is, who the fuck are we?
It's an interesting line of thought. They just don't want people to think for themselves.
No, they don't.
That's why if you watch anything on YouTube that is remotely involving a conspiracy, they have that like little tab at the bottom of it that like links you to an article that says that this information's wrong. They want to draw your attention away from anything that goes against the current narrative.
So one time my wife got in an accident, and I went and joined her at the scene, and the cop was asking questions, and I was like, we don't answer questions. And like the butt hurt on that dude's face. He was like, what? I'm trying to help you. Like, why won't you help me incriminate you? You should totally be willing to like help me with my investigation against you so that you can incriminate yourself and me not pay you for it. You should be willing to work for me. And the way they act like is, why don't you just comply? You should just give up all your rights and comply because I'm here. I'm the authority.
I love the idea of you. If you have nothing to hide, then you shouldn't be afraid to, comply and stuff like that. I love that that blurb.
Then why are cops scared of cameras?
Because they don't they don't want to be seen. Cops, well, cops are legally allowed to lie. They can tell you anything. Cops can, they can say anything to you, and if you believe it, then it's no skin off their back. They're allowed to lie to you, and cops do not have to protect you. That's been ruled by the Supreme Court. They do not service people. They do not have to. They do not have to protect you, and they are allowed to lie right to your face. They can anything to incriminate you. It's kind of messed up.
So last thing I heard was the cops are allowed to lie to you, and they don't have to protect you. So that's what the Supreme Court ruled, and
Yeah.
that's actually true. The evidence for that is what just happened in Texas, where there was some sort of event that happened, and the cops were there for over an hour, and they actually didn't stop anything from happening. They were actually in the building, and they didn't try to stop anything. So eventually, the Border Patrol came, and they actually stopped something from happening. So that tells you right there that if it's not up to them to protect you, who's it up to, right? And then you ask people, it's like the anti-second, right? It's like, do you trust the government? They're like, no. It's like, oh, but you want the government to take away the whats. It's like you want them to strip us down. So the only people who are going to have, self-protection is who? The government and the criminals? Like, that sounds fair, right? It sounds perfect, right?
Yeah, well, I think that whole event was nothing but crisis actors and total horseshit. So, much like many of the other ones, and they're doing this shit, making this shit up, like you said, to try and take our guns away, and it's all a big fraud.
That may be true. I don't know. I haven't looked into it from that
we're
angle.
doing it to turn the frogs gay.
Maybe just another distraction from the fact that we just gave Ukraine, $54 billion?
Well, gas is $5 a gallon, so it's all worth it, right?
Yeah, it's worth it. We're paying for it. Just as long as, Ukraine has bullets to kill white people. As long as white people are dying. Right?
You think this Ukraine thing's gonna flush out anymore? It's gonna get bigger? It's gonna spread?
Well, Ukraine's been losing. I actually thought that it was going to be the other way around, but apparently they've been running. I can't tell if it's propaganda because the people in Ukraine are like, we don't have any bullets, we don't have any backup, we need some help, and that's probably to make the West feel bad. Like, gosh, we should send them another 54 billion. Those guys don't have communications. So it's all propaganda. Like, all the information you're getting from over there. It's just, whose propaganda is it? What narrative is it trying to tailor? So you kind of have to look at it all like, it's just another white war. That's all it is.
Well, both Russia and Ukraine are united with a certain nation that I'm not going to name here, but
Well, this ain't the first proxy war we've had in Russia. I mean, this has been going on for a long, long time. So one of the things recently was that Ukraine wanted some of them long-range missiles so that they could, fight back from a distance and maybe actually live to see another day. Because every time they fight back up close, Russia, they're highly trained in multifaceted warfare, right? So if they send in one group of Spetsnaz, they know how to work with the regular army because they've had the practice and the training and the events. But the Ukrainians, they ain't had none of that shit. So they don't know how to do the bilateral, trilateral warfare where they're all getting together and trying to do the same thing. So they're clumsy. So they've been asking for the long-range missiles, and the United States was like, no, we'll give you the launchers, but we're not going to give you the long-range missiles. Because if they actually did launch long-range missiles and it actually hit Russian targets in Russia, that would cause an actual war between the United States and Russia. So just like I said for a long time, Russians don't shoot at Americans and Americans don't shoot at Russians. We just pick a place to play and we party all day. And wherever we're playing at, it's not going to be good for them. But hey, whatever we got to do to protect Ukraine's borders while ignoring our own, right? Support Ukraine's military while stretching ours too thin. Whatever it takes for the safety of, making other countries great again, whatever the cost, right? Doesn't really matter. And if you're anti-war, then you're pro-Putin. And if you're pro-Putin, then you're the bad guy.
You're either with us or against us.
Only a Sith Lord would say such things.
I think people just like having a bad guy. They just like having a villain. They like having someone that they just feel like, oh, everyone hates this guy, let me hate this guy. Oh, everyone hates this country, let me hate this country.
Yeah, I've seen that growing up watching like WWE, WWF. Like 1 second, like Hulk Hogan is like the greatest wrestlers of all time. The next second, he's Hollywood Hulk Hogan, dyes his beard, and changes the color schematics of his uniform, and now he's the bad guy. What do they call it? The heel. He was a good heel. Hulk Hogan described it as choreographed chaos. I would say that's a pretty good description of what's going on between us and Russia.
It's definitely choreographed.
And there's definitely chaos. I just get pissed off, because every once in a while I hear a politician say something that like gets me in my feels. And Chip Roy was like, I stand with Ukrainian people, but I was put here to represent Americans. And I'm like, holy shit, that sounds awesome, but you're a politician. Like, I don't trust you. He's a damn good speaker, though.
Or like Rand Paul. A lot of people like him.
Oh, yeah. I just like the fact that somebody has got, something to say against Fauci. I mean, even though Fauci's never going to be arrested, he's never going to, have to stand up and be scrutinized in a court for all the shit that he said. No
Yeah,
mask,
you
one
could hit him with the
mask.
mass panic thing.
Yeah.
Causing mass panic, you could hit him with that in the courts. That won't happen, but inciting a riot, mass hysteria.
Well, if you look at when all the deaths started happening, like the deaths were happening around the first part of it. Talking about Ukraine, when it first started happening, right? The deaths started happening when the mass hysteria in the media was causing like mass hysteria, and then all the toilet paper was gone. It was like then there was like mild food shortages, and then there was like deliberate food shortages. So now that like the ships are being unloaded that were waiting like in the ocean, so we're gonna have food for a little while, but then after that it's gonna be slim pickings. I think. I hope I'm wrong.
I remember the toilet paper being gone for like a week, maybe 2 weeks, and then it all came back.
Yeah, I didn't even need any when it was out. I didn't even need any. I went to the toilet paper aisle just to see for myself what people were talking about. But I already had some because I buy everything in bulk.
And those companies made so much money off people panic buying stuff.
Oh yeah, it takes me back to my childhood, the Y2K scare.
I was a baby during Y2K, but I can imagine. I can't
Yeah,
believe people were actually panicked about that. It's so crazy to me.
the best speech I ever heard about that was from Marilyn Manson. It was a Michael Moore movie. I think it was Bowling for Columbine, which is an anti-gun film, but I watched it. Anyway, Marilyn Manson said it's all about the fear and consumption campaign. They want to have you in like this place of ultimate fear so that you're just buying everything possible. And it's a fear and consumption campaign. So it's like nonstop. Like scare you into buying everything, and then they might lay off for months, years, and scare you again.
You cut off there, but yeah, I couldn't imagine living in constant fear. I couldn't do that. I don't live in fear. I'm just waiting for them trumpets. That's all I'm waiting for.
Where's Dave? Dave was supposed to be looking for new people. We got Eyebolt. You should have control of your mic if you wanted to speak up. I don't think I've ever spoke to you before. Eyebolt. Eyebolt. Must be AFK.
Why is it so quiet? I'm gonna blame Jimsy.
See, whatever it was, it's my fault.
Senor, why is it so quiet?
Señorita.
Do I have to pretend the Earth's a globe to get conversation going?
You could try.
Earth globe.
Earth a globe.
Prove me wrong.
Speak to Joe about the globe. Joe.
We've got Eyebolt in as well if Eyebolt wants to talk.
Eyebolt.
Yes. 3 above your name.
Yeah, I can see Eyebolt. Well, speak to Fraud. I think he's a glober.
Well, the name would make sense.
Yeah, that's a glober name for sure. Oh, they're stealing the phone in the VC check-in. How dare they? Bunch of flat earthers in the VC check-in except for fresh grown flowers. I almost felt the need to move him down here. I'm not gonna do it. I just posted a video from Eddie Bravo talking to Joe Rogan. It's a short clip. YouTube short.
Fair enough.
Oh, that's the thing. What should I say?
What do you want to say?
No, what do I have to say?
Anything you want.
Hi! Papa, look right there. Look right there.
Thank you.
Hi.
You made a sandwich for me?
I made a sandwich for my dad.
Can I have a sandwich?
Tell me, how does this sandwich look? Does it look flat or round?
Round.
It's a round sandwich.
Was that a burger?
All right, it's a flat sandwich. Come on, get serious.
So who wants to talk to the new guy? We got a guy, fresh grown flowers here. Anybody want to talk to the new guy?
I got someone for him. His name is Crypto. I yield my time to Crypto. Glerf Slayer. Go right ahead.
Hello. Yeah, sure. Who am I talking to?
Fresh grown flowers.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Hello? I can help?
Looks like he needs to unmute himself. I'm pretty sure I gave him the VC verified role.
Yeah, I was checking. Yeah, he is a VC verified. Fresh grown flowers, can you speak?
Yeah, hello.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, not bad. What brings you to the 24/7 server today, then?
I got an invite from somebody, and I was just coming just to check out the discussion and listen and expand the conversation.
Fair enough. Do you have an opinion at the moment, or are you kind of on the fence? What are you looking for?
I'm not really looking for much. I'm just listening and hearing all the different sides and trying to gather my own perspective from all of the different, things that sound right and sit right with the spirit.
Okay, so are you Christian, or are you religious in some other way, or are you atheist? Like, what's your...
I don't have a title or anything, but I believe in the Bible.
It's just because you said things that sit with the spirit, so I just wanted to get a general idea of what that meant.
Yeah, I believe in the Bible, but I don't have I don't call myself any denomination or any type of title or anything like that.
Fair enough. And do you think you're on a ball, or do you think the Earth's likely flat? Something else?
Water.
All I heard was water.
Yeah, there's just a lot of water, and then the Earth just kind of chilling in the water.
But do you think the Earth is generally level, as in obviously you've got topography,
for sure.
but
yeah, for sure.
So you don't think it's like a ball spinning in outer space?
No, not at all. I was kind of teasing them on Jim a little bit. I thought he had recognized my name earlier about the whole Tesla thing, but no, I definitely don't believe in outer space.
Yeah, fair enough. I guess you might want either the Globe Skeptic or Flat Earth tag then.
For a beginner.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm not saying that he's going to get it. I'm asking if he wants it.
I don't need any titles. It's all good. I'll just be here.
Fair enough. Well, welcome to the server anyway. Yeah, and hopefully we'll hear you get involved in the debate.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you guys. It's good to see some different faces instead of the same ones and a lot of the same groups everywhere.
Yeah, this is kind of the home patch for the Flat Earth side. So you see, I don't. Which other server did you say you're in Gem Panda's server?
No, I don't. I've never heard of that. Whatever the name of the one where Oakley does his show.
Oh yeah, that's I think that's Science versus Pseudoscience.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay, so you're in there and you're in here basically.
Yeah, I've got invites to a few others, and I pop in, and there's a bunch of just a lot of racist, weird nonsense in there, and I just don't vibe with it well. So I don't. Yeah, if it's not educational conversation, I tend to just not be a part of it.
Yeah, I totally with you on that. We like to keep it flat Earth in here if we can. There are obviously other groups that, I would say that there are commonalities with most flat earthers. I would say most of us are kind of interested in free speech to some degree. Most of us are spiritual to some degree. But we're certainly not like a hive mind in here. We we all agree that the Earth is flat, but everything else is up for discussion, you know?
Fair.
We've just had... Oh, Greed popped in and out again. It's a shame. PC Tech TX, I don't believe I've spoken to you. Hello to you. Hello to No Globe. Hello to Jacob Rothschild. Hopefully not the actual one. I think everyone in here's flat, so...
Jacob is here? Jacob, can I get a refund?
What, on all the tax
Jacob.
money you paid?
Yeah, Jacob Rothschild. Can I please get a refund? I'll take that as a no.
I want to know when the Rothschilds are going to crash the world economy, because it basically goes up or down because of what they decide. So maybe he can give us a little inside angle when they're actually going to crash the whole thing so we can get our money out.
Well, no fear mongering, but apparently there's a big bubble. They're talking about this financial bubble that we're in, about all the printing of the money that has been going on, blah, blah, blah. So the bubble is going to burst soon. But, you know, they always have this fear mongering in the news about that kind of stuff.
And I think Jacob Rothschild would know when that was. So maybe we can get in good with him and he'll give us a little insider information.
I don't think you're going to get your money back yet.
It's all going bye-bye. Somebody's going to get it.
You're either going to transfer it over into the system or you're not going to be a part of it.
Just remember, guys, money doesn't exist.
What?
Doesn't exist.
What is that thing that flows through the bank accounts? Those numbers?
Yeah, they're numbers that don't exist.
But in the monetary system, they need money flows. They need people to, go out there, do a job or get stuff done, and move money left to right.
You can't move money. Money doesn't exist. It's like saying, "Oh, I just need to move imagination," or "I just need to move creativity." Like,
but what I mean, the input that people put, right? The effort that people put into the system, like waking up and opening the store, getting the goods together, and providing a service. The truckers that move the goods around. The system needs that movement, and that people are getting an exchange of that input, and they get numbers on a bank account.
Yeah, exactly. You can think of it like a video game. So it's like if you achieve a certain amount of deliveries in a day, then you achieve, you get a nice little award from the game. And then the game, like if you get a certain amount of awards, then you can trade those awards in for something from the game. But it doesn't exist in physical reality. It's just our collective imaginations.
Yeah, but the things you trade it for are real. Like a car or a house or a baseball or
yeah, of course. Of course they are. But it's those things that are real that is the point, right? So you've got this kind of what they call is like an exchange of value, but of course that value is always changing based on what they say. I mean, what is a house worth? Well, depends on depends on when, where, how big, all these kinds of things, right? But even the same house changes in value because the money itself is completely made up.
And also, whoever control the flow of the money also can control which goods are available. It's not like you can get whatever you want; it's what's available.
Yeah, that is true. But the reason that they needed like a let's just say a tool for control that was completely isolated from anything like gold or silver was because then it becomes a more effective tool for control. You can manipulate it however you like and force people to do whatever you want. I'm sure Jacob Rothschild will back me up on that. Won't you, Jacob?
Jacob is too busy counting his money.
Oh, I'm sure he has a minion counting that for him.
I wonder if he's up to 40 trillion yet. You think he's to 40 trillion, or is he still in the 30s?
Our one or the proper one?
There was this meeting few days ago about the banks, and they having talks about the money and stuff. And some people, some guy, I gotta look it up again. His name I forgot, but he was sitting down and talking about the company he works for. It was the Fed before the Fed, and they're the ones that put up the wire transfers and all that kind of stuff. And they help the Federal Reserve to be in place. So yeah, they're coming out of the caves and putting their faces out there. The administrators to these systems. They had this meeting a few days ago. I forgot what was the name. It was let me look it up again. A bunch of different many banks and financial institutions have a huge meeting in Europe. A bunch of public talks talking about their plans and what they're planning to do and all that kind of stuff.
Are you talking about Davos?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. I think they usually meet in February every year, except they had to postpone it because of something that was allegedly going on in February that we can't talk about, and they postponed it till just a few days ago.
There is this lady part of the financial systems. Her name is Rosie Rios. She's the 43rd Secretary of Treasury of the United States. Like there's trillions of dollars with her name in them. Apparently, she claims that there's no one out there that has the name is printed in more money than hers. So she was talking, and in one of the sentences, she was saying that after this stage of the, I don't want to say the name, but she spoke about the past 2 years. She spoke about it like a stage, like a what was it the term? Oh my goodness, a phase. This part of the plan. Now, once they're done with that, next steps are gonna be done. She spoke about this phase that we passed the past few years. She spoke about it like a like a level. We passed this phase of the plan. Are we about to be done with that or something? It's funny the way that they speak.
I kind of think they're heading toward in Italy. Italy is going to be the first EU country to institute social credit scoring. Australia and New Zealand are going there soon, and they're looking at digital ID here in the United States before Christmas. So I think they're wanting to go cashless on us before Christmas or something close to it.
They already have a big thing they're pushing. It's called Global ID, and they're saying that you're gonna be able to access your bank accounts and a bunch of other stuff just using your Global ID login. You won't need like to create new accounts in websites or banks. All you're gonna need is to give your login to Global ID, and it's gonna go through there, and everything is verified. You can get a bank account just because you sign up with Global ID, and everything is there already. It's like an overlayer for the login system. So you sign up for Global ID, you give all of your information, verify everything, and whenever you're gonna go somewhere to do something, all you gotta do is log into your Global ID, and the system will take it from there. You get an account without filling up too much information because it's already there. Like an overlayer of sign up or verification.
1984, 38 years later. Really quite amazed that I'm not amazed, but Richard Burton, the famous actor who married Elizabeth Taylor twice, his last movie was 1984, and he was O'Brien, and John Hurt played Winston Smith. You know, John Hurt is famous for that alien coming out of his chest in Sigourney Weaver's Alien in 1979. So 5 years later, he does 1984 with Richard Burton, which, again, it happened to be his last movie before he died. And I'm just totally amazed that that's never shown on TV or on cable, because of Richard Burton and John Hurt. They're, pretty famous, especially Richard Burton. But you'll never see that on TV or on cable, because if you did, you'd recognize what was going on in the world today.
Is that the guy from The Karate Kid?
John Hurt, I don't believe. I've only seen 2 of the Karate Kid movies. John Hurt wasn't in either one of them. Trying to think what else John Hurt was in. I can't remember. I don't know. I don't remember. But it was interesting that, I don't know, I don't want to give away the movie if you haven't seen 1984, but O'Brien, played by Richard Burton, is kind of the sympathetic totalitarian guy. And Winston Smith is John Hurt. And, John Hurt does some things. Winston Smith does some things like he shouldn't do, like have a relationship with a woman outside the government's permission. So they capture him and torture him. And they end up putting him on a rack, where you stretch people out. And O'Brien, Winston Smith says, when you agree that 1 + 1 = 3, we'll stop stretching, we'll stop stretching you out. And so eventually he agrees to 1 + 1 or something like that = 3. But they did the torturing in a building called the Ministry of Love. Unbelievable doublespeak, 1984, freedom of slavery, all that stuff. It's just, everybody should watch that movie. I mean, it's just, everybody should, but few do, because first of all, they don't know about it, and 2 is it's never advertised.
Yeah, I got the book and the DVD. Well, I don't know if I still have the book. I'm assuming that I do. But I know I still have the DVD.
Tell you what, if it was actually available on TV, through your cable station, and it was $4 to watch it or whatever it would be, I'd watch it 12 times a year. I mean, I just like, every month I'd be like, okay, time to spend $4 and I'm going to watch 1984 and it'll just confirm to me what kind of world we're living in now.
I think the most interesting part was when he started describing the guy who looked like a skeleton, because he had been in there longer than everyone else. He had been tortured and starved. And one of the other inmates had stole a cracker or something, or a piece of bread. And he tried to give it to the starved skeleton looking guy. And he was like, they'll beat me so bad, the food isn't even worth it. I'll just deal with the hunger pains. It's like, wow. That skeleton dude was already aware of what happens. And then the last remarkable thing was they were about to put the hungry rats in his, on his scalp or whatever. And he was like, no, do it to her. Talking about his girlfriend or whatever. It's like, okay, they broke him. He's broke.
It's a very, very interesting political movie that is just, it would be too much for the normies to watch. I mean, the normies might go, that's kind of maybe what they're doing to us today. And they don't even give us a chance. We aren't even allowed to know.
In the news, polar bears and grizzlies are mating to create giant hybrids, and humans are to blame. It's your fault. It's your fault that bears are mating. I want to see a polar grizzly hybrid bear. Joe Rogan arguing with Eddie Bravo, scolding.
They got the first game of the NBA Finals on TV with Golden State and Boston, and they have a commercial on for Meta Quest. The thing you put over your eyes, so you can escape reality. So they got a whole minute commercial. It's like they make it look so fun and so real. I mean that's just another form of brainwashing.
I have a neighbor. He plays in the back of the house. He puts the Oculus, and he talks. You can hear him. I can hear him speaking to friends online, and he's like playing outside. He's having fun.
I saw this really huge castle just a few seconds ago on TV. I wondered if that was Jacob Rothschild's. Hey, do you have a couple big castles in the United States? Because I think I saw one of them.
There's many castles in the United States, and they've built towns around them and say, yeah, this is just a castle. It's part of the town. It was made 100 years ago. That's it.
I've heard, I've never been there, but I guess I've seen pictures of a huge Rothschild castle not too far from the UN in New York City, not too far out. I don't know how many miles, but I saw it in proximity, and it's not that far away.
I'm just glad that they put that one building like close to where Hillary Clinton, is at. That way she don't have to walk very far to find out how she's supposed to vote.
You're only supposed to vote once.
I can't remember, was that the CFR? She's like, yeah, the CFR moved like a block down the road from where I'm at. That way I don't have to go very far to see how I'm supposed to vote. I can't remember which one it was, but it was, one of them groups, like the Trilateral Commission or something. And Luke Wazowski, he's like one of those journalists, independent journalists, And he was out there and he was like naming all the people that were coming out, and he was like, what's your name? And she gave her name. He's like, who do you represent? And she's like, oh, I'm Canadian. She's like, he started saying, you're at the CFR and you're a Canadian? That's not very nice, eh? So these like little groups, they tell our politicians like what to do, and they like control our politicians. And meanwhile, we're like voting with ballots, and they're voting with like trillions of dollars probably. So the whole thing is just a dog and pony show. Just like the court case that I'm not going to mention the name of that just ended. It's a lot of circuses, man. Everybody's got their own circus. Like I'm guilty too. I think I've watched 2 UFCs this year, so I'm guilty as charged. So what happened with Flowers? Did you get anywhere crypto? What?
A fellow flat earther.
Flowers is a flat earther?
I mean, Crypto asked a few questions and he sounded like he doesn't believe in a spinning globe. So go ahead, Flowers. Speak to Larry.
Hello.
So, Flowers, you went to the educational system that we went to, right? Where they taught you.
I can't hear you. It sounds like your phone's around the corner inside of a cup.
Sorry about that. Is this better?
Yeah, that's better.
Cool. So I didn't know which microphone was working. All right. So you went to the same educational system that we went to, where they taught you all about like dinosaurs and look, Timmy, you live here on the sphere. Like you don't believe all that stuff?
No. I'm still struggling to hear you, buddy.
Hey, we also have Luna. Happy birthday, Luna. You've been muted, Luna. Luna means moon in Spanish. Luna. Happy birthday to you, Luna.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Flowers. So basically, you don't believe the bullshit they taught you in school. Is that what you said?
Yeah, no, they lied to us at school.
All right. So how'd you figure out that the Earth was flat?
I mean, I haven't really figured out what it is yet.
Okay, my bad. That was an assumption on my part. Yeah, you
No,
said
you're
you didn't
good.
like labels. You didn't like labels, so yeah, I don't like psychiatrists neither. I don't like labels neither, really. That's why I'm just Larry. Not too big on labels. You can call me a man, but what else can I be other than that, right? Sure, you can relate.
I think.
All right, so the whole thing about you were lied to, but what about? Right? Did they lie just enough to make you like a good little factory worker? Or did they lie enough to make you a slave? Or did they lie about everything they possibly could? And this is a loose quote from the leader of the CIA in 1982. Our disinformation campaign is complete when everything the American people believe is a lie. Well, which level do you think they lied to us at?
North Korea.
Yeah. So the most extreme level, they lied to us.
Yeah.
Right. So I can agree with you on that. So there's three ways to lie, right? Lie by omission is one of them. So you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, unless you read the book. Then you affirm, right? So the whole truth, well, that would be lie by omission. So you went to public school. Did they ever teach you any law classes? Was there ever any classes about the law?
No.
Sorry, was that a yes or no?
No, that was a no.
Right, but ignorance is no excuse, right?
If you get caught, yeah.
Right, so it appears the government wants you to be caught up in some bullshit so that they can turn you into a 13th Amendment slave, right?
Yeah, so you can just get taxed.
Right. Okay. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Well, let's talk to some females. All right, so.
Well, it sounds like to me that he's on a good pathway. He's on a good path.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And here's a pretty good place to learn because He's saying we're being lied to, but he's not the type to where you can't know anything. Isn't that right, Flowers? You can know certain things from firsthand primary knowledge, sensory experience, right?
That's debatable.
So, were you born a man, like a man child? A male, right? You were born a male, and you can prove it, right?
Oh, yeah.
And you know that,
Okay,
right?
so right,
Oh,
so
yeah.
that's not something that's subjective. It's an objective fact that you were born a male, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so we can know certain things, right? There are truths here that we can verify. Like if I were to claim that I'm 6'3", if you had, a doorway and a ruler and a pencil, you could verify that, right?
On the Dewey Decimal System?
No, that's for libraries. I don't know what you're talking about. That's for people who've got a really big book collection.
You can also verify that you do have a mother and a father. They raised you. They were there with you, your adolescent life, and maybe they're still alive, and so you can feel them, touch them, speak to them. You know you have parents. Simple fact.
Yeah, I'm not trying to play semantics.
Yeah, I get you.
As far as like quote unquote science.
Well, it's of my opinion that there's also facts that fall into that same category about the earth. You know that it's a livable, breathable place, a place where you can live and work and have a life and certain things. You know that. You may not know what shape it is or how it functions, but you do know that it's there. And you live in it every day. So there's quite a few facts. There really is that you can actually know. I mean, I could go on for hours mentioning things that you definitely know. So just keep that in mind that, not everything is an illusion or a supposed illusion. You can fact check it, and you can observe and touch and feel certain things, and then you know you have an apple in your hand. It's in your hand. So there's a lot of things that you can know.
A lot of people that are coming out of the colleges these days, I've noticed, especially the males, they have this thing where they have like a subjective reality, subjective morals. Like instead of having like a good foundation of morals in a holy book, right, they'll have like everybody has their own morals, everybody has their own truth. You heard that before, Flower?
No. I didn't go to school.
You didn't go to school?
No.
Where were you?
I was around.
Like in orbit somewhere?
Oh, no.
What do you mean you weren't in school? You didn't go to school at all?
Not really. No, not much.
Okay.
Maybe a couple years.
And that's totally fine.
Yeah, I went to school for a couple of years. More than you, but well, maybe a decade more than you. But yeah, school ain't where it's at. School makes you just smart enough to fill out the paperwork at the end of your shift after running a machine all day, but it doesn't really teach you how to do pretty much anything else but to be a good factory worker. If you went to public school between the ages of, I guess, like 70s and 80s and 90s when I was there. Not in the 70s, but you get what I'm saying. So yeah, what I'm trying to say is that there's a whole lot more to learn outside of the school. And it's up to you, man. It's up to you.
Trade, like a building trade like I have.
Yeah. Or like a career or something.
Yeah.
I got one of those.
Oh, do you? Well, that's cool. Right on. My hat's off to you there. Not many people can say that. Well, I guess
at least this year I got one.
Well, that's cool. Congratulations.
Let's see. Luna, are you there? Luna?
Hello, Witsit.
Hello? Yeah, what's
Hey,
up?
Luna. Welcome to the Flutter Discord. What brings you to the Flutter Discord?
I'm just curious. I'm not a flat earther. I'm sorry, but I'm just curious, and yeah.
You don't have to be a Flat Earther. Flat Earther is just a hat that some people wear, but nobody is a Flat Earther. It's a like you might be a mechanic or a teacher or a nurse. You could also wear a hat of Flat Earther if you want to, but you don't have to. There's many people in here that are not Flat Earthers.
Oh, okay.
So, have you ever spoken to Flat Earthers about the Earth?
Not really.
Okay,
No.
so you're curious. You're curious about the
Yeah,
topic,
I've
right?
been looking through some of the channels, and well, I mean, my opinion hasn't changed. I still strongly believe the Earth is round, but it's just interesting seeing other people's point of view, like seeing what they really think and feel.
So why
round? Oh, go ahead, Witzy. Go ahead, Witzy.
So why do you think it's a ball?
I mean, I learned it, and there's no reason to believe it's not.
Do you think that you've ever learned things that weren't true?
I mean, I'm looking at a live stream right now. Looks pretty round to me.
There is actually no actual live stream of the globe that exists.
I'm looking at it.
Okay, so would you like to drop it for us or tell us what it is at the ISS?
Yeah.
The ISS doesn't show the full globe, right? So it's not a live stream of the globe, but so you just believe that live stream proves the Earth is a globe?
I mean, it's live. I mean, I really don't want to be like looked at as stupid because I have a different opinion, but because I'm sure the majority of you think I'm wrong, but I do believe I
am right. Yeah, we know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we're not looking at you like you're dumb or anything. We all used to think the Earth was a globe too, So we just decided to look into it. So just to kind of get an idea of where you are, do you agree that the government lies?
I don't really care, to be honest. I really
Then why are you then why are you in here then?
Because I'm just curious about like other people's opinions.
Well, you should learn how to have conversation then, right? So the reason that I was asking you was because you've invoked something from the government, a video they claim is real, and somehow that proves it. But the government has consistently lied. In fact, NASA was founded with Nazis. They claim literally declassified, found with Nazis. Okay.
Know what that has to do with many things, but
well, if you would listen, you'd probably know what it has to do with it, because I just explained to you that we just don't believe the government. NASA is part of the government. NASA was founded by Nazis, known for lying and using propaganda with videos to lie to people. So how do you not know what that has to do with it if you're talking about the ISS, which comes from NASA?
Look, man, I don't know. I don't know. All right.
Okay. So
I'm not gonna try and argue any of your points, but I don't want to offend anybody.
Well, then you should. No one's offended because everyone here has researched it in depth. Okay, I'm just trying to explain to you that videos from the government isn't proof of anything, because the government consistently lies. The way that we know the Earth's not a ball is you can physically measure the Earth. Okay, so it supposedly has a radius of 3,959 miles. Okay, that means it has to curve at a certain rate. That's how geometry works. That means the surface of the Earth has to curve at 8 inches per mile squared. You can physically measure the surface of the Earth and see if it actually curves at that rate. It does not do that, though. Okay, so we've shot long-distance lasers where the Earth's curve should block the laser, but the laser gets all the way to the other side, not blocked by the Earth. That's impossible.
But you realize how big the Earth is, right? Like,
I just told you literally how big it is. It's 3,959 miles.
You can't stand on, like, you can't look at a horizon and say just because the horizon's flat means the entire Earth is flat. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so do you know how big the Earth is? Because I just told you how big it is. So when you said, do you realize how big the Earth is, right?
The claim, yeah.
Yeah, so like I told you how big the Earth was, and your response supposedly, and your response was, "Do you know how big the Earth is?"
I don't want to get into this anymore. I just y'all.
Okay. So you're not able to. Maybe a female can talk to you.
Jesus Christ! All right, I'm gonna leave.
It's okay. No, you don't have to. Don't have to get upset. It's kind of hard in the beginning to question such a fundamental thing. Like, I loved outer space. I loved aliens. I loved the idea of space travel. But what I didn't realize, I mean, I kind of knew after seeing last year and the year before, like, the government, they like controlling people. But I didn't know how much. And once you realize how much, it's pretty crazy. But what I want to ask you is, pretending that NASA is not a thing, like pretend that NASA doesn't exist. What is something that proves the Earth is a ball, excluding NASA? Is there any pictures, anything like that? What is something right now that tells you that you live on a spinning ball?
I don't really know, to be honest, but I trust science.
No, I know, but it should be obvious, right? If it's so obvious that the Earth is a globe, we don't just need pictures, right? So what in your observable day-to-day reality shows you you're on a
well,
ball?
You guys think that the Earth is some border, right? Like, you think that you just can like fall off the side of the Earth, right? Is that, I don't.
No one is saying that, and you're not answering my question.
I don't really want to answer the question, to be honest.
Okay, I don't think that you're ready to have a conversation.
Hey,
So
real quick.
I want to ask you a question. Can you fall off the edge of a shore? Like, if you're in the ocean and you swim to the beach, can you fall off the ocean, off the shore?
She jumped out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise.
She abandoned.
That was so bad. That was so bad.
Not everybody's ready at the level to have this kind of conversation. You know, I want to say that the fact that she was saying, you guys think, she was here to tell us what we think, not to actually listen to what we think. So until she learns to listen, you know, maybe she'll, you know, hang out in the YouTubes and listen for a while instead of actually telling us what we think.
Yeah, like that's why I tried to go the easiest route, which is like, do you agree the government lies sometimes? But like even that didn't work. So I mean, honestly, I don't care what you're talking about. I don't know. If you can't even get someone to acknowledge that the government lies sometimes, my goodness.
This is just a snapshot of her life, though. It's that she's got another 60 to 100 years, to be able to handle this kind of information. It's kind of like getting your blood done early in the morning, right? The doctor gets a snapshot of your blood before you've had anything to drink, anything to eat, and he's like, oh, you got high blood pressure. But after you go home and you're not like stressed out from being at the doctor, you down a couple bottles of water. If he were to take that blood sample, it would be a totally different blood test, right?
Yeah, sorry by the way, Jimsy. I wasn't trying to like hijack that. I honestly thought I'd be able to bring her in, and I wasn't even close. Maybe in retrospect, I should have like Cogdis obliterated her, as in like, oh well, they say the ISS is 252 miles up, going 17,500 miles per hour, blah blah blah. But who knows? You never know.
I mean,
That actually works
I
sometimes.
think you and the lady, you guys did good and took it very softly compared to other conversations I've heard. But I think she got kind of triggered way too easy, and she got a little bit emotional. And it's her birthday, so she's been, hearing people saying happy birthday, and she's looking into the flutter now. So it's she's emotional, and you said Nazis, so that might trigger some people.
I don't know.
She's
She
young.
seemed very determined.
Yeah.
To say that we were stupid. So I don't know. Maybe she's just stopping by, or maybe she was.
Yeah, she's coming from the gaming. She's coming from the gaming servers kind of mentality. So it is kind of like a joke when people get it from the gaming server. So she wasn't adjusted to the actual real conversation. She wasn't ready for the real thing. She was thinking about kind of like a joke. But once she started,
I just trust science.
Yeah, once she heard like what you guys said and what Wizard said, she wasn't like taking it. Yeah,
totally unrelated. But Hank, dude, we were looking into Waco. I'd never really looked into it. I've heard you bring it up, and I know obviously it's famous for being the time that American citizens were turned on by their own government, and in fact, they even put out military tanks and killed tons of innocent people, including children, and set them on fire and all that stuff. But I was wondering, is there some like real gravy there? I've heard someone say that apparently one of the ATF agents seems to have gotten shot by another agent that was because he was investigating Clinton. I've heard Clinton used to have that property and they were trying to destroy it because of evidence. Is there any like real gravy behind it, why they went in there and did that? Hank, bro, come on, man. I've heard you bring up Waco so many times. It's your time to shine, bro.
Dude, I was away. The only thing I heard about Waco, because remember I was very young, was that basically they were like a religious organization who were like separate. And they wanted to be separate. And something went on and they like refused to come out. So the ATF like set fire to the place. And the guy who went down for the Oklahoma bombing, I think he was there. Timothy McVeigh. I think he was there in Waco. I remember that. But basically they wouldn't come out. So they kind of pulled a maneuver where they set it on fire instead of Branch Davidians set their own place on fire. And it was basically like an atrocious violation of the First Amendment because they have the right to like religion, and the religion was to be like separate from the world. And of course, the Fourth Amendment, right? Setting their house on fire or their complex, they set it on fire, and of course, but that's all I know basically. I don't know much more than that.
When you say they set it on fire, who's they? Who set it on fire?
The ATF,
the government set it on fire. And then they run a tank through it too?
Yeah. So I've looked a little bit into it here recently. So they got a warrant to go in there, and the magistrate judge signed off on it. And in the warrant, it talks about how they have machine guns, but failed to acknowledge the sheriff had actually already investigated the claim they had machine guns there. And turns out he just had an attachment on the gun that makes it sound like a machine gun, and it was completely legal. And of course, at the time in Texas, it was legal to have a machine gun. You just had to pay a $200 tax on it. So effectively, they were going in there because they had machine guns and hadn't paid their $200 tax. That's like the official into a religious building. That's the official story. And in the ATF report, they talk about like these accusations of polygamy and child abuse, which that's not in their jurisdiction. They're just supposed to be firearms, right? Like firearm jurisdiction. So then they came and they started shooting first. Of course, the media covered it as if it was the other way around. They had like over 200 guns, all legally purchased. They refused to come out. And apparently the story was that he had predicted that God had showed him that they would do that. So the people refused to leave. So it took like 51 days. So that just shows you that like 100 people, a third of them children, and then women, just a few men with guns, takes the government 50 days. So that's the cool part of the story, is that the government can't take over if we have our guns at all. But yeah, then they said that they set their own place on fire. But if you look at the footage, you can actually see the tanks shooting out fire. You can literally see them setting on fire. Then they claimed that they were in a bunker and that they were showing this bunker, but it was a ground well house. But the bunkers were actually outside of the property line, right underneath the ground, or outside the house. And that's where most of the deaths took place, because they threw in all kinds of grenades and set fire and all kinds of like lethal gas, and they died inside the bunker. But the media lied about where it was, and then they were just shooting crazy machine guns and climbing in there, throwing grenades and smoke grenades. And this is with like 17 children under the age of 10 in there, and many other children under the age of 18. And they just like ruthlessly slaughtered them because they wouldn't come out. So that's what I do know.
So to kind of add to your story, there's a story during World War II when the Germans were occupying France, and there was like this boys' school, and they had single-shot 22 rounds rifles. So you break it open, you take the old 22 out, you put the new one in, you clamp it and fire it. You break it open, take the old shell out, put the new one in. So these aren't even semi-automatic 22s, right? And these children held off the Nazis for like weeks on end, and just could never get them to surrender for like weeks upon weeks. So when I tell people that like every man, woman, and child on earth needs a 22 rifle, like I'm not joking. Everybody should have a 10-22.
Yeah, I think that's crazy. That's what you. I have a pretty gum, but that's what everyone should take out of it. I think is that it was that hard to take out a few men and then a bunch of women and children. It took them 51 days, bro.
Well, and also,
I do.
Oh, sorry. You can go ahead, Hank.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I do remember that's when Cartoon Network started. They started playing like reruns of shit that was like kind of like B-C cartoons, like cartoons that nobody wanted. That's when Cartoon Network started, was around the time that Waco started. So it was like, you know, they didn't want the children seeing like all the stuff that the government was doing to these innocent children. So sorry, you go ahead.
Oh, no worries. Well, I just was going to say, like that girl who came in who said, like, I don't care if the government lies. I feel like everyone in America should have to watch what we just watched, because I was not even expecting it. Like, a religious organization owes a $200 fine. The leader owes a $200 fine, is being accused by someone who was kicked out of the organization for crimes. And instead of just arresting him and taking him to trial to convict if he's guilty, they literally start shooting at the building with children inside. Then they start throwing grenades, and then they literally like turn off the power, so they have no electricity. No electricity. Then they start playing torturous sounds of animals dying outside and continuing to shoot them and then set the building on fire while there's like Christian families inside. Like, the American government is so evil and nobody knows. Well, we know, obviously, but normies don't know.
It's a international war crime to shoot into a holy temple or church or mosque while it's occupied.
Dude, how insane is that they were so they implemented thermal scanning so they knew where everyone was at. They bugged all the walls so they heard everything they said. They were playing like animals dying, and then these boots are made for walking, like playing these things over and over and over to basically torture them. They threw grenades in, they started shooting first, and again, it's a $200 tax, but they actually didn't even have machine guns. So they didn't even have a machine gun that they had to pay tax on. That's the craziest part. And it's like there's something else to this story, though, in my opinion. And I've heard that. Okay, so there's one part of the footage where you see these ATF agents go up there and they crawl in the window. And then so 3 agents go in. And then the 4th one stays behind, turns around and throws a grenade in the room that his fellow agents had just come in, and then blindly starts spraying a machine gun without looking in the window all around it. They try to shoot back, and you see holes come through the window. They all died. Holes come through the wall. They all died, and they were all bodyguards of Bill Clinton. So the ATF agent killed some other agents there that were actually bodyguards of the Clintons. And I've heard Bill Clinton had something to do with that property before they took it over, and it's as if there was some evidence of him there that he was afraid of being caught, so he had to have it destroyed. So there's definitely some real reason that they went in there. And then they slander this guy as if he claimed to be the son of God and all this stuff, when really this guy claimed to be a prophet, and wanted to take over. So then they asked him to leave. That guy came out and made up all kinds of stories, including that he like raped his 80-year-old grandmother or 80-year-old mother and all this stuff. And then they take a video clip of him saying, if I got an 80-year-old woman pregnant, I mean, what am I, a god? And they took that out, and then they ran with it in the media saying he said he was a god, saying he was a pedophile, all this crazy stuff. And then they went in there and they destroyed the building. So I didn't know if anyone knew the real gravy. There seems to be something there where the bodyguard got killed, and that building had to get destroyed because of some type of evidence. And they killed tons of innocent children in the process. And this is on American soil against American citizens in 1993, bro. That is wild, bro. It's actually kind of crazy that I've never looked into it. And this came up because I saw a meme saying that the U.S. government still holds the record for the most children killed in a school shooting, because they went into like this homeschool classroom and killed all these children. Right. So it's like,
and torture them.
And dude, they basically tortured them. Like, they cut off the water, the climate control, the electricity. They cut everything off with children in there. It's just so insane, bro. And then brought tanks out, and apparently the governor of Texas was strict, which I didn't even know that Texas ever had a female governor. What are you guys doing? You can't have female leaders, man. But I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying, it doesn't make any sense. But so there was a female governor. I guess they told them some story, and so she ran the tanks out, and then come to find out the story wasn't true, but they kept the tanks there anyway. So I mean, it's really crazy, man. Some little house in the middle of nowhere in Texas. Some religious people believe in the Bible, believe Revelation's happening soon, keep to themselves. They work in town, come back. They have families. They buy guns to defend themselves. They're like peaceful people. And then the government comes against them with tanks. That's so crazy, bro.
Have you looked up the Ruby Ridge incident? What's it?
I have not.
Okay, well, that's your next one. You're going to be even more pissed off.
Whoa.
Okay, when was that?
I want to say a little earlier than 93. I don't remember exactly, but the Ruby Ridge incident is going to be like along the same lines. You're going to be like, this happened in America, and people like trust their government, and this is like, public information. Anybody could look this up.
Yeah, it's crazy how they keep these things just out of our view. Thank you for the documentary. I'll check it out, and then I'll check out Ruby Ridge as well. Never heard of it. Sounds familiar, but never heard of it. It's like when people say the government would never own people. I'm like, bro, are you deluded? That's why the Second Amendment says it doesn't say so you can hunt, bro. You know, it says so you can have a well-regulated militia in this case of a tyrannical government. Like this, the very reason that you have guns, and that's why they got to get us to take ourselves out, because some little house in Texas held off the freaking government for 51 days. It's low key like a victory story. It's sad though. It's sad because they ended up dying, but. Yeah, it shows if you murder Christians, then you're not going to really make the news with the true story. But any other victim group, you know, it's just you'll never stop hearing about it. You just need one person in some other group blasted everywhere, but let's just sweep the Christians under the rug. It also goes to show you that when people have faith in the Creator, they're very, very difficult to take over because they don't fear death. So there are a couple gems to learn from it, I think. Totally random, I know that, but I just wanted to see if anyone knew about it. This is the same, yeah, like what Kai's saying is it's applicable in the sense that like it really helps you fathom what our government is capable of. I mean, this is the same government that you're defending their story tells about Narnia space, you know, like going to the moon and beating communism. This is the same government.
Well, like all these like teenagers are crying like, oh my gosh, get rid of guns. Some person shot elementary school kids. Yeah, your government did that like times 10. No problem.
Which, by the way, YouTube doesn't really seem to care about you talking about that. I just did a live stream and talked about it.
But if you want to know about your government, look up the Trail of Tears.
That's just the stuff they're doing to white people. Wait till you look into the stuff they're doing to black people.
Well, the way that they got the quote unquote black people, which there's no such thing as white or black people, in my opinion. I've never met either one of them, but there's a spectrum of melanin. But yeah, the way that they got the quote unquote black people is they set them up to kill themselves by removing the fathers, getting them dependent upon the government for housing and for food, flooding the government or flooding the hood or the public housing with drugs and guns, and setting them up to fail by removing masculine leadership effectively, then promoting degeneracy through the propped up culture, and not as if any other quote unquote race has eluded the grasp of these tactics, but that's the real thing they're doing now. Yeah, of course they have done egregious things to quote unquote black people in the past, like injecting them with syphilis. But I think that,
or like the Black Wall Street
bombing. Go ahead.
Or like the Black Wall Street bombings, when they just literally bombed people for no reason.
Yeah, that is a crazy part of the whole thing too, is that actually the quote unquote black community had like a very competitive stronghold in the market, in the free market, before they attacked them and then tricked them into depending on the government. They incentivized single motherhood, and that was really the downfall. I think there's a misnomer actually. The black community was doing pretty great earlier than the civil rights. Like, not that there wasn't prejudice or anything like that. Yeah, there does definitely appear to have been, but the single fatherhood rate, like the single motherhood rate of the black community, was like less than 30%, and now it's like the exact opposite. It's like close to 80%. since civil rights. So, yeah. The civil rights movement was actually how they got the black community. They tricked them as if they needed the government to free them. And there's all kinds of misnomers about this. The first black representative in government was Republican. There were slaves longer in the North than the South. The Civil War was not about slavery at all whatsoever. Abraham Lincoln said that never ever would he suggest that black people were equal to white people. History is a lie. So I don't know. I think that the binary of black and white is literally just used to divide, and that we are all just within a spectrum of melanin. And now, actually, if I have the same ACT as someone that's quote unquote black, they will get approved at the college a million times in a row before I do. They'll get scholarships before I do. If we have the exact same credit score, the same exact credentials, and we both apply for a business loan, the black guy will get the business loan over me every single time. So they're now actually attacking the white people because they're the majority. So I felt to see the fruit that is bared from hyper focusing on the false binary of black white. But anyway, it's like I'm white, so do I change race during the summer?
That's what Michael Jackson asked Oprah. What about them? What about the people that go sit in the sun to change their color? Why don't people say anything to them?
Yeah, but to be fair, we just went into the sun. We didn't like bleach ourselves. But I heard he actually had a skin condition. But also, I heard that he didn't even die, and we've all heard that he likes little boys. We don't know if it's true, but he did have like a freaking amusement park in his backyard, and he did actually take the parents of children on different vacations and pay for lavish vacations as they left their children there, and they all slept in the same room. So that's kind of weird, but anyway. Pretty sure Michael Jackson faked his death, and he was on the news talking about Michael Jackson in a costume. You guys have seen that? Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yes.
That was definitely Michael Jackson talking on that news station, bro. Well, all right, man. I'll stop killing your guys' vibe. I just wanted to know if you guys knew
Wait, just one last thing. Operation Northwoods. You heard of that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, yeah. Anyway,
Operation Stargate. Have you heard of that project?
nope, I hadn't heard of
It's where the CIA looked into supposedly communicating with interdimensional entities, psychic capabilities, and remote viewing. Thousands of subjects. Pretty weird. All right, I'll look
that.
up.
Sounds like,
What'd you?
yeah, Northwoods, Ruby Ridge.
Ruby Ridge, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like what you're talking about is like part of MK Ultra, just like one of the side things.
Yeah, exactly. It was an extension of MK Ultra, effectively. Project Stargate.
All right, dude, keep seeking the truth, bro. God bless. Most High.
Yeah, much love.
Now, see, that's a truth seeker. Like, he ain't got to announce that he's a truth seeker. Like, you come in here talking about what he's learning about. That's what we do as truth seekers. It's like, hey, guys, have you looked at this? It's like some people are like, yeah, I looked at it a while back. I need to look at it again. And some people are like, no, I never heard of it. Let me go check it out. So if you're a truth seeker, you ain't got to tell nobody. It's obvious to everybody who knows you because you're always talking about shit that nobody's ever heard of. You're always believing in like the most crazy conspiracy theories. But it's like, if you think for 1 second that these fat cats like George Soros and like Henry Kissinger, like you think that they're not getting around with their buddies and like rubbing their hands together about how they can consolidate wealth and power and, you know, rip the people off that don't know any better. If you think that kind of stuff is going on and they're not doing that, they're just like getting together with their little groups and, you know, they're just eating dinner, right? The Masons, they just get together and they eat, right? Because why would they worry about consolidating wealth and power? Right, so people conspire. It's obvious people conspire. I mean, all you have to do is have one nut job come in and say, hey, let's go rob the railroad or something hypothetical like that. And then one other guy goes, yeah. And that's a conspiracy to commit a crime. So if you think that conspiracies don't exist, like you're an idiot.
There's freedom in the truth. So that means that there's power in lies. So is this science-based flat Earth, or is
Yeah,
it?
we like to stick to the science when applicable as much as possible. We don't like to talk about religion a whole lot in the mainstream. We do talk about religion sometimes, but if you're saying like we need the Bible to prove the Earth's flat, no, we don't need the Bible. We're telling people, this is what we're telling people: go outside, check for yourself, measure the Earth yourself. You don't need a scientist. You don't even need a telescope. You just need a little bit of gas money, a friend, a mirror, or a binoculars, or something like a laser. A lot of people use a lot of different methods, but if the Earth is curving the way that they say it is, and the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height of feet. And what that means in plain English is if you're looking at 1 foot off the water, the horizon can't be any further than 1.2 miles. So we've got the horizon past 10 miles, so the Earth can't be a radius of 3,959 miles. It can't. Both can't be true at the same time. So we're telling people that when we leave here from this server, we want you to be brainwashed to think for yourself and to question authority and go out and measure it yourself. Because at 10 miles, there should be 66.6 feet of curvature. That's going to be drop in elevation. So if you think about a ruler on top of a basketball, like if you're the ruler and you're looking out, you can only look down so far, right? And if there's an army man on the side of the ball, you're not going to be able to see him from the ruler's perspective. Does that make sense?
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, we like to stick to the science when applicable, but measuring the Earth, it's not science, it's actually math, it's geometry. So we stick to the geometry, but there's a lot of other stuff that, is scientific in these discussions. There's also natural law that applies here a lot. There's lots of stuff. In fact, if you stick around, it doesn't matter if you are a globe earther or a flat earther. If you stick around here, you're going to receive an education like no one else in modern day education, because we're not compartmentalized. So we'll be talking about the physics of light. The next day we'll be talking about natural law. The next day we'll be talking about like chemistry and molecular makeups of, all sorts of things. The next day we'll be talking about mathematics, right? But it really isn't day to day, it's hour to hour. So you're going to leave here with an education like no one else is getting. And me being here for 7 years, I can't even fathom how much I've learned in the past 7 years just by listening to other people talk and like looking up what they're talking about. Because when it comes to like physics and things like that and geometry, like what we were taught in school, it was all bullshit. Like we weren't taught like none of the good stuff. Like they taught us a whole bunch of useless stuff that we're never going to use, just so that the school had control of our minds during those first, impressionable years. Those first, 5 to, 15 years. And then it's like, I don't know. It's like they just wanted to hijack our educational system so that we weren't getting a proper education.
Right. I was just more like questioning if people's foundational belief system was in science and observations, or if it was founded in scripture or not. Like, where's the argument at? You know what I mean? And it sounds like you guys are just basically flat verse around in here.
Well, there are religious people in here that just stick to the Bible, but I would say they're the minority. Most people are in here They stick to the science on the server because this is a scientific conversation. That's why the Bible room is down below. Because sometimes, we go off into the weeds and we start talking about the Bible, and then we're like, hey, why don't you take it downstairs? The Bible discussion isn't really for the live stream. But that's what it gets like when people are like arguing, because, people start talking about the Bible.
Yeah,
they're
they
going to
get
start
too
arguing. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, if I were to start talking about the Bible right now, I don't think anybody would like ask me to leave. But as soon as me and you started getting into an argument over doctrine, then for sure somebody would be like, "Hey guys, take it downstairs." And even me being a mod, I would have to take it downstairs.
Right. Yeah,
But
and
as long as we're not,
I've never gone into any conversation with the intent to like argue about the Bible or play semantics about it, or even like argue doctrine. I just kind of get caught up on Genesis a little bit, I guess, and then people's models, and I wonder where people's models are based out of. Because I guess I guess what I'm saying is I believe in the Bible and stuff, but at first I thought, okay, well, I'm kind of in on this flat Earth side, and then I started looking at the models, or at least the partial presentations of some of the workings of the models, I guess, for flat Earth, and like the big astrological clock above us, and the sun and moon rotating and all that. But then I got into scripture, and now I'm just kind of back at square one. I really don't know what to think and how to interpret anything, because I'm trying to base my things
I'll tell
off
you what, we don't have a model. Like, there's no model for the flat Earth, right? So when I say Earth, most people in their mind's eye, word association leads them to see the water ball floating in space. But that's not what Earth is. Earth is actually the dirt beneath your feet, the stuff that gets in between your toes when you walk outside, the sand between your toes. That's what Earth actually is. It's dry land, right? So people come in here and they're like, why don't you fall off the edge of the Earth? And I'm thinking to myself, like, is she asking, like, are we going to fall into the ocean? Because the edge of the Earth would be the beach, right? That's where the dry land ends. So what is? Yeah. So I have a different like worldview in my head than people that come in here, and they're like, "Where's your edge?" I didn't claim an edge. It's the heliocentric people who are claiming an edge. They're like, "Oh, there's a geometric horizon that boats go over, and that's how you know you live on a ball." It's like, wait a minute, you're the one claiming the edge, and you're asking me, "Where's my edge?" But you still haven't proven your edge. Where's your edge at 3 to 5 miles away, depending on how tall I am? Where's your edge if I can see, these oil rigs that are out 9.41 miles and I can see the horizon behind it? Where's your edge? It doesn't make any sense if they come in here asking me where my edge is. I haven't claimed an edge. So the sand is the place in between the sea and the land, and that's my edge. Other than that, I haven't really claimed an edge.
Yeah, there might not be an edge.
Exactly.
That's kind of where I'm at. I don't know. I don't know anything anymore. I used to be kind of sure on a lot of these topics, and then the more I look into it, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know about none of it.
That's a good start. That's the beginning of wisdom, saying that you don't know. So it's okay. I'm on the phone.
Oh.
Sorry. I see you got an organic doorbell over there.
Yes.
He looks like he wants to play.
Which one?
The big one.
Which big one?
Oh, I only see the brown one in the back. Oh, I see the little one now.
What?
Yeah, I could tell the big one wants to play.
He always wants to play.
Thank you so much. I tried to press mute. She answered the door too fast. Yeah. Oh, one second.
Well, I personally don't think we even know what light is or where.
Thank you. What's that?
I said I personally don't believe we know what light is or where it comes from.
Well, there's a lot of things we don't know about light, but I think we know what it is. It's a particle. So there's this thing called the photoelectric effect. Anybody can do this experiment, and they can see for themselves that photons are particles. And just like an X-ray machine works by sending light through the body, and the particles hit the X-ray paper or whatever you call it, the photography paper, and each little particle of light hits except for where there's a shadow. In this case, we're talking about dense bones. Makes a shadow, and that's what they're looking at. So we know what light is. There's lots of theories about light. To get a little more specific.
I guess I mean more along the lines of which light are we talking about? I'm under the impression that there's 4 different types of light. They were specific. And once again, I don't want to stir up any hornet's nest because mine's based in scripture. But my personal impression is that there's 4 different kinds and they're distinguished. So we need to figure out which.
What are the 4 different kinds?
Daylight, sunlight, moonlight, and starlight. And so according to scripture, the daylight was created first. God said, let there be light. And then he divided the light from the darkness, and he called the light day, and he called the darkness night. And then there were lights in the heavens, in the firmament. He created 2 great lights, one stronger light and one lesser light, one to rule the day and one to rule the night. So those are 2 different lights right there. We got sunlight. Well, first we got our daylight, then we got our sunlight and our moonlight. And then after that, the stars were created. And it says that they're not only for signs and seasons, all of these lights, but to also give light upon the earth. So they're all giving off a different kind of light. And I don't think we even know which one's which and what they're doing. Like, can we really say the heat's coming from the sun? Or is it coming from the daylight? Or is that all the sun does is just brings the heat and the daylight brings the light?
That's a good question. I've never heard that before. So I watched this video a while back, and it was talking about daylight, which is when the sun creates plasma out of the noble gases in the upper atmosphere. So I think nitrogen glows blue. So if most of our atmosphere is like nitrogen, it would make sense that when the sun comes around, exerting all that energy, that the gas becomes excited and phase changes into plasma. And this is what you call daylight. So I can't say that it's the sun for sure, but the daylight is usually around right before the sun comes up and right after it goes down and everything in between. So it appears like the sunlight causes daylight. Would you agree?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. Is they're distinguishedly different. It definitely
Yeah, they
is.
are.
Is definitely seemingly associated, but we can't see any type of reference point to tell where. And you know what I mean? Is it like the focal point of daylight? Is the sun always in the center of where daylight is?
So here's something else
Because
that's interesting too. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
no, you're right. Go ahead.
So something else that's interesting to me is that when an eclipse happens and the moon turns red, it's weird because the moon could be reflecting sunlight, and during an eclipse, it's not, and red is the moon's natural light. So if you look at what moonlight does to the Earth, if the Earth is 4 times the size of the moon, then there should also be sunlight reflecting off the Earth and landing on the moon. And they say, well, that's what's happening. It's because there's like 1,000 sunsets during an eclipse, and the red light is refracting onto the moon. But that's the only time on the moon. I don't believe that. I think that's a lot of crap. I think that the moon gives off a red light because we can see the moon even when it's halfway lit. It's still light coming off of it, but it's not earth shine. It's not moonshine on the dark side, or not the dark side, but the part of the moon that faces us that's not lit up, like like halfway in the month, right? When it's not a full moon, but it's not a new moon, like when it's halfway lit, you can still see the other side shining. It's just not shining white. So I think the moon does give off her own light. I think it's red. I don't know why it's red, but it kind of makes sense if you think about women and their monthly period and how it's always been tied to the moon, and the moon being red, it's not just red, it's blood red. Like if you've ever cut yourself, in the sunlight and you made like a pool of blood because you're bleeding so much, like it's really, really dark because it oxidizes so fast and then it turns like black. But as long as it's like still in its liquid state and hasn't coagulated yet, it's the same color as the moon during a lunar eclipse. Dark, 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 dark red. Almost with an orange hue added to it. Almost. Just tiny, tiny, tiny bit. Anyway, so yeah, I think you're right about there being 4 different types of light. I didn't think about that till just now, but it does make sense. Mic check. I guess you guys can hear me and see myself lighting up. So, yeah, the flower guy left. Okay. How many children did Witsit say died in Waco? Thanks. Is everybody going Betty bye? A little too much Thursday for some of you guys. You all tuckered out? So here's the thing. In 93, I was 11 years old. And I remember the whole Waco, Texas thing. And like when it first started happening, it was on the news, like constantly being covered. Constantly. And then like before it ended, like Cartoon Network came out. And I remember watching Cartoon Network and thinking like, these are some of the worst cartoons I've ever seen in my life. And it was really bad cartoons. Like, you could tell they just kind of like threw it together with some like old reruns, like stuff that nobody wanted to watch. So I would go back and forth between watching like Cartoon Network and like the whole Waco thing. And I just remember that like everything they said about David Koresh was like, it was all negative. It's like nobody really knows that guy was responsible for any of that stuff because he never stood trial. And looking back on it now, it's like, wait a minute, these people never stood trial? And like the ATF just like come down on them for what? Like they sent a tank to bulldoze a church with fire and bullets and grenades. And I think they said that like the Davidians killed a cop or something like that. And it's like, whenever there's like a cop death, all the police across the whole nation, they get like super butthurt and they have to go by like all sorts of preparation H for themselves. Because when a cop dies, it's like an actual human, it's like a man died, you know? But anytime a civilian dies, it's like, oh, you know, just another day at the job. Had to go in blasting, no knock warrant, mow down a few people. But it's not like they're cops. But when a cop dies, they're like take a knee and like have like a moment of silence and preparation H stock goes through the roof. You know, it's like, why can't we get the cop culture to be like, when anyone dies, why can't we take a knee, you know, say a prayer? Because isn't all lives valuable? I don't know. Maybe I'm racist for saying that. All lives matter. Even animals. Like, the ecosystem is put there for a reason. So, like a few years back, I'm working at the store, and it was like the year of the cricket, man. Crickets were coming out of everywhere. Like, coming out of the ground, coming out of the sink, coming out of the toilet, like everywhere. So I had to like slaughter like an assload of crickets, you know, because I work in food, right? And I'm like feeling really, really bad for killing all these crickets. But like, what else am I supposed to do, you know? I gotta make the store clean. That's my job, right? So I can overlook the deaths of some crickets, you know, because they're not human. And there wasn't a shortage of crickets that year. So it's not like I'm wiping them out, right? But a human life is so precious that it drives me crazy when some people just don't bat an eye. Like, even if you're a child molester, even if you're a murderer, like, even if you're fill in the blank, you know, if you're a Nazi or if you're a Satanist, like, to me, your life has value. Now, there is certain things that you can do to warrant the death penalty, and I don't really have a problem with that as long as it's like 100% they caught you on tape, your genetics were there, your footprints were there, your tires were there. You know, as long as it's like that, you know, it's like proven that you did this heinous crime, and yeah, I mean, I can kind of stand behind the death penalty because it keeps other people from wanting to do the same thing. But for the most part, like, life has value. So we got to do something with this whole like cop culture where it doesn't matter when a civilian dies, but when a cop dies, it's like, oh my God, stop the presses. A cop died. And I think that's what they did in Waco. And I think they did the same thing when Kennedy was assassinated. They said that he killed a cop, and then they found him in a movie theater. But there's also like the conspiracy side that wants to say like this is all a stage, and it's all like Hollywood, like pulling on my heartstrings and get me all up in my feels, so that I'm not like looking at the big picture. And it's just like watching a Hollywood tearjerker. So I seen this video one time on YouTube, and it was an incident where I think a young man had stolen a bike, and or maybe it was like something he wasn't supposed to be riding in the streets, like maybe a 4-wheeler or something. I can't remember exactly what he stole, or maybe he didn't steal it. He was just riding it, and like he wouldn't stop, wouldn't pull over. So one of the cops hit him with a car, and as he's laying there dying, one of the female cops, she goes up to the like senior cop and was like, "Can we put him in an ambulance and give him an escort?" And he was like, "No, we only do that for cops. Like, who cares if this guy dies?" And it was a child, right? And you know, just for the people who are wondering what the races were, the senior cop was a black guy and the young man was a black guy. I think the lady was a white lady, but yeah, the cop was like, he didn't care. He was like, "We don't do that for civilians. We only give escorted ambulance rides to the hospital to cops. Everyone else can fuck off, right?" So that just like goes to show you, like, the cop culture is the problem. I don't really think it's an individual problem as much as it is the cop culture. So, like, if I was a cop and I did like a petty crime and my cop buddy saw it, he like wouldn't snitch on me, most likely, right? Because if he did, then it would be like, "Oh, you're fucking snitching on your brothers? Like, we're brothers. Why would you snitch on me?" It's like only when it's like brought to light that you are doing something serious, like tampering with evidence, and like there's an outrage by the community. That's really the only time cops are held accountable, for the most part, from what I can tell. So any other time, it's like, we'll just sweep it under the rug. You get like a paid vacation and a promotion. It's like, okay, so if I do bad, I get a paid vacation. Okay, cool. It's like, what other job can you do that? What other job can you violate the policies of your work, and then when someone calls you out on it, like, instead of you getting sued, like the taxpayer gets sued, and then you get like a paid vacation, and then some time off, and most likely a raise and a promotion. If not, if it's really bad, then you just have to put in your resignation and go work in the next county over, or the next state over, depending on how bad it was. What other job can you do that? Like, there's no other job. So I'm all for the rule of law. Like, I'm definitely for the rule of law. I'm not for chaos. But when chaos is coming from those who are supposed to be keeping the rule of law, what do you do? Like, what's the answer? So I really think it's our fault that we have all these compartmentalized legal idiots, and we're supposed to educate our public officials so that they don't ever do the same stupid shit again. But then you have some cops who've had like 5-10 lawsuits over their long career, and they still work in the same police station. So these are repeat offender, like, cops that keep getting like these lawsuits the taxpayers have to pay off. It's like, how are they benefiting the community? I mean, if the city of Dallas or whatever is like a corporation, why would you have somebody that costs you like $100,000 over a couple of years? Like, why would you keep that guy? That's because, oh, he's our brother. Yeah, he's in the brotherhood. It's like, man, if you were costing me that much in my business, even if you are my brother, like, get the fuck out. Kick rocks. Go pick up cans for all I care. Like, you costing the taxpayer this much money? Like, we could have put this towards something like useful. Instead, we're having to pay off victims that you just had to like choke slam because he lifted his leg up a little too high and you thought he was trying to kick you, It's like the shit that I see that people get away with It's like if you want to get away with the most dastardly shit, just become a cop. Like if you want to start a career and be a criminal, like a lifelong criminal, like first, get hired on at a police station somewhere. Because that's the only way to do it. Just a thought, just a rant, a little micro rant.
Hello. Hello. I can't believe how fucking sad this platform has become. Without the fucking degenerates, like wanting and, like salivating at the lips. Here we are.
I am your friend. And that's what I want. Let's get this Star Wars started. Get Star Wars cracking. Luke, I am your father. I just want to give shout out to Elon Musk. Doing a lot of great things to really help humanity out right now.
Oh, that's a dope icon you got there, Leo.
It is part of the natural physics of water and other fluids to always find their level and remain flat. If disturbed in any way, motion ensues until the flat level is resumed. If dammed up, then released, the nature of all liquids is to quickly flood outwards, taking the easiest course towards finding its new level. If the Earth is an extended flat plane, then this fundamental physical property of fluids finding and remaining level is consistent with experience and common sense. If, however, the Earth is a giant sphere tilted on its vertical axis, spinning through never-ending space, then it follows that truly flat, consistently level surfaces do not exist here. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. That is, rivers are flowing in all directions over the Earth's surface. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. If the Earth were a globe, rolling and dashing through space at the rate of 100 miles in 5 seconds of time, the waters of seas and oceans could not, by any known law, be kept on its surface. Whenever experiments have been tried on the surface of standing water, the surface has always been found to be level. To drop the theory which supposes a curved surface to standing water is to acknowledge the facts. If the Earth were a globe, the surface of all standing water would be convex. This is an experimental proof that the Earth is not a globe. There are rivers which flow east, west, north, and south. Now, if the Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Earth were a globe, some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill, and others down. Rivers do not flow uphill. Some of these rivers would be flowing uphill. Others down. Rivers do not flow uphill.
No. Get the out of here. You're fired. No. Get the better solution. You keep me on the payroll as an outside consultant. And in exchange for my salary, my job will be never to tell people these things that I know. I don't even have to come into the office. I can do this job from home.
Yo, if Earth's flat, why don't you fall off the edge? I heard that Mike Collins from Apollo is dead. My girl's fat girl is just crawling to bed. Don't spit if you want, just swallow instead. Swallow instead. Can you hear me, Siri? Swallow instead. Hello, Siri. Is gravity a theory or a fact? Got my tampons in the house where my period's at. Get my rap on when I'm pissed about the serious crap. Passing so fast through space-time, bends and how.
If you in Savannah, Georgia, let's know
don't
that.
listen if you don't like when I spit these raps. Rhymes I write like lightning, I write so fast. I'm like Mike Tyson, you ain't got to fight in chat. Yo, I'm going back to basics, flat smack in the faces. You can't have gas pressure without adjacent to the vacuum of space, bitch, without a container. Like paying for a lawyer.
What up? You want to say something? I can't hear you.
Hey, awesome! It took a second to click back on. No, yeah, I was just seeing. I was in Savannah. I know we've been talking to some people in Savannah, Georgia, and so I'm here in Savannah, Georgia, and I wanted to come do the clang with them. You know what I mean?
No, not really. But if you'd like to elaborate,
are you in Savannah, Georgia? Savannah?
Am I in? You're asking me if I'm in Savannah, Georgia?
Yeah.
No.
Well, fuck. I mean, that
Why
was
would you
all
think
funny.
that?
I'm literally here. Well, because I'm here, and
so you just because you're there, you assume that I was there?
Why? No, because there's some people from Savannah, Georgia, are here, and it's like, hey.
I don't know, bro. No,
But anyway,
Savannah.
I mean, you want to fucking put away the fucking dirty rags and fucking talk about like how the fucking reality is fucking as it presents itself.
I don't know what you mean, bro.
I'm ready to do. I mean, put away the dirty fucking rags, dude. All these fucking people put away the dirty rags. You fucking filthy people. The earth is flat. Like what you perceive the world to be is objectively flat, and then a lot of mad ass people come after that.
Yep.
That's what it is. It's simple.
Welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
It's obvious. It's easy.
How long have you been a Flat Earther for?
I've been a Flat Earther. Well, when Eric Dubé came out with his 200 proofs in 2016, I guess it was just like, I was like, derp? Yeah. Obviously,
I don't know what derp
that's
means,
just
but
easy, but it was like much more before that. You know what I mean?
What does derp mean? I've
It's like
heard
a
that
friendly
before.
term for like a somebody who's just takes in a lot of information, but then they don't actually apply it to their own reality. So then they like take in information and it's like, oh, like we're spiraling 1,000 miles an hour and like you're in a different dimension. And that's all dirt. It's all like dirt. You know, it's like it's
So how long you been a flat earther for?
Well, that's what I was saying. I've been a flat earther
Since 2016.
I would say I was a flat earther from about then. Like I like still when if somebody asked me if like are you a flat earther, I say no. I believe that the horizon is horizontal, and the horizontal is derived from the horizon, and all tangents from that are parallel. So it's like I don't want to give anybody any leads to that.
Sounds like you just started flat smacking people recently.
What'd you say?
I said it sounds like you just recently started trying to flat smack people.
Yeah, not recently. It's been a long battle. It's been a long, fun battle.
All right.
I'm a champion, my friend. Like
nice.
Let's go for it. Like, what is it?
You should get like a button or a jacket.
Horizon, or
you should get like a button or a jacket that displays your championshipness. You know?
Yeah, we can
so
all
people
be
know you're a champion
and hurted, but you know, we still trying to do this goddamn thing.
Interesting.
No matter what, you know, it's a fun. It's a love. It's a more love sort of thing. It's like I love the philosophy. I love the philosophy and the psychology and the science of it. You know.
Of what?
Like, what do they got? And they say, oh, I got that too. And it's like, okay, let's talk about it. You know, that's what I'm talking about. Present the curvature and all that. You know, present the. Let's talk about science. Let's talk about philosophy. Let's talk about, you know, your belief that you're on a curved Earth.
Yep. Probably not.
Do that. Let's do that. Like, it's so fun. But that's what they count on, because they just count on fucking pathetic old me. Just.
Oh.
I just have to deal with it.
You sound like you've had a couple tonight, huh?
Well, yes, sir. That's when I come to speak on this platform.
You don't come just clear-minded?
I think drugs and alcohol are for losers. But, you know, I wish the best for myself and for everybody, you know what I mean?
That's right, bro. Whatever it takes, you know what I mean?
Sometimes you just need to talk to your homies. You're not, I wish you were here. You're out there in LA.
Hey, bro, sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. Dun, 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 dun. You know what I mean?
Or the opposite of that. Like, nobody knows my name, and we're just talking about the reality of the...
Then you'd be like, people are strange when you're a stranger.
I went to a comedy show tonight.
Was Flat Nasty performing?
Theo Von, because I love Theo Von. It's like nice and.
Is that a type of food or something?
Yeah, you would think it was like you would think it was, but no, it's an actual comedy actor.
Oh. Interesting.
And so I went to a show, and that's why I was like, who's in Savannah with me?
Wait, how'd you know I was in LA?
Because you sound like... Well, I think I've heard you before, and you sound like a person from LA. Don't I sound like a person that's like not from LA, but is from LA, you know?
What?
I mean, but that's not the point. The point of the discussion was like, I'm literally here in Savannah, so who is the person in Savannah? I'm gonna be here right now.
Okay, so check this out. I'm in Savannah right now, bro. Turn around very, very slowly. Turn around to your right very slowly. Very slow down.
I'm horrified.
Slower.
I'm horrified.
Slower.
I just turned around and like, guess what?
And
It
you see me,
wasn't
huh?
you. It wasn't.
Are you
No,
sure?
I turned around. It was not you, my friend.
Damn
No,
it.
but let's talk. Let's
I thought that
talk.
was.
I mean,
I swear I thought that was you. I thought that was you.
Savannah friend in here. Let's just talk about
I
like
thought that
how
was you, dog. That's the truth.
let's talk about how absurd the fucking globe reality is. Like the globe absurdity is. I guess we would
Talk
call
about
it.
how absurd something that's absurd is. That would be absurd.
I mean, that's what I tell people. It's like, well, we all live in the simulated simulacrum of your own.
We all live under the sea, bro.
Of course, it's the globe. Calm down, calm down, calm down. And of course, like, nobody's trying to hurt anybody's feelings over here. It's like, of
Feelings have
course,
nothing to do with it, bro.
like, you believe in a thing that isn't real, and then, you know, you find it absurd when people talk about what is real, you know? It's just how it goes. It's a fun thing. It's a fun thing, you know? It's a fun thing. People get real mad when you talk about it. Like, never mention this in real life. Never, ever mention this shit in real life.
In real, oh yeah, I know. Only mention it in pretend life. You know, I haven't lived real life for a long time, so.
Yeah, and I wish I could pretend better, you know?
And you know, it's hard, bro, but you just got to concentrate more and you'll be able to see objects in your mind more clearly. You know what I mean? When you're not looking at them. It just takes patience and concentration, you know?
If there was
I think
better
you can do
pretend,
it, though. You sound
like,
confident.
like Disney would have convinced me better, you know?
Sure, yeah.
They would have
Maybe you would have.
convinced me.
Your parents would
Disney
have
would
joined
have.
Club 33 or
I would have
something.
seen. Yeah. If it was better, Disney would have convinced me better, and like my parents would have, and my girlfriend, and your girlfriend, and my girlfriend, and everybody's girlfriend would have convinced me way better if the shit was like had anything to argue about.
Well,
but it's like, hey, thank you very much.
You sound like you're still trying to convince yourself, kind of, bro. You know what I mean? Don't take my word for anything.
No. I went to the beach today, and I was like driving for like a long time, and I was like, whoa, like that. I looked at this cloud at the horizon, and that cloud came up on me, and I was like, wow, that cloud came up on me, and at only like 20 miles, you know, and I was like, full on thinking about it. But it's like, who else is thinking about that? But it's like, you're so stupid because the earth is obviously a globe. So obviously, like, when I was driving for 40 miles and that cloud was there, and then when it was right above me, that was just a 40-mile observation. Like, it was just confirmation of
so the cloud confirmed for you.
A flat angular assessment of the flat Earth. You know, basically, you know, how you want to derive the Earth by basis of a angular measurement to any star or celestial object. And so I'm full on like really kind of like, it's like I want to be a friendly friend, but I'm more sort of like, this is obviously the Earth is flat. It's like I want somebody to be like, hey, you know, that was actually a globe Earth observation, but that's not going to happen ever.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you're mixing things up a little there, buddy. It's like it's all getting slurred in the translation.
Oh, it is? Well, I don't mean to. I'm sorry. There's like a vent that opened up over here. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm just saying though.
I'm just saying. Tell me, what's your favorite thing about the flat Earth? Like, I know you had a flat Earth observation today.
My favorite thing about the flat Earth
It's flat.
is the same as it's always been. You know what I mean? Same since day one, dog. You know, every time I sometimes try new food and stuff like that. You know, actually, probably the best thing about it is walking barefoot. I love the way it feels underneath my feet.
Earth, yeah. People got real
Yeah, that's
confused
probably the
about
best
that.
thing,
Yeah, the
about
Earth,
flat Earth is
like
walking barefoot.
that's your flat baseline right there.
It's my grounding pad.
Okay, let's talk about that. See, a lot of people ask me like, "Oh, well, where is the edge of the Earth? Aren't you falling off the edge of the Earth?" And it's like, man, I'll put
Tell
my
them this
feet in
next
the
time somebody
dirt.
asks you that. When somebody asks you that, tell them you're on edge and you're feeling edgy enough to give Reggie Bush a wedgie.
No. What I tell them is that the triangle for celestial navigation is the edge that they're searching for, and it requires put your feet down in there, put them deep, put your feet deep down in there, because that's what we're searching for. So it's just an encouraging thing, all the time.
Encouraging, meaning like you're giving somebody who didn't previously have the courage, you're giving them courage that they didn't have before.
Yeah, they didn't have that, and it's like maybe they thought that they were putting their feet down in there, but they were putting them on Reggie's feet. They were putting them on like O.J. Simpson's feet. They were putting them on fucking like George Bush's feet.
So are you? When did you first start coming on the server, bro?
Probably like 5 months ago. Legitimately.
You didn't always have this name, huh?
I was there a long time, but it was like I used to be there, and there used to be like Brenda. Brenda had her own server and stuff, and like I would listen to like Globetards, like on their 24/7 Discord server. It wasn't a Discord server, but their little chat that they had in YouTube, and it became disgusting. It was just like, wow, like Brenda, you really think like donuts is FaceTime? And it was just like weird stuff, and it's like I was already a way flat earther and questioning everything. So it was just like sort of a fun thing, but
when did you pick this icon and this name to come on this server? How long ago?
I think that was like 5 months ago. I was on there heavy because I'm on there heavy, talking to the on YouTube, because YouTube, and I'm on Instagram as a different name.
I'm just saying you haven't always had this picture in this name, bro.
Yeah, I'm on Instagram.
No, I understand that. I'm saying on the VC though, right here on Discord, you haven't always had this same icon picture in the same name.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's about 5 months, but that's why I say it started as being on actually the YouTube chat, just for fun, because I sort of like the philosophy. I like the psychology of talking to like some really absurd globetards, like Ace, and it was I can't tell you right now, but Ace is the best, because he thought he was so Ace, but
I don't know who you're referring to, bro.
I would do better.
This conversation's a little one-sided. I think you've not that anything's wrong with it or anything, but it sounds like you've had a few. You know what I mean? More power to you.
Well, yes, absolutely. And that's why I was seeing who's around here, and
There's nobody on right now, though, bro.
Savannah.
Yeah. Say, hold your fire. Hold your fire. You know what I mean? We're friendly.
No, I'm trying to throw it out there, dude.
We got band members just coming into the server. Band member.
Band member sounds
Are you
like
a member of the band?
he sounds cool.
Looking at the content at the bottom.
Band member is super cool.
I was gonna say these
We've
chicks
heard
don't
him
even know the
speak
name of your band, bro.
We know we know he's not that, and it's like, no, I'm just like chilling, dude. No, but I appreciate your discussion with me, because yeah, I really only speak on the server like the few times that I ever drink alcohol or do whatever.
I think a band member. Are you a Glober?
Band members are not a Glober, dude.
Well, let him answer. Yeah.
Mostly.
You're a truther? Did you just come into the chat?
Band member is a few times. Hey, band member, are you in Savannah?
Oh my god.
Well, no.
So did you have any questions, band member?
No, actually, I just went to take a peek here because I was looking at all the content at the bottom of the. I forget who asked to look at the content at the bottom of this scroll list here. So that's what I was doing. I just decided to pop in here and see what everybody's talking about.
Cool.
Hey, we're just talking about how cool it is that there is no observed phenomenon of the globe. And so we're just wondering why people believe that they live on a globe. That's it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Most of the time, I just listen to them.
All right, bro.
Trying to learn as
Well,
much.
if you have any questions, you're always welcome to speak up. If you don't have to, though, whatever you want to do. All right.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah. There's not too many people in here right now, so as long as you're respectful,
he's
bro.
my homie. Hey, you're the homie.
Right now, I'm going to exit and look at more of that content underneath on the bottom.
Bro. All right. Have a good
You're
night.
the homie. Don't even
Come back
listen
anytime.
to what we're talking about. Just fucking find what's good. Do it.
Yeah, thanks.
But I would like to talk about damn, we used to think that when you would look to the horizon, that was a tangible area with which you would hide itself from yourself. We used to think that thing. We used to think that, and that's just simply not true. That's what I like to talk about. I like to talk about if the Earth was a ball with a radius of 3959 miles, then the observed horizon would be no further than 1.25 or 225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And we don't observe that. Therefore, the Earth is not a goon ball with radius 3959 miles. It's very simple. It's so simple. It's too simple, I think, is what I found the problem to be. The problem to be is people say, well, what about this one? And then they tell me about refraction, like how there's a mirages. And then they ask me about refractions, and then I ask them, it's like, well, why? And this is my real question. This is what I want to leave to you all. Like, if that's my refraction, why would that boat have 6 feet disappeared from the bottom of it? Wouldn't the refraction, give me the whole bit? What's the reason why I don't see that 6 foot? Why don't I see the 6 foot? Come on. That shit pops up. No,
Nobody wants to tell me why refraction can't be explained. Why do I say, oh, this shit? Oh, okay, this is explained. It's 6 foot below the geometric horizon, but then also it's refracted by mirage up, but then you also do still see it disappeared by the 6 foot. No, motherfucker. Like, if it's fucking miraged up by 6 foot, then I would see the goddamn bottom of the goddamn boat. Why don't I see the bottom of the boat?
There's all kinds of effects that happen over water.
That's my question. Why don't I see the bottom of the boat if it's a mirage and like all lines are bending? Like, why don't I see the bottom of the boat? Like, I see the bottom of the boat all the way. I gotta read. It's called diffraction. It's called the refraction. It's called attenuation of I'm a flat earther. So if your answer resembles anything what I just said, welcome to flat Earth. But if you want to say that there's some curvature there, guess what? Why don't I see the bottom? I want to see the bottom. Why can't I read Helen of George on the boat at the bottom? Why can't I do that?
You think there's a set way that water and refractions and like there's no set way?
I want a Glober to tell me. I want a Glober to tell me why I don't read the bottom. I don't read the name of a boat that's 5 miles out. That's what I want.
Because they'll come up with an answer. They'll come up with an answer. It won't be a good one, but none of their answers are good.
You do better than them. You give me the answer. This is the thing. We gotta come up with better questions. We gotta come up with better answers.
Why don't you come up with them, bro, and let us know what you come up with?
And you got a better answer for me.
The Glovers lost in 2016, bro. It's over. It's been over.
Let's do 2016 times fucking 2020, motherfucker. Let's fucking do it, dude.
It's so over. It's just that it's like the paradigm already shifted. Just not everybody knows.
So no. Let's take it serious. I know it's over. Let's take it serious. And let's throw them a bone and say, oh yeah. So for some reason, I'm reading the script of a boat as it goes away from me. Why am I starting to not observe that script of its name of the boat that I'm observing as it goes away from me? Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Let's be friendly. We're friendly. Like, these things are apparent. It's reality.
You find these truths to be self-evident, bro?
Self-evident. Absolutely. I mean, mostly not, because you're really not going to be standing there, sitting there watching the boat go away. So even people saying, like, boats disappearing half bottom up and
it's useless to talk about it.
Anyway,
seriously, bro. It's just banter, bro.
So it's useless to
banter, dude.
Every one of these hangouts is pretty much just a victory party.
I love it, dude. I love it. That's.
Can I pour the Gatorade over your head now?
I'm going into the break. Like, I'm literally on that break, on the precipice of, like, I'm on that wave that you see, and I'm going in and out of me being on the horizon and not on the horizon, and being projected above the that's what I believe. That's what I'm.
Think of how funny this is. Think of what a funny position we're in right now.
It's so good.
90% of the rest of the world still thinks that they're spinning, that they're upside down relative to where they were earlier in the day. They still believe that. Like, it's the silliest fucking belief ever when you really look at it. It's hilarious.
And it's so funny because it actually proves that they're not, like the sun, like they used to be like, sunset proves that the earth is flat. And it's like, actually the sunset proves that the earth is flat. Because
what?
You mean like, the sunset proves the earth is globe? No.
Yeah, you think the sun is disappearing, is being obscured by physical horizon at only 1.22 times the square root of the horizon's observer height in feet? That means that when you're standing at the beach, like that sunset is only 3 miles away. And what also that means is that the sunrise was only 3 miles away. So that the sun was only 3 miles in your entire reality for that day while you're chilling at the beach. And it's like, that seems absurd because of course the world is the world. But sunsets prove that the earth is
you got any good stock tips or anything?
3959.
Got any what?
Got any good stock? Not you. I was asking this guy if he has any good stock advice for me.
No, I mean you invested.
Tell me to invest in.
You invested in XRP like a year ago. You're good to go.
Did I? Is that what happened?
I mean, if you didn't, well, you should have. But whatever you did a year ago, it's good to go.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate that.
It's good to go. And to me, it's like, whenever people start getting real hyped about that sort of things, you buy fear, you sell. You buy fear, you sell. What is the other term? I don't know. Not for me. It's not for me, but I know what you're talking about. This is talking about money, what money is and stuff. And these are other discussions, and so I just want to be here. I was like looking for somebody who is here in Savannah, Georgia.
Well, if you turn around real slowly, slower, bro. You got to turn around slower. I think I see you. Slowly turn around. Do you see the guy with the black hat walking behind you? Kind of making silly gestures with his hands over his head, flailing his arms about crazily. That's me. That's me. Yeah, I have a balloon in one hand.
No,
Yeah,
I wish I was in California. I used to be in California. I'm not there.
That's where
I was actually in Savannah, California.
But I'm there in spirit, so I feel I sort of felt you when you're doing that shit. I was like, holy, this dude's creeping up on my shoulders and shit.
Yeah, right there, bro. Right there. What's up, Noob's Perspective?
What's up, Saturday?
Wow.
How you doing?
Yeah. Good. He had a few, huh?
Yeah.
I'm never sure if one of these dudes is going to be the pee drinker, you know what I mean? So I'm always questioning people, and my chick's like, "That's not him. It doesn't sound like him." I'm like, "This dude has all kinds of different voices," you know what I mean?
Yeah, he does. He does come in kind of incognito.
Yeah, and he'll start a conversation. He'll be talking just like that guy, and then he'll kind of just like eventually like slip it in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
he weighs 300 pounds. He sleeps 18 hours a day.
Yeah,
and he recommends white sugar.
Yeah. So weird, dude. So weird.
Interesting people that come out of the woodwork.
Right? The plastic work.
It's weird because flat Earth attracts, like, if people realize it's flat, you're gonna have all walks of life, because
for sure.
I don't
Just
understand
like the globe, you know what I mean?
I don't get why it is that it's like that not everybody would be totally interested. Like, I have friends that will not look at it, that will not look at the information, even though I've talked to them about every single other subject ever, and had like deep conversations. And like, how could this not be interesting?
I know,
and like, if they think I'm crazy, why would they not want to know? If I had a friend that went crazy, I'd want to know why he went crazy. I'd look into it. No matter how crazy it sounded, I would look into it. But it proves, just the fact that they don't look into it proves they know that we're right.
Dude, I've told all my friends, I've wagered all my friends like $500. I've been like, I'll pay $500 to 10 of your dollars. You're getting a huge fucking markup. If you can disprove what I'm
they
saying,
won't go
you
for
know
it.
what I mean?
They won't make
No,
the bet,
nobody
will
will go. They act like they don't even know what money is, dude.
they? Yeah. It's so
Mhm.
hilarious. It's
Yeah.
such a trip. It's just like it's like past a certain age or past a certain like if you have kids or something, like I don't know what it is. If you have like I think it's that if you've made big decisions in your life and you're set where you are or whatever it is, or you've never done hallucinogenics or something, or I don't know, it's some kind of standard. It's like they cannot let go because then they'd have to rethink every big decision they ever made because they know that they might have made a different decision having known this earlier. You know,
right?
What are they going to tell their kids? How are they going to deal with their wife? How are they going to the cooler talk? Are they going to be able to mention that? Are they going to think about it and not be able to talk about it? It's like they see everything. They see just like an avalanche of fucking destruction in front of them, and they're probably right. Is the thing. Like I say, it's like offering somebody a permanent hit of acid.
Yeah.
Most people won't take it. And it makes sense because they see like, oh, I'm going to be tripping like the rest of my life. I don't want to deal with that.
Right.
Yeah,
it kind
even
of
if
is,
it
bro.
isn't true. It
Right.
totally is. And then we're tripping because we realize everybody else is tripping. So we're tripping because we stop tripping.
Yeah, I know, for real.
Like, wait, everyone thinks they're spinning with no reason to, like without any evidence whatsoever. They believe this crazy fucking story about going in all these different directions and being upside down without noticing the difference between upside down and right side up throughout every single day.
Right.
Just totally accepted, like it, and then completely like held on to as like an obvious fact. They'll call it an obvious fact when there's nothing obvious whatsoever about it. It's the least obvious thing ever. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
What a fucking joke. What a fucking bravo. I'm telling you, bravo to the people that figured this out.
Right.
All you can do is a little fucking slow hand clap sometimes,
Yeah, for real.
Like
It's like I try to figure out what makes somebody switch, and I don't think anybody has figured it out. It passes all
there's no
socioeconomical.
that way. It's different for everybody, right?
Yeah, for real, man.
But it seems like it seems so obvious and so in your face that like all of us at first think, oh well, then it's going to be over in a couple months.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to. It's like a good joke. That's the other thing I always say. Like after a while, everyone's heard that joke. It's something you find out, not something you decide to believe. It's just something you find out because it's that obvious. It's that good a joke.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think it's going to happen, though. I mean, the fact that the fucking kids are internet savvy and they know what's going on. They know what's going on.
Yeah.
The kids are going to be the reason, and once more women figure it out, it's going to be like one of those things. Like, yeah, I've heard that. I found out. Yeah, that's true. That's right.
Right.
So then what? What's really going to happen?
Right.
And I think they rolled it out. And why? Why did they roll it out? That's the question.
Yeah. It's time to roll it out.
How are they going to use it? Because they always use the truth to sell the lie.
Yeah.
And they're going to use flat Earth as a way of selling it. Because they've been teasing at it. It's in The Simpsons. It's in the commercials. It's everywhere. There's a I was just saying it earlier in another hangout. There's a Kendrick Lamar song called "All the Stars Are Closer," and then the first verse she's singing it. All the stars. She goes, "All the stars are bullshit. All the stars are bullshit." And the second time she's like, "All the stars are closer," but bullshit's not in the lyrics. You can hear her say it. She's saying bullshit. So they're telling us the stars are bullshit. They're actually closer.
So
that's mainstream catching up.
I've been reading about. It's weird that you just mentioned about when is it going to go down, because I took it back to the beginning when all this kind of started back in 1858, when they started laying the undersea cables, right? And I've been reading about it for a couple hours now, and one of the first messages from James Buchanan, the president at the time, to Her Majesty Queen Victoria of Great Britain, says the president cordially reciprocates the congratulations of Her Majesty the Queen on the success of this great international enterprise accomplished by the science, skill, and indomitable energy of the two countries. It is a triumph more glorious because far more useful to mankind than ever was won by conqueror on the field of battle. May the Atlantic Telegraph, under the blessings of heaven, prove to be a bond of perpetual peace and friendship between the two kindred nations, and an instrument designed by, in capitals it says, divine providence to diffuse religion, civilization, liberty, and law throughout the world. In this view, will not all the nations of Christendom spontaneously unite in the declaration that it shall be forever neutral, and that its communications shall be held sacred in passing to the place of their destination, even in the midst of hostility? Trip out on that, huh?
Huh.
So I mostly noticed the part where it says the divine providence in capital, because that's what the Masons have in their book, to diffuse religion, civilization, liberty, and law throughout the world. I don't think that's a good thing for us, you know what I mean? Well, it's basically like the New World Order. This is the beginning of it right here, you know?
Right.
And I come to find out, I mean, I can't prove this is my opinion, but submarines were created right around the same time they started putting this cable in. I don't think submarines are used for any type of war, bro. It turns out that the cable where it's laid, like let's say it's laid from one part of the Atlantic to the other. Well, it's going from one continent to another, one country to another. Well, both of those lands that the cable is going to are footing the bill on that cable, right? So if this cable is going from New York to Germany before World War II, and then you really think that they're really fighting with these people, or you really think Putin's sending Russian submarines to possibly tap into our internet when we're both footing the bill on that thing? It's such a joke, dude. You know?
Oh yeah, the fact that they're all that the New World Order and the globe lie are so tied together.
Mm-hmm.
Because the fact that all the countries are under one rule is what it reveals more than anything. Yeah,
dude, that undersea cable was signed almost 100 years, really close to the day. Let me see, almost to the day of when the Antarctic Treaty was signed, bro.
Oh, sure, makes sense.
1858 to 1958. Weird, huh?
It seems like they made a deal with the Outer Ponders, I think.
Right? Something.
This is your little area. And
Outer Ponders.
Flatter, dude. Undersea cable guy.
Who's the cable guy? What?
No, I said undersea cable guy.
Undersea cable guy. That's fine.
Sorry, Jim Carrey.
Right?
Is that a new superhero? Undersea cable guy?
No, I was just reading this gentleman right here. What Buchanan, the president at the time, sent a message to Queen Elizabeth, and what he was saying about diluting religion and law, diffusing, using it to diffuse like the undersea cable, and it was signed. They first laid it in 1858, 100 years before the Antarctic Treaty.
All right.
So I don't think any of the submarines, they say they have submarines with like warheads on them for war. These submarines, they started using it right around the same time they started laying the undersea cable. I think the two are intrinsic together. I don't think any of these submarines have any type of weaponry on them. Well, I think it's all cable installation stuff.
Don't they got torpedoes? And
that's what they say, but I don't see what would be the point of any of that, especially when the Athena laser works way better, it's way cheaper, and way less collateral damage.
Interesting. I'm not going to throw it out. Yeah.
So when a cable is laid, when they first started laying the cable, the land where they were laying it from, like, let's say New York to Germany or New York to Great Britain, both of the countries, the land that it was getting laid on are footing the bill. They're splitting the bill for that cable.
Right.
So
makes sense.
If we got cable running from New York to Germany or Russia, and they're footing the bill on that. It's kind of almost hilarious that they'd ever say that Putin's submarines are trying to tap into the cable. It's like, dude, he's got full access to that cable just like we do. We share it. You know what I mean? There's no profit in having war with them. There's only profit in peace. That's the only way they can make it work. You know?
Right.
As far as these missiles and warheads and stuff, I think those are just like paper mache, elaborate paper mache.
Yeah. There's so much of that shit out there, man.
Right.
There's so
Dude,
much.
there's so much cable. It's crazy. There's so much cable, bro.
I can't believe it. I thought I had an idea where if you took the miles of cable and worked it out, you know, took a couple of the cables and measured, like, it would be flat. There would not be an extra 39.59 anywhere.
Bro, all you gotta do is Google undersea cable maps, and every single one of their maps is a flat map, bro.
Totally flat, right?
Yeah, it's laughable that they think they use a globe for that. It's so funny.
I remember looking into that a few years ago. I was like,
so that's all the cables that go west from California, right?
Yeah.
All they're going is to like places up in Canada and in Hawaii. There's no, you know what I mean? How come they're not stretching around to the other side of China?
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
You can prove it just by their maps. Just download one of their maps, dude, and look at it. It's right in your face, you know what I mean?
Central and T Woods have been the VC check-in. That's interesting. Cool, man. So was it a good day around here? I couldn't listen at all, man. I totally.
Yeah, I wasn't in here that long, bro.
The learning curve is going.
Man, bro. Yeah.
They're watching a movie or something over there. Yeah, they're watching the new Tom Cruise movie.
Yeah. I don't know why. That ain't me. I can't spend time watching any type of movie or anything like that.
Yeah, I usually love documentaries where I learn something and or it's like a super interesting story, but it, potentially is real. It's like
the only time I watch anything that's fake is to try to pick it apart to like get to make a video out of it. You know what I mean? But I'm watching it through through a skeptic eye. I'm not enjoying it. You know what I mean?
No, we're not emotionally invested in it.
No, it's like an operation, bro. That's it. You know?
It's just we're here for learning.
Strictly business.
Predictive programming. Where's the globes?
For educational and entertainment purposes only.
Educational. Educational.
Right? We don't offer legal advice or medical advice.
Strange day yesterday. Hopefully tomorrow will be pretty cool. I'm gonna hang out with about 40,000.
I seen Travis today, bro. I saw Travis today.
Get out of here, really?
Yeah, from A Plain Truth. We met at Cemetery Park by my house because I gave him one of the puppies that my dog had back at Christmas, and so every once in a while we meet up so the dogs can play. But my dog was like barking at the dog all crazy. We kicked it for like a half hour though, right there on the grass.
Oh, that's cool, man. So he's in town, huh?
Yeah, he's in town. Yeah, he's staying with his mom in Santa Paula. He's been here for a while now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is everything all right?
He was talking about going to that thing that you had. That you guys have something. What day is it again? The 28th.
The 18th. Here, I'll drop the.
Okay.
I'll drop the video in the back.
Okay.
In the back.
I think he might go to that. Hope might even go to that. I don't know. Hopefully, that'll be cool.
Oh, Sonny's coming. I'm going.
That's right. Yeah. For sure.
New Perspectives coming. You got Renee there.
Travis said he knows you, though. He said he knew you.
Yeah, I met him at a meetup in LA 2018.
Okay.
And we hung out, had a beer.
Yeah.
Did some flat smacking on the street.
Yeah. Did you have the curly mustache back then too?
Yeah.
Quite cool. Dapper indeed.
Dapper, man. Dapper, baby.
He's bringing the 1800s back. Real cool.
Sweet, man.
Right?
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Somebody's got to do it.
Why not, man? Go for it.
I know. Hell yeah.
It's a harmless little fun thing to do, man.
Right?
No, it's some interesting. I was out grocery shopping for about a half hour ago, and I was listening to you guys.
Okay.
The younger guy is kind of
rambling. Yeah.
What was his name?
I'm trying to remember. The weird thing is, I recognize his voice, but I've never seen his icon or his name. And anytime it happens, I always say something to people, like, I question him a little bit. You know what I mean?
And he was an interesting cat.
Yeah, for sure.
He was a little buzzed. He was funny though.
Yeah,
I'll give him that.
For sure.
It's cool if you're buzzed and you're funny. It's when you're not buzzed and obnoxious. That's when you got to go. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I am a buzzed, funny one, and then when I get to that point, I'm like, "See you guys later. I gotta
go." Right? Yeah. For sure.
But
there was another dude who came in here. His name was Band Member.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's more of a learner right now. He says he's going to go dig into some of the other content around here. And, good for him, man.
Yeah,
I hope he does. That'd be good.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there's the meetup. I put it in the chat. And then
okay, I'm gonna have to screenshot it then.
It's got the address. Everything's on the info. It's all in the, where it is. Pretty easy to find. It's a cool place, man. Right on the beach, man. Can't beat that.
Yeah, I've never been there. I've only been to Orange County a few times in my life, but it's definitely not that far of a drive, really.
Dude, it's 150
it's like
miles.
a half hour past LA. Well, I mean, there's some parts of Orange County that are actually closer than LA, depending. You know what I mean?
Well, not really. No.
No, there are. There's parts of Orange County that's closer than LA.
I don't know, man.
LA's big, bro. I'm talking about like LA County. That's what I mean. Like the county of LA, like Lancaster, all that stuff. Orange County is closer than that.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
In the city.
Fucking, that's a cruise for you, bro. Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a nice place to visit, but I wouldn't even want to visit there.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a real show.
My very first Flat Earth meetup was up in Palmdale, which is
God. Yeah.
It was a huge meetup too. A ton of people showed up. It was super windy. It was super windy.
Dude, yeah, I just do not like that place, bro.
And it was a cool park.
Yeah.
Met some great flat earthers. I met a guy that worked at the rocket company out there, the Grumman.
Grumman. Rocketdyne?
Rocketdyne. Or Grumman.
That's in Simi Valley, yeah. You worked at Rocketdyne?
So they had the SR-71 stuff. Anyway, he knew some of the pilots and shit, right? And they're like really high-ranking officers, I think they have to be like a colonel or at least a colonel to fly those fucking things.
Yeah.
Anyway, he went up. He asked three of them, and he goes, "I can't just go up and go, hey man, is the Earth flat?" So he came up with this really ingenious idea, like just to say, "Hey man, I'm really curious on how you guys work out that math for the Earth.
Mm-hmm.
I'm doing a paper. I need to." Or I don't know if he said he's doing a paper or something, but he just said, hey, I really was curious because trying to figure out how you guys account for the curvature, and the first general he asked, he goes, it's just like your kitchen table. Right?
Yeah.
And the next pilot he asked was like, how do you do that? How do you get that? And I think he said, like, dude, I can't tell you that.
Yeah, right.
And there was another one that said, it said it's basically flat, man. You don't have to do any calculations. It's
like the bottom of your kitchen table. Flip it upside down.
I can't remember all the 3 answers he gave, but the dude was, you could tell he was pretty smart and and had a bit of wit to him, and yeah, it was cool. And Jeranism was there. Lucy Lemons, I met. Dan the Waterman, that's the first time I met him.
That's right. I met him a couple times. He's always at every meetup down there, I think.
Yeah, he's pretty consistent, like me.
Yeah. I think I've seen you at every one too, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if they're close, I got the time, man. I'll go. I think I missed.
You were there when I came with Jackie that one time, right?
Man, I started going to Flat Earth meetups. I was trying to get to one for like 6 or 8 months, man. I was in Chicago.
Okay.
There was one like down the street from my friend's house, and I'm like, dude, let's go to this bar. And anyway, we were out that day. We were just exhausted, and we couldn't make it. I was like, fuck it. Oh, shit, this sucks. 3 other meetups that were really close to my house. Something came up that day, like, oh, you have to go pick up your niece in, Palm Desert or some shit.
You gotta go get the papers. Oh.
I had to do something the whole day. I couldn't go to the meetup. But finally, I saw the Lancaster one, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm driving. It was 100 miles, like one way, right?
Yeah.
But it was worth it. There was some great. It was just great. I was super excited to meet other flat earthers in person, because at that point I never really met one, except for my friend who was a flat earther.
Yeah,
that I've known for 27 years. So my friend dies on the fucking. He dies, and the fucking paramedics, and they zap him back to life with the.
Yeah.
He has a heart attack, and they zapped him. He said when he was dead, he floated up, and all he could see was flat, man. So and he was like, right? And he comes back, man. He comes back to life.
He flatlined, huh?
He flatlined, right? And he comes back to life, and he's like, "Where's my iPad?" I gotta look something up real quick. And he looks up flat earth, man, and sure shit, and this was like 2015, right?
Oh shit.
And sure shit, man, it was bumping in 2015 for flat earth, man. It was straight bumping. You watch one flat earth video, you get 12 more in your fucking suggested. And they were all good content. There was, Jeranism was out there. We had like RV who was doing a bunch of shit. Every day RV was putting out videos, man, right? People live streaming. It was fucking like, it was like the Wild West of flat earth, man. It was going on. It was great, man.
And I was like trying to go buy food at Disneyland, you know what I mean? It's like trying to buy some vegan food at Disneyland.
There's a lot of energy for it, and there was, about 2016. That's when they started their anti-flat Earth campaign stuff. Yeah, and they really started coming down, like with Discovery Channel and some of the bigger news outlets and stuff were all starting to like make fun of it and make it look stupid. And
yeah, they were doing their gatekeeping. You know what I mean?
Shit, right?
Yeah. Damage Control, 1 Charlie 12. We got him at gunpoint. Cover code 3.
Popping up on people talking about it on talk shows. Sports people were talking about it. I mean, it was going off in 2016, man. It was a fucking wild house out here, man. A lot of hangouts. People online talking about it all the time, man. It's great.
It's actually surprising that it hasn't come more to fruition. I guess because they pulled back on the recommendations, but it was over. The debate was over 2016, 2017. It was already.
Yeah, it was pretty. We were pretty hammering we were hammering gas pressure back then too, man. We were hammering, where's the curvature back then, and yeah. Foucault's pendulum. Fuck you. Fuck off, pendulum. Yeah, thanks.
One of the biggest turning points is when Mick West went on Nathan Oakley and totally had to admit that the radius was an assumed value.
Yeah, that was.
they totally dissected the whole hijacking of perspective and showed how it was done with the orthographic view and keeping the actual distance, the actual height of a building, and the distance from the perspective view, even though things get smaller as they go away from you, and all that was just totally exposed. That was it. They couldn't come in. The ballers could not come into the debate anymore with their hidden value and say that's what we expected.
Yeah. Yeah, they got popped. That was a really good turning point, man. I think I did a little fucking. I think I jumped up and went, yeah, oh, there you go.
Oh yeah,
I was like,
that was huge.
Stab the fucking globe, man. It's done. Stab that bitch. So no, it's just been. There's still great content out there. Still people doing stuff, but there's nothing coming along that's going to surprise us at this point and go, oh shit. I hope there is. I mean, there'll be something here or there, but not like it
that
was.
idea I was talking to you about yesterday was just the Mercator map being like the map, and if the flights actually don't go from Alaska to Russia and they're not actually as close as even the AE map's trying to show us, and it's just like this little rectangle area that we have, and that's why all the flights go the way they do. That's an interesting idea.
Yeah, I need somebody to present a video on that, man, so I can wrap my head around it. I mean, I get the concept, but I'd like to have some a little more.
Yeah, I'll look into it.
A little hard data on that. Times, flights, flight routes, distances, that kind of shit, you know. Cool. Yeah, we know the map's fucked, and I know the map's flat, so there you go. All maps are flat. Last time I checked. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah,
we're just talking about how funny it is, the position and that we're still in. I just can't believe that it hasn't gone. Like I said, it's a good joke, and if everyone hasn't heard the joke by now, it's surprising, you know. Not that it's a joke, but it's the truth, and it's just so obvious.
Well, it's funny, even, Flatter Day Saints is pretty good flat smacker, but he does it in a funny, fun way, usually.
Yeah. Might as well have some fun with it, you know what I mean?
Might as well have some fun with it. I try to have fun with it, There's some guys around here, man, get real serious and super serious. And it's like,
super serio.
This is cool, man. I love it, man. Stay serious. Be the serious person, man. I am... I can get very serious if I have to.
It's a nice blend of all types of different things, though. You know what I mean? If everybody was just one way about doing it, I mean, it would be, I don't know. That's what's good. It's like a whole mixture of, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
A whole arsenal, dude.
It's a ragtag bunch, man. And
right.
Awesome bunch.
Right.
Anyway, I love that meme, dude. That's pretty good, Dave.
Which one, the Fozzie?
Yeah, isn't that great?
Yeah,
I made that one a while back.
Yeah, I remember that.
You said it's just like your table. I had to put that in there.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome. Good stuff, boys and gals.
Food, folks, and fun.
You what?
I just sent you a DM.
A DM?
DM, y'all.
You sent
on
me
the DL.
Why'd you send me?
DM on the DL. Think about it. The concept I was just talking about.
Okay, there it is. Awesome, man. Check it out.
Hey, Truth War.
Who that?
We are live. Can
All right. It's an hour and 37 minutes. Interesting. So Flatter the asshole's back. Did he change? It's just still Jake the asshole.
Yeah.
Jake the asshole.
Excuse me?
I just said Jake the asshole.
Jake the asshole.
Let me tell you, boys and girls. I don't know. Let me put my funky hat on. The dude can play some bass. I'll give him creds on that for sure.
In my song, I go, what did I say? Jack the asshole. You mean Jake the asshole?
Shit, you put out two Saints. You put out 2 videos in the last week, and I haven't watched either one of them, man. So I feel kind of bad.
Oh shit, I don't think I have either.
I suck, dude. I totally suck. Fuck.
Oh, good. The last one I put out is about how they've named the thing in Russia. You know, the thing we can't talk about. They've named it what's the name of the Sputnik? They named it Sputnik 5 and Sputnik Light, dude.
So, have you figured out the way you do your video editing and the way you put little things in there? Is it beating the AI? It seems like you're beating the AI with what you're doing. A lot of the shit you be putting out, man, you know, I would get flagged for some of that shit, bro. Right?
Yeah, you just got to. It's just how you do it.
Yeah,
I learned not to mix in any vocals where it goes against what they're. Even I could take their own words and make them go against what they're really saying.
Right.
And I learned not to do that because then you know what I mean. So if I just put the video in there like that, and then anytime where it displays it on the screen, I try to cover it up with a different word, and where they actually say that word, I'll edit that word so it's like, you know what I mean. You get the message though, you know.
Okay, cool.
So yeah, just when that one word comes up, just edit that one word and delete that one word from popping up on your screen, and you're good.
That's fucking awesome.
You know? Yeah.
So, what software are you using to edit?
Dude, I'm just using this thing.
Damn.
There's a little app that I got at the Play Store, you know,
What's
on
it
my
called?
phone. Video Maker and X Recorder. I just use I made all my videos on my phone, you know.
Man, I don't know how the fuck you. That's just so impressive, man. Fuck.
Yeah, on your phone, that is crazy. That's pretty good.
Yeah. I've seen other guys that say they do it that way too. And I'm
Which
like,
app are you using? Which one?
Which what?
Which app?
What's the app called?
Oh, so to record it is.
He keeps cutting out right as soon as he's going to tell us.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so X Recorder to record this stuff, and then Video Maker to edit the video and download it onto YouTube.
And both of them are free?
No, they're not free apps, are they?
No, it was like $10.99 or something like that for like a year, like 15 for like a year.
Recorder, what's the other one?
Video Maker.
Video Maker. So you gotta record the video you want to clip, bring it into your video editor, and then
you know, timeline, A/B roll, and all that. You're all set.
Do I what?
A/B roll.
You got a little timeline with the A/B roll, and you're all set, right?
What do you mean? I don't even know what the A/B roll is.
A roll is like, you know, you can overlap the top strip with the bottom strip and make them like cut to each other.
Oh yeah. On this, there's not even a top strip and a bottom strip. You can just overlap them by splicing them together, and then you have editing tools like mix or blackout or whiteout or like swirl. You know.
Right on.
Good. Impressed. You hit a
I pretty much just taught myself how to do it, like, because I was tired of not being able to record stuff and make all my videos were like me doing dumb stuff out on the streets. So I was like, I want to start making content, you know. So I just got this stuff and like started messing around with it. You know what I mean?
Good job, man.
That's good.
I'll watch your too soon, man. Hey, I'm gonna hang out with 40,000 musicians tomorrow, man. Is that cool or what?
40,000?
40,000, yeah.
What?
All musicians.
On Zoom or in real life?
In person, man. In person.
Where's it? An orchestra?
You gonna take a live stream with you?
I'm gonna do a live stream. At least I'm gonna do the drum circle tomorrow night for sure. Or no, wait, that's Saturday night. I'll do that. Tomorrow night, I got something else going on. Yeah, I'll do a quick live stream tomorrow if I see something good. There's about 1,000 bands. There's close to like, I don't know how many performances, man. Probably like 8,000 or 9,000 of them.
Damn, dude.
Yeah. They're happening all over the place, man. People are
it's for that Jubilee, huh?
It's called NAMM show, man. It's been going on for 100 and something years, but it's only for people in the music business that make musical instruments or play musical instruments. Or record music or sing live on stage or play a guitar or a keyboard or a piano. All these people that make all those instruments put all their shit on display, and like 40, 50,000 people show up every day for like 4 days. And it just goes on and on all day and all night. It goes to midnight every night and starts at like 9 in the morning.
It's a different date this year, though, huh?
It is usually in January, but since COVID, they had to switch. They missed last year. They added one in 2020 because January there was no COVID in America or anywhere else except China. And then we had the show, and then last year they didn't do the show, and then this year they did it in June instead of January. And it's really weird to go to NAMM show in June in where I live, because it's just down the street, man. It's like 20-minute drive, 30-minute.
Oh yeah. Hey, dude, have you ever seen the picture I have? Is not a good picture because it was at night, but you get the idea. Watch.
You put it in the voice text?
Yeah, I just did right now. I'm wondering if you ever seen this before.
Well, isn't that just a shaky camera of the oil rig with the wash?
No, that's well, it's an oil rig, but it's in Ventura. But look at the turquoise in the water.
Oh, that's the
that thing last year or the year before. The waves.
What do they call that?
Like transluminescent waves or something. It's a trick.
Yeah, luminescent.
Bioluminescent.
Bioluminescent.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
You ever actually been to one?
Yeah, a long time ago when I was younger.
Okay, yeah. It's a trip, bro.
It is so cool, dude.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a great phenomenon to go witness for sure. If you ever
yeah. I actually got to go to this, dude. It was trippy, dude.
When you see it with your own eyes, you're like, oh my god. What's going on?
Pictures don't do it justice at all, bro. You know what I mean? Not even close.
They say it's like stirring up this certain plankton, right? Isn't that what they say?
It's like it looks like there's like like raging water or something. They have like lights under certain waves. It looks like there's lights underneath the ocean floor. It's so strange.
So cool, man.
But it's like the wave carries the light with it, dude. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's strange, bro.
What's the light?
Phenomenal for sure.
Above.
That's the oil rig way out there. It's just a little bit of a shaky camera. So
no, it was just because it was at night and I didn't have the right lens or the right settings on there. I was just trying to take them quick, but
what's causing the bioluminescence then?
It's this?
I don't know.
I mean, the way I've heard it was some stirring up of the certain sea plankton.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
At a certain time of year, and it does this every year, man. It's not like it's just. This is very.
I don't think they do it every year, bro.
Well, it does, but different places. It doesn't always happen.
Okay, yeah. You're probably right.
Where in California you can find this phenomenon every year.
Yeah.
But
it's only like for like 2 hours or something for one night though. Or something.
It's a quick thing, man. You gotta smooch it while you can, and you gotta be ready. But yeah, there's plenty of videos and shit out there, pictures. Yeah. But yeah, it's a cool phenomenon, man. I experienced that one time. It was cool.
Yeah.
But dude, I was young, I thought the world was a fucking spinning. I thought the world was the 80s, man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's scary. Damn. I thought
so the window's up and the tent goes up to the mid 80s.
There's different decades. Every decade they have to ramp it up. So if you go back to like the 40s, man, you can get into like, Frank Sinatra. He's standing there singing. He's got a cool band. He's wearing a suit. You get like Benny Goodman. You got Louis Armstrong. All these guys are dressed up real big. Louis was a little little strange to a lot. I heard a lot of old guys, man, tell me that Louis Armstrong freaked them out, man.
Yeah.
Didn't know what to make of that voice. They had no. I heard guys tell me, man, there's what the hell? That's not singing, for fuck's sake, right? So Louis busted barriers, man, in people's ears. He was more influential than a lot of people. He was pretty rocking guy, man. And,
Yeah.
You know, and then you got Benny Goodman and Gene Krupa and a couple stoner guys. And it just kind of grew. And then the Beatles hit, or Elvis hit, man. And you know, he's shaking his hips, and oh my god, dude,
There's a new Elvis movie out. You know that?
What? Oh,
Eminem sings in it with CeeLo Green for the soundtrack.
It's an Illuminati cuck fucking movie if I ever fucking heard of one. But yeah, in the 50s, Elvis shaking his hips. That freaked all the little girls out, apparently. This is all psyops, too, man. This is all
absolutely
Tavistock shit, you know.
Supposedly, Forrest Gump taught him how to shake his hips, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And then we had, you know, this early, you know, a little heavier rock and roll. I mean, you could throw in like Chuck Berry, and he was pretty wild. Bo Diddley, he was pretty wild too, man. That's all in the 50s.
Yeah.
All that's happening. Then you had then the Beatles
Bo Jackson. You had Bo Jackson.
There was the Beatles were hitting. That changed everything again. That's the next generation, right? And then they got kind of wild and weird and into the long hair and hippie shit. And then went cruising into the 60s, all hippied out, and then landed on the moon a bunch of times.
Yeah.
And then the 70s hit, man.
Hey, I might be back in a little bit.
So they ramp it up to the 70s, man. Now we're starting to get into some real funk, man. And it's getting funky, bro.
Right.
You know, funky hair, funky shoes. Yeah. And, you know, rock was still kind of crazy. But the 80s hit, they totally like punked it out and kind of new aged it with some really weird clothing and shit.
Yeah.
And the 90s was like, fuck you all. This is grunge time, bitches. Right? And it was like heavy fucking deep dark shit going down, you know, right? In the 90s.
Yeah.
Now, man, they just, you know, it just keeps progressing every year, every decade.
It's all bad, bro.
To some degree of like the next level. Now, you know, they got fireworks shows and lights and people fucking on stage. You know, it's like, oh my God. Yeah. Is anybody just playing music for fuck's sake? No.
It's a clusterfuck of Buster Douglases, bro. You know what I mean?
Clusterfucks of Buster Douglas.
Yeah.
Dude, I'll never forget that fight, man. I watched it live. You know, I'm like, oh, here Tyson's gonna clobber this Mongo.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's all rigged. You know what I mean?
Man, yeah, he beat Tyson's ass, and I was like, what? No, the king's gone down, man. Usually, Mike Tyson fight would last about 3 rounds. You know, you'd be done.
Yeah. Right.
It was just one after another, dude. It wasn't even close, bro. I mean, it was just like a beatdown, and you just expect that every time. And then when Buster Douglas came along, beat him, man. That shook, you know, that Tavistock the fuck out of the whole situation.
Right?
Yeah.
Tavistock. Every time I hear that word, I always think of Aflac. Aflac. Tavistock.
Tavistock. We should rip that off. Tavistock.
Right? Dude, I see ideas. I get ideas every day when I'm looking at stuff, bro. It's crazy.
You get more ideas than anybody I know, man. You have a great intuition, not an imagination. You have a great intuition for reality, and you do. And that's because
Yeah,
you wear fucking shoes, man. You're grounded as fuck,
for
man.
real. I feel like it's made a difference, bro. It really has, bro.
You know, it's made a difference in my life, you being grounded.
Damn, that's
me, bro.
Exponential. Have you been going barefoot, though?
Yeah, I love barefoot, man. I owned a sailboat.
That's the way to be, dude.
The guy had taught me how to sail, man. Didn't wear shoes.
You have a decent sailboat?
No, I had one.
Oh, you had one?
Long gone. But no. I said I had a sailboat, but no, the guy who taught me how to sail, man, he didn't wear shoes, and anywhere he went, man, I mean, he hated fucking shoes. He was on the boat, man. He just especially, man. Anyway,
so good.
Yep. He hated underwear too. He didn't like that shit. Fuck that.
Dude, I haven't worn underwear in years either, bro. I just don't wear it. Mm-hmm.
Well,
let's throw in my pants.
You know, I like to keep the junk fucking from banging around down there too much.
That's what I used to think, bro. I just hate the way underwear, anything like, I don't know, I just don't like the way it feels. I used to wear boxers, but I just don't even.
Yeah,
I might have one pair somewhere in the drawer. I don't even know where they're at.
Anyway, keep the junk in the trunk, man. Fuck.
My boxers, bro.
That's where junk goes, man. I saw junk today, man. Made my head spin. Let me grab a beer. I'll be right. Hold on.
I saw the junk. When I opened up my eyes, I saw the crunk. So listen up, kids, all across the land. Take it from me, Helios just don't understand.
Hey, I haven't talked to Helio in a minute, man. Is he all right?
Yeah, I talked to him the day before yesterday, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sure, yeah.
I heard him on here, I think it was yesterday, the day before.
Yeah.
Later in the afternoon, in my time, which is like evening him. Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes there's just so many people on at once, you're just like, yeah, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, dude, that's why I come late at night. I'd like to just kick it with you guys and talk about stupid shit like bioluminescence of the ocean waves. That's pretty cool subject, man.
Yeah. It's a sight to see, bro. If you've never seen it before, dude.
Not a bad set.
You appreciate it, man.
Or flat Earth, or whatever NASA is cucking up this week, right. Or the pictures we take.
Yeah,
like the ones
be posting some more pictures. I'm gonna be digging back into the laptop tonight.
Posted that at 11:11. The sun picture.
Oh, okay.
You took that picture.
Oh yeah. I took that one. Yeah, I took that one while I was driving on the freeway.
Dude, that was an excellent catch, man.
Yeah.
I'm calling it
the sun's almost like hexagon shape. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's really interesting, man. I like the way you caught the oil rig right there in the middle of the sun, man. That's the key to that picture, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It really is. Now we know the distance to that little bitch, don't we?
I don't know. From where I was, I don't know the distance, but I'm going to look it up, though, because I'm going to actually be doing what I'm going to be doing soon is I'm going to be showing something nobody's ever showed before. And it's actually, if you're going north on the freeway, there's actually a bike lane between the freeway and the cliff where the beach is. And if you could see it from the car, but it's real shaky. So I'm going to have to actually park my car near there and get on the bike or walk right there. And as you're going northbound, remember I told you about how it turns into it looks like Santa Claus's sleigh at night?
Yep.
Yeah, bro, it's a trip, bro.
You gotta go get some pictures of that shit, man.
Yeah. It would have to be a video, but yeah, dude, I'm gonna have to because
video would be great. Yeah, if you can do that.
Yeah. Most people even who live here don't even know about that.
That's interesting, man.
Yeah,
you need to make a video on that one, bro. Come on.
Yeah. Across the freeway, there's a flame that was always burning at this refinery field, right? And right after the Thomas fire, they got rid of the flame. But before the Thomas fire, me and my chick used to drive. We'd come back late almost every night, and we'd see it. Well, when you're in the far southbound lane, closest to the ocean, away from the cliff, and we only saw it when we were in my lifted Suburban because it's got a big ass lift on it. We were able to see it, but the way the shadows that flicker from that flame onto the mountainside's all carved, man-made carvings all up on the mountain, like little roads that go to nowhere and everything, right? Well, when the light's hitting it just right, it's a freaking pentagram, bro. I'm not even kidding you. I was like, wow, the people in airplanes can see this for sure. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's a trip, bro.
I gotta come up there and cuck out on this shit. Fuck yeah.
Dude, you know, okay, so trip on this. Santa Barbara was in the summer of 78 or 79, one of those years, the Church of Set was consecrated here in Santa Barbara. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Church of Set, but it's run by Michael Aquinos.
Back up. What? Say that again. Just say that the whole thing again, man. I was looking at man.
Oh, it's all good. So I don't know if you ever heard of the Church of Set, S-E-T.
No.
So it's like the Church of Satan, but they branched off from them, and it's more of a more military organized law enforcement type of deal. Anyways, Michael Aquinos runs it, and he's actually from Santa Barbara.
Mm-hmm.
All you do is look up him and see, just look him up if you ever get the chance.
All
I'll
right.
just put that in.
Send me or something.
Yeah, I will.
I got a shout out to Jim.
Jim 777, no relation to Rose.
That meme is ridiculous, and somebody just blew up a half a stick of dynamite in my neighborhood. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yeah. What was that, man? Hey, the kids are out of school, man. I think they were blowing up some fireworks, and it was pretty loud. Anyway, Jim, man, great meme. Thank you. LOL. Fuck off. I had to mooch. I got to mooch that one, man. That was ace. I lose you guys? I lost you guys. Cool. That's the LOL JPEG, man. That's my favorite LOL meme of all time. That's the best LOL ever, Jim. That's what I'm saying. Best LOL ever. It's the greatest LOL.
I'm gonna post you in your thing right now, bro.
What's that?
It's just one of there's many videos on him, but I just found one and posted it on your thing.
All right, right on, man. Thanks. You're awesome. Yep. You're fucking awesome.
Yeah, once you start reading into this dude, you're gonna be like, whoa, man.
Well,
maybe I don't know if you're into.
Dude, I'm into whatever I can get into, man. Whatever.
This dude specializes in using electromagnetic frequencies as a mind control on prisoners and stuff like that.
Yeah, I've seen some papers on that years ago. Yeah. definitely a thing.
This is the dude who runs that stuff.
Excellent. Yeah, I'll check it out.
Yep.
The jets and the power lines. That's a pretty good one. I got to give you that, man. And the sun setting. Those were that would have worked really well in 2016, man. I mean, that would have been everybody would have used that meme in their video. It's great. You know what I mean?
Yeah, LOL.
I remember the tracks and the telephone poles, but to add the sun and the planes, man, that's pretty good, right?
I have to ask Flatter Day Saints in his meme when it said I couldn't even make this up if I tried. Did he actually? Did that person actually say that on camera?
No. I put that because of the dude's name, bro.
Ken Molest. Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
I didn't catch that part.
They even pronounce it like that, dude. Yeah? That's real stuff, dude.
He couldn't. That was so real, man. It was an actual clip he took from the TV he saw.
Yeah,
and put a meme to it. That was ace.
Some memes don't even need to say anything. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. Some of them don't. You don't need to say anything.
Yeah.
It's like, dude's name is ridiculous.
Dude, I know, dude.
Yeah.
So weird, dude.
I get it now. Thanks. Thank you.
The guy's name is super cucky name, bro.
Oh my god!
Right?
And it's even pronounced like that too.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
It's absolutely.
They are so blatant and flagrant.
Man.
Dude, I recorded this video yesterday. It was supposed to be like, I'm not going to say any names or events, but it was a victim who survived an event recently, right? Well, this victim is in between both of her quote unquote parents, right? And they're talking. The whole time they're talking, the camera's only focused on their crotch areas. It goes from the dad's crotch to the mom's crotch, and you can see her toe and everything, to the little girl's crotch who has shorts on. And then the mom puts her hand right between the girls. Yeah, and it's just like super weird. I was like, the whole video was like that. I was like, what the hell? Yeah, bro.
Cucky, creepy, creepy, man.
Super, bro. Super duper.
It's creep cock shit. There, yeah. Fuck these guys.
Yeah, dude. They are invoking some crazy stuff. Anyway.
The great thing about what we discuss around here is what we live on.
Yeah.
And the great thing is that we all live on it.
Yeah. we all got to live here.
And we all got to live here, man. And the coolest thing, man, is you can measure this little cocky thing you're living on, bitches. Right. And, and we measured it, and it doesn't add up to your little story you told us, man. That's the problem.
Did you see the debate with Witsit in the on Modern Day Debate the other day?
Yeah, I saw part of it. I heard part of it. I think they were playing it on here, actually.
That girl, the girl, I think her name's Jen.
Debates, modern day debates, man. I don't know.
It's so funny, though. Yeah.
You don't understand, you're lying, you're a liar, you're a liar, you're a liar. He kept calling Witsit a liar, and I was like,
I know, dude. So that dude didn't even know what he was talking about. It was so hilarious, dude.
It was ridiculous, man.
But when the girl talked, that was classic, bro. That was classic.
Yeah, she was a bit like, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, it was good. Dude. It was good.
Yeah, it was good, man. But what I took from it is, if you're going to talk to somebody, you just keep calling them liars.
I know.
I mean, that's your only defense.
Yeah,
it's weak, man. It's really weak.
So, yeah,
it's weak sauce, man. It's weak salsa, bro. This is some weak salsa. It's just tomato sauce. What the fuck?
They took a squirt gun to a army tank fight.
Mm-hmm.
Kid had like a squirt gun at an army tank fight, pretty much.
They were playing it on here and commenting at the same time, which was pretty cool, man. I like that because it added a lot of our opinions into the mix. And it was good. Yeah, there was some good heads in here at that time, man. I'm the late night head. Just we're gonna make fun of this shit because it is funny.
Right?
It's so ridiculous. It's funny. It's the most ridiculous thing to see somebody try to defend a globe at this point in my life. It's so fun. Even the best of them. You bring in, the best of the best.
Yeah.
And they ain't got nothing. They're just cucking.
The best thing that they have, like the head ones at their services, they can I don't know if you call it an effect or what an M effect, but they have the ability to like quickly add or delete stuff off YouTube, like fact finding stuff.
Yeah,
really quick. They might even be able to do it while they're debating. That's why they don't really debate though. The head people, they're just science communicators. That's all they're supposed to communicate.
Yeah, they're just supposed to put out the message and
in a way people can understand it and like it.
Putting out the message, man. Somebody knocked me up my red pill the other day and said, "Hey, man, the messaging they did with the Coco-19 thing, man, the way they rolled it out and the way they messaged everything everywhere you went, whether you went to a restaurant or the grocery store, you got gas or you touched a toilet. I mean, it was everywhere.
Wonderful advertising, huh?
And it was on the floor, and they put dots
everywhere.
And they told you to stand here, and then the marketing that went into this fucking talk show was an absolute fucking onslaught of information. And we can't compete against that, boys and girls, man.
No.
We can't drop flat Earth stickers on every one of those. Stay 6 feet apart because you're on a flat Earth and there's no curvature.
Dude, I was going out around that time acting like none of that stuff was happening. I was like,
yeah, me too, man. I was like,
what are you talking about? Yeah,
but
I think the
amount of onslaught of information was absolutely over the top, right, Jim?
Oh my God, yeah.
It was total psychological warfare on the human mind. Total.
I went and to the point where you still have to be careful what you say about it, like big time on these kind of things,
I went into Denny's one time because I like to go there every once in a while. And I went to Denny's and I went to the restroom after I got done eating, and they literally told me between the two mirrors to wash my hands twice.
Yeah.
Hey,
unbelievable.
So dig this, man. My wife hit me with this one this evening. I laughed my ass off. She goes, "Now that we have a water shortage in California, we don't have to wash our hands as much because we don't want to waste the water." Right? They're gonna flip it, man. Now you're not supposed to wash your hands.
Yeah,
Just
right?
take a piss and get the fuck out. Don't be washing your hands. We have to save water. Come on, Saints.
They're gonna just have buckets of sanitizer everywhere for us. Just sanitize your hands. You know what I mean?
Sanitizer. Yeah, use this instead of water. Wash your hands.
Dude, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised in the future if it gets to the point where like showers are only allowed once a week, and like they have some type of like ultraviolet ray that they place in people's homes to just walk through naked, and it like sterilizes you. You know what I mean? I could totally see that happening, bro.
My wife hit it out of the park with that one. I was like, oh my God, that's so good.
Right?
Yeah, you're only allowed to wash your hands after you poop. That's it.
Oh my God.
Something, I'm taking it to the next level, but yeah, basically that's what you said.
Which means curve.
Gotta love a woke wife, man. Yeah. A woke girlfriend, a woke.
Mine's always sleeping, bro.
Partner, a woke friend, man. It's how they've hijacked the word woke. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I hate it. It really makes me so sad, bro.
What the hell did they do there, man? They cucked up the word woke.
They did, bro. Yeah.
And they fucking jacked it into this. You're a fucking
it's twisted. That
phobic.
They basically did what they did to the rainbow. You know what I mean?
If you're woke, fuck off. Oh, I hate it that they hijacked our fucking word, man. Damn. Pisses me off. I'm telling you, Jim. Fuck.
Jimbo.
We had a Jimbo in here. We had Jimbo, man. Jimbo is a legend in Flat Earth, man. Still is. Still a legend, man.
I just don't like the psychological warfare thing because half my family fell, relatives and people that I know that used to be family, but now because of the divorce of somebody else, half of them fell for it, and they're all conservative, conservative Christians, evangelicals, and half of them fell for it, and I'm dumbfounded by the whole thing.
Yeah, well, I was helping out a friend today, man, and he's like, "Hey, man, do me a solid." He's kind of laid out on his back, and he couldn't move. He's like, "Hey, man, grab my insurance card out of my wallet there, man." I'm like, "All right, okay, cool." And I'm like, I'm flipping through this wallet. There's his Vax card, man. Ah, shit, man.
And can I ask, how many has you had?
He had 3 on the little card, man. I looked at.
Hey, my mom carries one, and she got a fake one, so it could have been fake. I'm just saying, maybe.
It looked.
Wishful thinking.
He's laid out. He can't move. He's having problems. And
yeah,
he's all.
You just put the cherry on top, huh?
He's all cherried up. Yeah,
cherry on top, baby.
Little cocoa with the cocoa cream. Yeah,
right.
And so he's not doing well, and it was just like, oh, what a interesting coincidence. Maybe I could be.
Mm-hmm. Man.
Anyway, it was one of those days, man, where I just had to suck it up. I didn't say shit. Didn't hammer it down his throat. I did tell him that belief was the enemy of knowing. I'm like, dude. It's one of the greatest statements of all time, man. Shout out Crow 777, man, for laying that one on me, man. But it really is, man. Knowing shit and believing shit, 2 different things, Mongos. Get that through yourself. If you got that, you're good, man. I promise you, man. That's all you got to have.
Pinky swear.
Hey, Jake, I know how to string a piano. I know how to string a guitar or violin or fucking harpsichord or whatever. I know shit, man. I don't have to fucking think about it. I don't have to guess. There's no belief. It's like, where's the wire? Where's the fucking instrument? Here. Spin the wire, pluck. Yeah, done. Next. Knowing shit is a beautiful place, man. And when you know that you've gone out and measured what you live on, and it measures pretty much flat, then there's a problem, man. There's a huge problem here that it's not going away anytime soon either. This huge problem with this bendy, spinny water thing.
Right.
Yeah, it's not going anywhere. Yeah, it's here to stay. And we'll have to keep pointing out that it's flawed. As long as you can, man. I don't expect everybody to stick it out long term, but people that can put the energy in and kick it out, do it now. There'll be a point, man, where I'm not going to be able to kick it out, and you Mongos are going to have to back me up, and I know you will. And we will just keep trying to point out the obvious. And that's what makes it funny and fun, is pointing out the obvious, that they don't know fuck all. And they have not gone out and did the homework to see too far. How far can you see, Captain? Tell me. How far can you see on the ocean? How far? Well, there is log reports in different captains' logs that say that they've seen islands 100 miles away. There were like little teeny islands, man. It wasn't like some big fucking 10,000 foot mountain on the island. No, it's kind of like just, maybe 300-400 foot. But they seen it from 100 miles away. And I was like, damn. Well, that's you can't see that far on a globe. I'm sorry, man. No. And that's the funny thing. I think they know it. And deep down, they know it. I know that.
I think Matthew deep down knows it somewhere.
Jim, you've heard my explanation of Matthew.
Yep.
He's here to help us. He's not here to hurt us. And he's doing it in his manner, which is what the Globies would say. And I've told this to his face, man, and he hasn't denied it. So he says he loves to teach. That was his answer. And I'm like, thank you. I love that you love to teach because I love to learn. And as far as mathematics goes, man, I can learn some shit from Matthew Learnings. But yeah, he's here to just, hey man, I'm just gonna help. I'm gonna slyly help you guys in the best way that I can.
Look at this thing I just put. This thing from the United Nations.
Let me take a look at that. United Nations, Office of Outer Space Affairs. I'm laughing already. Yeah, that's pretty cocky looking, bro. Access to space for all break glass ceilings and helps to turn
Crazy, huh?
reality.
Right in your face, huh? Breaking glass ceilings, dude. What?
Is that legit?
Yeah, it's legit. It's off their website. I just circled it, the glass ceiling part.
See that?
Crazy, huh?
Well,
crazy stuff on their website, bro.
The firmament, baby. The glass ceiling. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's made of ice. Some kind of ice.
I think it's made of a substance that is nothing like here on Earth. But, you know.
Well, you know how
we might know one day.
Dry ice?
Yeah.
I don't know. Just a thought. I have no proof.
You ever seen
totally speculative.
Quantum locking?
The what?
Quantum locking? Where they quantum locking with a disc?
Out of my pay grade, dude. 100%.
Well, what they do is they basically have some gold-plated discs, and they wrap them in Saran wrap, and they put them in what do you call it? Liquid nitrogen, and then they put them on top of this giant flat table that's got a track around it, and these things hover like about 2 inches above. Not hover, yes. They just, you've seen it, right?
Yeah, and they zip around the table. Yeah.
Yeah, and they can turn them whatever position they want, and they stay like that. They could even put them underneath the table and make them go.
Yeah.
So if they could put them underneath the table and have them quantum locked like that, I mean, it's not too far-fetched to think that they could have some type of track that they're using, like to make things go around. Where do you know what I'm talking about? Like on some type of like quantum locking, like how they do it on a smaller scale with things above us that could be, you know, aerosoling, whatever. I'm just saying, like, it's not, they might not be using fuel in the way that we think it's doing it for certain things that they have up there. It could be on some type of quantum locking track, you know?
Yeah. From what I understand, on the track, man, it has to be like an extremely low temperature for the magnets to react the way that they do to manipulate them.
Yeah, for sure.
Right? Yeah, I think that was one of the setbacks to the whole thing for me was like, okay, it has to be like at a like freezing temperature in order for this shit to work right, you know, which is cool. You know? I was really into like cold fusion back in the day. Cold fusion, always thought, man, that's really, whoa, that would be a great thing, man. But I don't know. I think at this point in my career, man, I'm thinking it's a fucking complete fucking hoax, man.
Bro, okay, so have you ever seen that one
they already have like they can just take the electricity out of the air, from what I understand, man.
Have you ever seen that one on ISS where they say that the door accidentally fused against the other metal, and they say that metal actually fuses itself together up there?
Did not hear that one, bro. Never.
I'm gonna have to find that one. Post it.
You gotta find that one.
Yeah, I do.
You find it. I'm gonna grab a beer.
All right.
Jake on the plane is in the house.
Jake on the plane. Oh wow.
On the plane.
Yeah, what up?
Oh, Jake. What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Jake.
Khakis.
Who are you talking to? Who are you talking to? Jake from State Farm. Okay.
Dun, 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 dun,
He sounds hideous.
So the plane of Jake is on the plane, right?
That's right.
Isn't there like a nursery rhyme or something like that?
Jack and Jill went up the hill.
Well, there's that one, dude.
Jake be nimble? No, that's Jack too.
Somebody red pilled me on that. Fuck, I can't remember the fucking.
It's the rain in Spain falls gently on the plane.
That's it. That's it, Jim. Fucking A, you nailed it. That's it. That was it.
And all we have to do is put a tune to it now. The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plane.
I bless the rain down in Spain.
Dude, we got to do a classical version of the flat Earth version of on the plane. Jake on the plane. We got to say Jake on the plane. Yeah, right.
Now, is it Jake in an airplane, or is it Jake on the plane, as in the shape of the ground he walks on?
Exactly. Jake is on the plane of the Earth, bro.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
He ain't on the plane of an airplane. No. This is, although airplanes do fly flat and level, last time I checked. Anybody's got any information different than that, please DM me or anybody on the panel. They would be happily accept your airplanes fly around the ball measurements any time of the week, man. So bring them. We're here 24/7. Bring the planes fly on a ball telemetry. It would be great. Thanks. We'll be here all week. Check it out.
Act quickly because participation in different stores may vary. Supplies are limited. Batteries not included. Void were prohibited. Each sold separately.
Airplanes always fly 3 degrees nose up. That's all. That's what they always do.
Say the rhyme again, Jim. I want to hear the whole rhyme. Say it one more time.
Oh, and now you're putting me on the spot. The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plane.
There we go. The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plane. I hope Jake on the plane is laughing. I can't hear him. You brought it up, Jake. It's all your fault, man. Come on.
No, I had a long day. Laughing. It's almost my bedtime.
All right. Thank you for bringing up the rain on the plane. Falls gently in Spain. See how they put it in our face, Jim? They just put it all in our faces, man.
Yeah, the United Nations shoves it right in our face, don't they? Every time we see their logo.
Dude, you talk about cuck world, man. Well, fuck clown world. I call it cuck world because they just cuck it up every chance they get, man. I'm sorry. It's just the way it is. And that's just the way those cucks are, man. They just love to cuck it up. And they get off on it, man. That's the only thing I can see. And they make a lot of money doing it. And they get off on it. And dude, they got islands and boats and planes and fucking whatever they want, food flown in from Africa. It doesn't matter. They can make it happen because they got that much fucking money and power, and they love that. And they just make us all, squirm around day to day.
They have the printing presses, and we don't.
That's right. They got the computer chips, and we don't. They got the computer chips and programs. We don't. To create debt from nothing. They can create debt from nothing, Jim. If I deposit the $100 into Bank of America tomorrow, how much can they borrow against that $100? Does anybody know?
I think it's whatever the fractional banking system says they can. I have no idea what the ratio is.
Well, for my research, it says that they can. So it's 100 times whatever. If I put $100, I think they can do $1,000. Is it 1,000? Yeah, I think it's up to $1,000. They get to borrow against my 100. So I put $100 in B of A tomorrow. They can go out and borrow $1,000 for my $100.
And in a year, you can get $101.50 back for your $100.
Yeah, I'm not going to get shit back for my $100 deposit. Those days are long gone, Jim. Dude, when I first opened my first bank account, I was getting like 7% interest on whatever my savings account. I was getting like 7% interest. Right? And I was like, oh, shit, this is a good deal. I like this. I was very happy with it. And, all that shit's gone, man. They got rid of all that. You could make money by putting money in your bank. That's how cool it was. That's how cool it was, Jim.
Yeah, because it's 7%. At 7% in 9 years, it would double.
But that was my first savings account I ever opened, man. 7% interest. Whatever I put in there, I makes 7% a year. Yeah. Those days are long gone, man. Damn, long gone. It went out in the mid 90s. They started getting rid of that shit. Do you remember the savings and loan scandal, Jim?
Yeah, that was the mid 80s where, the savings and loans basically went bye-bye.
From what I heard, man, it was like some Texans that maybe the Bushes, I don't know, were involved in some of that, those characters that scammed all those savings and loans, man. I don't know. That's what I heard. No substantial evidence to back that up, but it's what I heard at the time when it was, it was going down. It's like, oh shit, there's some, and he became president. Damn.
I actually was at an airport. I was at an airport in 1988. My wife and I drove down. We were in a kind of a small Midwestern town, and he was flying in. George 41 was flying in, and my wife and I went to the airport, and I stuck my hand through one line of people to shake his hand.
Yeah,
and I felt somebody shake my hand on the other side. It was like it was like, and you look back and I probably have wasted. If you start in 1980 and do the dance every 4 years and sometimes every 2 years, I probably wasted a good 4, 5, 6 months of my life on that crap.
That's not bad.
I did the dance every 4 years where I stayed up late at night, waiting for them to call the election. And I remember in 1968, I was really young. and it was a Tuesday night. So naturally, my folks, I had to get to bed for school the next day. So I stayed up to about 11, and Humphrey and Nixon hadn't been decided yet until the next morning. And then, of course, in 2000, they didn't decide it for 5 weeks. So it was like, and then in 2004, they called it for Kerry. And then they changed their mind and said, no, Bush 43.
What you talk about a psychological operation, man. Oh my goodness. That was a cuck show, man. Oh fuck. The Chads. The hanging fucking Chads. Are you kidding me? That's the name they came up with. Hanging Chads. I was like, you might as well just say you're hanging your balls out here.
And then you find out, Flat Earth dude, that if the powers to be that we never see or never vote for want somebody to win, it doesn't matter if somebody gets 80 million votes and the other person gets 20 million votes. If they want the person to win that has 20 million votes, they just report it that way. They got more votes than the guy who got 80 million, but they don't tell you that one person got 80 million, the other one got 20. They just report who they want the winner to be. Everything is rigged. Everything's been pre-selected, and it just makes me sick that I fell for it until 2020.
Yep. Here's the answer to that voting problem that we it's been debated up and down a million hours of video you could go watch of how the voting system sucks. Here's the answer to the voting problem, man. Everybody has an open vote, man. You get to see who everybody voted for, period. And if you go down the list and everybody and everybody I know check and say, make sure that your vote counted for this candidate every time, man. You could check yours. I can check you can check mine. That's called checks and balances, man. That's how the checks and balances is supposed to work, man. Is everybody's open on their vote so you can see who everybody voted for, man. It's that simple, man. It's not complicated. It's like water doesn't bend. It's not complicated, right? So if we had, this secret ballot shit, man, total cuck job, man. Fuck the secret ballot, man. I'm voting for this guy because, he wants to give our city a new park and a recreation center. Cool, man. All right. That could help. Maybe. I don't know. Anyway, voting is a complete fucking ridiculous situation the way it is now. The only solution I can see is open voting. I don't have any other.
Yeah. Well, they fooled us. They fooled us our entire life and our parents' entire life and maybe their parents' entire life of the shape of the ground we walk on. So we shouldn't be surprised that they lie the hell out of elections too.
Mm-hmm. Here's the funny thing, Jim. Back in '92, man, when Bill Clinton was running for president, I don't know. I did a little road trip through Hot Springs, Arkansas, man. Apparently that's where he's from, right?
Actually, I think he's from Hope, Arkansas, and he spent his childhood in Hope Springs.
Anyway, there are all these signs over there, man, about this guy, like Bill Clinton. There was, big banners all over the fucking city. Anyway, I mean, I had a fucking kind of a meltdown. I'm like, this guy is evil. I know it. This guy's fucked. I'm in his fucking hometown, and it didn't feel right, man. And the intuition was working, and like, this guy is not good. He's not a good guy, man. And that's the only vibe I got, man. The whole fucking political system is a bad vibe, man. Really. It really is. It's just a bad headspace.
I was 2.5 hours from Chicago, so I got to witness Barry Obama in 2004 and 2006 and 2008. So I got to witness how he actually got to be U.S. senator and then eventually elected puppet. But it's just really hilarious how he got to be elected senator in Illinois.
So I watched a video years ago, man. Probably way before I was a flat earther, and it was talking about this cat Obama and how some guy that met him when he was really young was introduced to him as, here's a future president of the United States. And that's how he was introduced. And Obama was still in college when this guy met him. And I was like, whoa, man, that's trippy. Yeah, little things come along in our
that's how planned it is, dude.
What was that?
That's how planned out it is.
Yeah, it's super planned out. That's the point. Yeah, exactly. It's 100% planned out. This stuff's so planned in advance. It's Tavistocked. It's fucking every kind of organization you can think of has been working at this. And it is without COVID-19, we wouldn't have been able to see it as immensely obvious to what the hell's going on.
I disagree a little bit, Flat Earth dude. I would say it makes the one world system more obvious, though.
I mean, they have to come out straight out in everybody's face, man, and show them their cards. They have to show their cards. I think that's part of the deal. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, part of their philosophy is to let the cattle know what's happening in one way or another.
Right. Yeah, just let everybody know. Here it is. It's in your face. If you don't see it, you're a fucking Mongo. And move along. I mean,
it's usually, in supposed fantasy films, or it's in the fiction. They put the truth in the fiction.
Yeah,
they lie on the news, so it's inverted.
Well, it is inverted. Everything's inverted.
That's the way the devil works.
The upside down, backwards, man.
Yeah. Even our language, potentially.
Right?
Backwards.
Yep. So,
now, men can breastfeed and have babies, and we're all supposed to just go, oh, yeah, that's right.
But yeah, even the syllables we use and the inflections of our English language, we're contributing to their creation, It's like, fuck.
We all cooperate.
Yeah, it's like these cuck motherfuckers. Anyway, I have to
They got it all figured out, man.
I can say a word like I could say a word like motherfucker, and you guys know what I mean, because I'm pissed off. This guy's
a word like that isn't even close to being bad enough for these people.
It isn't even close. You're right, man. But that's all I can do, man. I mean, I can't go out and I'm not going to chop heads off and fucking guillotine people.
They've got you, so you can't do shit.
I'm not going to do that. But all I can do is tell them to fuck off, and you guys suck, and I see through your bullshit, and you're all cucks, and fuck off. And that's all you can do, boys and girls, man.
You got 100 million people doing that. We're good to go.
Exactly. Right. Exactly. I'll get a bunch of people just thinking the same thing, man. Like, oh, no, you're wrong.
Use your sanitizer, cuck.
Well, now when they come back with these new mandates and all that, we definitely have to say, you know what? Fuck off. You know, we fell for this bullshit once.
That's all we can do, man. I mean, we can. You know, I got cross.
Don't cooperate.
Bow and arrows, but I'm not going to.
Masks, no lockdowns. Just.
But yeah, we can.
Horse shit.
Tell them to fuck off. Fuck. I mean, it's so bad.
Just laugh in their face every time they try to tell us something.
And that's it, man. That's our strength. That's one of our strengths, man. We actually get to break down their bullshit and tell them to, like, dude, you're not even close to the target, man. You're like 10 feet off the board, man. You're not even close.
I can't wait for this next phase. There's no way they're going to be able to bring back diapers and juice and all this kind of shit. Good luck.
Oh, yes, we are.
Hey, Storm, dude. Yeah, we're gonna be.
I mean,
I'm gonna look at it and be like, "You're fucking crazy."
I know, but look, they could actually release something actually deadly anytime they want to. So don't forget that. You know, if you're not scared enough of what they have, just go ahead and hit you with something real.
Those pussies won't do it.
I want to get hit with something real, man. And I got hit with something real this morning, man. Have you guys ever had to deal with a human being that you know that has gone through what they call hospice care?
No, I haven't.
Is that any of you guys?
That's the end of life care.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Captain Dan.
Captain Dan's here.
Speaking of Captain Dan, you guys see
I am
Captain
Mickey.
Caveman. Captain Caveman's got that sick he's got one of the best avatar picture things.
Avatar picture
I
thing.
know Caveman. Dude, Caveman and I go way back, man. Captain Caveman. At least 2017, man. I was dealing with Captain Caveman.
You know what I'm talking about, Flat Earth Dude?
Yeah, dude,
his picture is like it's a globe, but it's zoomed in on some clouds, and the clouds look just like a face, like a really creepy looking face. That's cool. Anyway,
so yeah, we got cuck tricked into a lot of shit, boys and girls, man. I mean, I'm not spreading any brand new information here. I promise you.
Goodness.
Nice.
Where did that come from?
That was ace, man. Good timing.
Captain Caveman.
That's funny. So I think we're good through a summer. So I want you guys to enjoy your summer. I am a person of the belief that summer is to be celebrated.
Well, even the elite will go ahead and take their summer vacations and then come back and hit us with something in the fall.
Oh, wait. Yeah, you just wait, Captain. Yeah, right after summer, man. I think something really stupid's coming. I'll say that, man. But
CNN,
I think we're
CNN
good.
told us. CNN Don Lemon. I'm sorry to interrupt. CNN Don Lemon told us last night that they're worried about rolling blackouts for this summer, and whatever CNN predicts usually comes true. So basically, they're gonna blame cyber attacks from Russia for blacking out parts of the country, parts of the world in the middle of the summer, where 88% of the people live in the northern latitude. So I would like to think that we have till fall, till we have Labor Day, but I have a feeling they're going to heat us up big time this summer with no air conditioning and no TV and no telephone.
Hey, you will go crazy.
CNN kind of told us last night.
Nah, they're not going to cut the internet off, man. It's too good a tool for
Flat
them.
Earth Dude's house is the California meetup zone.
Yes, it is. Guaranteed. Hell yeah.
I went through about 3-4 hours. I was in the middle of the summer.
He's on the 33rd parallel?
It was hot as fuck.
I'm on the 32nd parallel. Come on.
All of a sudden, the fans shut off, and there was no power. And I go, okay, I'm going to go up to the corner and go to the Circle K because it's got nice air conditioning. I went up there; it was closed because there was no power.
No power.
And I sat down, just feeling like, holy shit, I am so vulnerable. Without power, I feel like I want to die right now. I mean, there's no relief. I mean, there's no distraction.
Have you ever seen Dances with Wolves?
Yeah.
They didn't have any power.
Yeah, but I mean, he wasn't, just sitting there frying in a desert,
Are you in a desert?
So are we saying that no matter what, we meet at Flat Earth Dude's house on July 10th, no matter what?
Well, I think you might be at
he's got
Helio's
generators.
So Flat Earth Dude will have the generators. We just got to get to his place by July 10th, no matter what's going on.
I'm going to Battle Mod's house.
Yeah.
I just saw that Beavis and Butthead are doing a movie about going into outer space this summer.
Yeah, I got to hit the teens with that degeneracy in the cartoons.
Yeah, we're going into outer space, me and Butthead.
Yeah, I'm guilty, folks. I watch CNN just to see what the enemy is planning for us in 3 to 6 months or a year out.
Jim,
your gut hurts from laughter.
It's
Jim,
hard to watch, isn't it?
Jim, you watch CNN? No, I'm kidding.
I watch the Comedy News Network, often just to see what they're planning.
Comedy Network. You gotta watch the Comedy Nitro Network, CNN. Comedy.
I call him the Slayer, Jim the Slayer. He's a Flat Earth warrior, man. He's like the Braveheart of Flat Earth.
Yes, you are the brave heart of Flat Earth.
Freedom.
Hey, did William Wallace actually live? I don't know. Is he a figment of Scotland's imagination?
Yeah.
Hey, man, my question was: did Plato dig on going on Discord? That's my question. Would Plato have loved Discord? Yes or no?
Plato, the Greek philosopher?
Yes, the philosopher, yes.
Thou sayest a sphere. Have you no brain at all?
Imagine those cucks on Discord. It would have been great. It would have been great.
That's what, back then you go down to the town square and the wise people sit around and philosophize about what's going on.
Captain, isn't PhD a doctorate of philosophy? Isn't that what PhD stands for?
No, that's a good question. I'm not real sure now.
Just Liz said it's pretty huge dick.
Pretty huge dick.
Yeah. I like that. That's even better. PhD.
Yeah, what does PhD actually stand for?
It's a philosopher. It's for philosophy, man. Philosophy is what we do here 24/7, 365, man.
PhD, philosophy degree. There you go.
Even more than Flat Earth, I think we talk about philosophy more on this channel than...
It's sort of, the whole cosmology discussion gets philosophical because...
If you think about it, that's all anyone's ever has talked about.
It gets super philosophical. it gets to the point where they can't prove fucking the moon exists with dust on it. They don't have fuck.
No.
They don't have nothing, man. They think they got figured out millions of planets, billions and trillions and fucking zillions miles away. They ain't got fuck all, man. They ain't got shit, man. That's what I'm saying. And they think I saw dirt on a planet. It was only like 12 light years away. Like, what? Yeah. No, you ain't got it.
NASA has just discovered another inhabitable planet just like Earth. It's 18 trillion light years away, and we hope to go there by 2030.
Might as well be 18 trillion light years. It's the same number, man. It doesn't matter, man. It's like a billion, trillion, gazillion. Yeah. Fuck off. You know, it gets to the point where it's like
meant to overwhelm you. You know,
exactly. That's why they call it astronomical numbers. Because they're astronomically impossible. You fucking mongos. So yeah.
You can't argue with our math. They always show the guy in front of a chalkboard with this equation that fills up the entire chalkboard, you know. And that intimidates people not to argue with them. Like, oh my God, they know that kind of math. I mean, they must be geniuses.
It's an intimidation bullshit factor that I'll even come out to Matthew Learns and say, hey man, dude, you know it's just an equation, right?
I know.
And what he'll say is,
you can't prove gravity. You know, you can't find one object pulling another object anywhere on the Earth, but this math equation proves it.
Hey, Dan, when I don't know, I started waking up, I'm like 2012, 13, man. I was out at this job site, man, with this guy named Eric, man. He was knocking me in the head with gravity, bro. He's like, dude, if gravity was real, man, I mean, like, you know, the butterfly wouldn't land on your car,
He was philosophizing.
He was starting to like, it was like, that was my initial, like, really super waking up. I'm like, oh, fuck, man. Yeah, gravity.
I convinced you there was no gravity?
What the hell's this gravity? Yeah, what the fuck is gravity? And I started thinking about it. It's like 2012. That's when the Mayan calendar was supposed to, like, fucking end. And
World was supposed to end.
And then 2012 was a big year for the Mayan calendar, right?
Yeah, I was looking out for Nibiru.
Yeah, and there was a bunch of kooks out there going, Nibiru's gonna like show its, like, I don't know, man.
I mean,
people still think it is. It's coming next week. You're gonna see its fiery
every 3,600 years. It comes around, you know. It's on this big elliptical
pole shift. It's
pole shift. That was another one.
The whole
See,
thing
we here on Flat Earth, we could finally go, you know what, forget pole shift. There are no poles. So we're not worried about that.
Yeah.
Well, they have pole shifts and they have light shifts, man. They have light shifts this is their evidence for things that are coming closer to Earth and things that are expanding away from Earth. We have a red light or it's a blue light, and I can guarantee you that light, whatever direction it's going, I know what color it is. Guaranteed. What?
I've never seen anything hit the Earth my whole life.
Oh, that's it, Dan. Those cocks, man, they came up with this red shit, bullshit, blue shit, whatever shit it is. It's like, yeah, well, we can observe this on Earth, therefore it's true all the way out there 20 trillion miles away. I guarantee it. Yeah. I can guarantee you that the light shift of that object is 20 trillion miles away.
They can tell by the color of, it's shift red. That means it's X amount of trillion light years. I mean, it's just horseshit, complete horseshit.
And I would go into a university right now and go, fuck off, professor. There ain't no fucking blue shift, light shift. Fuck off.
Yeah, they're pretty good at talking all that
There might be
nonsense.
something, colors might shift a little bit, but it doesn't mean anything they're saying.
Right. They just make up, oh, it's going away or it's coming closer to us. That's the blue shit, red shift, light shit.
Have you heard theoretical astrophysicists talk about stuff?
Yes.
It's just pure nonsense. You might as well be on like LSD and just say whatever nonsense you can.
That's all it is.
If the molecule of your brain doesn't equate to the molecule of the
That's right, he
atom
did admit it.
inside your molecular structure of the outer verse of the quantum eraser element, then it doesn't.
Yeah, you could actually learn to talk in a fashion that sounds like you know a ton of shit, but just, it could be just word salad.
It is word salad, man. It's cucky word salad, man. I'm going to call it. It's so bad. I could make up shit all night long. That says the quantum mechanics of the molecular structure of the inner side of the outer side of the upside down, backwards, tripping quantum
The quantum phenomenon of the shifting radiation causes the electrons to invert, and therefore,
Yeah, I can make that shit up all night long. And
by the way,
I gotten Matthew Learns to laugh at some of my stupid equations sometimes, man.
Have you guys heard DMOC getting into subatomic particles lately? He's been hitting it hard every day. It's so good.
Oh shit!
I love it, man.
DeMoc's my brother, man. Him and I go way back, man.
He's triggering people so bad. Oh, it's great.
So good, man.
Love it.
Yeah, he has his. DeMoc has this beautiful place in this flat Earth, man, and he's not taking this shit, man. He's like me, man. I'm not gonna take it laying down, man. I'm gonna take it on. Say no. Listen, Mongo. Let's you and I go out there and measure it ourselves, bro. Come on, let's go.
Oh, that Mitchell Kako said something like, I don't know anybody in my field that uses empirical science. Just it's non-existent. Because we throw out stuff that's like off to the 1 in 100 zeros after it. That much wrong. I don't know how he said
He's
it.
saying it with so much confidence. Oh man!
He's just saying, "Hey, our field is total horse shit. We're pulling it out of our ass." I think he even said they're, flying by the seat of their pants or something like that. See, he's got some conscience about him. Like he doesn't want to, live his entire life lying to people. So he just goes ahead and tells you, yes, this theoretical science isn't even science.
That's right. Yeah, he can't lie to everybody his whole life, man. He has to drop it.
It's like when Bill Nye says, listen, I want everybody to understand something. The Earth is a closed system. Nobody's... and you're like, what? He's actually telling the truth?
Dan, here's the argument from the Globers on that. When he said that, he was talking the question was asked to him, why don't we take all of our trash to space?
Yeah, that's a good question.
That was the question. And that's what he answered. So the Globers' response to that question is that it's a ridiculous question in the first place. And of course, it's a closed system for the trash.
For the trash. But of course, flying saucers can come in and out all the time. That's no problem. But
that was the response from the Globers on that one, man. And I just laughed. I went, well,
closed system for the trash?
For the trash.
I mean, if there really was an outer space sending our garbage out there would be a good idea.
Right. Why don't we just send our garbage to space? Well, it's a closed system. We can't do that.
Yeah, we can't, leave the Earth. Oops, what did I just say? Sorry, NASA.
And they're saying, I don't get how that connects to the trash. What?
So the Globers will say, man, well, you have to listen to the whole question because it's just ridiculous to send our trash to space because, it's expensive to send things to space. And yeah, of course, answer it that way and say, dude, it's a closed system. We're not sending our trash to space.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that that quote was in answering to a question about trash, because he got all serious and he goes, I want you to listen real careful to what I'm going to tell you. Like, he prefaced it like, listen to me, I'm going to tell you something serious right now. Right?
Yep, you're right. And I don't know, I would suggest, as a
no one's paying attention.
Flatter fact checker, sometimes I am. Just check it out and say, hey, man, what was the entire question? What was the quote? And, the Globers brought up an interesting point, and I could say, okay, well, that was interesting.
It's just like with Buzz Aldrin when he says,
well, we can get the Buzz.
We never went there, so that's probably why we haven't gone back.
Yeah.
Yeah, is there any other meaning to that one?
So the answer to the Globers would say on that one with Buzz Aldrin saying, we went to it was just like,
he didn't mean we never went to the moon, of course. He meant something else.
A little simple 7th grader, asking a question. Of course he would answer.
I think he's getting old and he knows he's going to face God. And he doesn't want to lie every single day of his life till he's dead. And this little girl asked an innocent question, and he just sort of, had
he had an epiphany, man.
Moment.
I call it an epiphany. He had a piff.
He's like, well, I think I know the answer to this because we didn't go there. That's the way it happened. And on another video clip, I think it was Conan or somebody's talking to him, and he goes, oh yeah, I saw you guys land on the moon on TV. And he goes, no, you didn't.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. It was animation. It was fuck off. Oh.
Yeah, guys, that is really putting it in your face. Oh, yeah.
Super face plant.
Oh man,
super face plant.
I think Buzz Aldrin has been the most willing to just pimp this thing forever. And now that he's getting old and senile, he starts to think, maybe I should tell the truth with my life.
I'm with you, Dan. I agree with that, man. He has, to carry that guilt and
the biggest fucking lie in the world, I went to the moon. Yeah, I landed on the moon, walked around on the moon.
And that was the beginning of, some manipulation of the media. And for him to, go through all that in 69 and 70s. And
that first press conference, they really were in a shit mood. Here they just came back from the successful mission to the moon. They're the biggest rock stars in the world. They've just accomplished, the greatest thing ever. And they're just looking down at the floor and,
And, okay, I went to the moon, came back. I would have been like, hey, Jimmy in the control room, bro. Those data points that you gave me, those calculations were so sweet, bro. Kick ass, man. Hey, Jenny, you guys crunched those numbers. Thank you. That's the greatest thing I would have been very specific about some information of the people that helped me get there, bro.
They didn't want to mention any names. These are all criminals because
Him out like, hey man, thank you, Jim77, bro. You fucking parked that fucking telemetry, bro. Thank you.
Oh, I know. If it was real, they would have been doing that. They would have been high fiving.
Yeah, they would have been doing
We went to the moon, and then when they asked them a question, they'd be like,
"The Patriots are going to the Super Bowl again. Shut up and go sit down on the couch."
I mean, the guy asked Neil Armstrong about, if he could see the stars due to the glare of the sun or something like that, and he's like, "Well, I don't recall seeing any stars." He can't remember. He just moon like 2 days ago, but he can't remember if he saw any stars or not.
I don't remember seeing any.
Yeah.
I love those pictures.
That's the other guy leaned over and goes, "Hey,
sky
from me on the stars. We didn't see no stars. You get it?" Because they knew all the pictures had 0 stars.
I forgot.
I don't remember seeing any.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you wouldn't see stars real bright or nothing out in outer space. No.
You could see the gut wrenching in Neil Armstrong at that point.
No.
I don't know if you guys noticed that, but I was like, you watch him and he's like,
I mean, they threw these guys a ticker tape parade.
Did you just say this shit?
They're going to be, treated like the greatest heroes ever for, and what, you faked it? Now you got to just be this big bullshit thing your whole life?
Yep. That's the arrangement that those cucks make, man. And I've never been willing to make those contracts, man. I'm not doing that, man. I want to ride my own contract, and the contract is.
You don't want $1 billion?
Nope. Don't want it. I don't want your billion.
Listen, I'm going to give you $1 billion, okay? All you got to do is just go on these TV shows and just act like I went to the goddamn moon. Is that so tough?
I hope you guys do the same, man. I feel like I'm worth billions of dollars because of what I know and the way that I can look at the world now.
Oh, yeah.
I think that's worth billions of dollars. I do.
Just to know truth.
Yes. To know the truth, to look at the reality of what we live in and understand it to the best that we can, man. I mean, I don't have
having your integrity is worth $1 billion.
It's an integrity. It's a place of
careful
peacefulness. I think it's a peacefulness.
Illuminati are going to study you, man.
But to look at the beautiful place that we live, the creation that we live in, and know that you are like right in this bad boy, man. It's a beautiful place, man. And it is a big bad boy, man.
The last meme that Stormfire just posted is really terrific.
Isn't it great?
It says, "This is not possible with this."
That's right.
Those star trails, that's real photography that we can test and look at. This other thing is their bullshit model.
Exactly.
Insanity.
Right on, Captain. Dude, I'm drinking.
That is such a good contrast right there.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hey, listen, nothing's possible with that sun shooting through the universe forever at 666 million miles an hour, and all these Earth is keeping up with it, and all the solar system's keeping up with it, the moon's keeping up with it. We couldn't shoot a rocket off nothing if we were traveling that much.
Dude, you couldn't
function whatsoever.
Yeah.
You just burn up, I mean, the ridiculous speeds they claim is just too much.
I mean, all that stuff is all Hollywood. Burning up, freezing, eyes popping out, you name it.
Yeah, I know. Who could get anything done if all that was going on?
Well,
Hollywood's an important cog in the system, man. It really work magic.
Hey, man, when we bring up the point that the movie Gravity was filmed on
it's so good. I love that.
on a green screen, right? And she's hanging from harnesses, and then we show that side by side with these cocks in the space station. It's pretty funny, man. It's
Well, so
that's pretty funny.
William Shatner said it. Science fiction's all the same fucking thing. He knows.
He knows.
The science is just bad actors, on a set somewhere, being directed and making movies.
Well, there are people that are motivated by money, and
I mean, I might have got sucked into something like that too. If,
I was, trying to achieve.
Because, they're like, hey, we're NASA. We're the government. You're going to be rich. Everything's going to be wonderful. Your wife's going to be happy. You're going to go buy a new mansion. And who wouldn't like, yeah, I guess so. I'll sign up for that,
These brain dead people will come in here. I think I heard it today. It was talking about Nazis and someone, I can't remember who it was, but they were totally brain dead. Couldn't see the connection at all. Like how strange it would be to have Nazis running your rocket programs and this kind of thing. That's
insane, exactly what we got.
Hey, is it Gospel Bear?
Huh?
Gospel Bear. You guys know him, right?
I hear him talk in the morning all the time. Yeah.
In the morning, right?
Yeah.
Well, he's got a little thing coming up here in August with an astronaut.
He's been talking about it a little bit, yeah.
We're talking about it a little bit, right? And I I've been listening. I'm like, oh my goodness, what a cool opportunity to talk to an astronaut. I had the opportunity to drive an astronaut from the airport to a hotel, and I got to talking to him. And I asked him one question about the moon landing. And my question was, did it really take 500,000 people to put a man on the moon?
Oh, good Lord. Is that really what they say?
That was and good dude, this is way before I was a fucking flat earther, man. This was like over a decade and a half. This is back in 2000, the year 2000. So it was 22 years ago. I asked him that, I heard that it took 500,000 people. And my explanation to him was like, there was a guy that made a screw that made he didn't know anything about the fucking moon landing or anything. Just made the fucking screws, that went in.
Compartmentalized.
Yeah, it was totally compartmentalized. That's what we call it now. But his name is Bernard Harris. You can look him up, man. I picked this guy up from the airport and drove him to the hotel. And that was the question I asked him. And somehow the conversation got switched a little bit into diabetes. My wife is diabetic. And I'm a newlywed, and he knew a shitload about diabetes. Man, this guy fucking knew way more than I knew for sure about diabetes. And we just drifted into this conversation about diabetes. And the next day, man, he was giving a presentation at this hotel that I was helping put together this event. Anyway, he started talking about diabetes during the presentation, and it totally tripped me out, man. I was like, fuck, man. This guy took our conversation and put it into his presentation, but it had nothing to do with fucking, outer space, man. He brought it.
You say this guy was an astronaut?
He was an astronaut. Yeah. He was one of the first black astronauts.
Astronaut.
He's a black astronaut. His name's Bernard Harris. You can look him up. do not
I think
believe
I seen him in some picture, like the
Bernard Harris. He was on like STS. Fuck, I can't remember the number. It was a space shuttle mission.
Space shuttle. Very suspicious.
Yeah, it was an interesting, but from me just asking him, I go, dude, man, I know you get a lot of fucking space ass questions, but the only one I got, man, did it really take 500,000 people to put a man on the moon? Really? 500,000 people. That was the number.
It's an absolute joke. How many employees are there in like a really large company? Come on.
500,000 people were involved in the moon landings, okay?
Is there even 500,000 Walmart employees?
Yeah, I think they have more than that. I do. Yeah. Yeah, there's more than... I think there's like 1 million Walmart employees. I don't know. That's my guess. 1 million?
Probably a decent guess, but this is saying 2.3 million.
But just, 500,000 people.
But either way, I mean, they're running stores everywhere. I mean, you're talking like one rocket or whatever. I mean, where are you going to put these people?
No, I mean...
No, they're contractors,
They're all contractors, right?
Team over here to design some special titanium screws and...
Right, yeah. Spacesuit. They had the spacesuit sewing team.
Yeah, spacesuit team.
Fucking spacesuits. And it was like a group of 12 women that knew really how to sew.
So you could have teams of 12 for like 50 different things. Hundreds of different things. And you're not going to get to 500,000 employees.
That was the number.
We're getting that number. Somebody Google it.
1,000 people participated in the moon landings, man. That was the number I heard. I asked Bernard Harris, "Hey, man, is that the number?" And he's like, "Yeah, I think it was like around that." And that. Yeah, because you got to think about it. And they were making computers. They were making satellite imaging cameras. Fuck it, there was all kinds of people involved in
I know it's quite a
trying to. It's like a work program, man. They figure, it's like
they give these people like fake jobs, and then
exactly.
They don't realize that nobody's actually going to, it's going to be a big hoax at the end. But they just buy into it.
Dude, Dan, they don't know that, man. They're just going to work every day, trying to engineer something that might be vacuum proof.
Gary, heard that guy talk about the Hubble? It was this guy that worked for like the Hubble telescope.
Oh, I heard a guy called this dude up and grilled him for answers about that, and he was starting to say that it was just some airplane flying around or something.
He didn't even know. He didn't even know anything after like 20 years. Never even seen it or anything. Never.
You're talking about the Robert Bassano interview with the guy that was the Hubble.
He called a bunch of space places and he finally got an answer.
He was the Hubble Space Telescope director for like 20 years or something.
Right. Yeah. It's a hilarious conversation.
And Bassano's asking him like, "Have you ever seen it live?" No. Like, what? He goes, dude, even like the simplest remote controlled vehicles have a camera on them to know,
Look, if we actually had a Hubble, telescope, it could do all that crap, we would at least have a shot of the Earth, from that thing, if it existed, right?
It's so true. Yeah.
At least you'd have a shot of the telescope in case it had some solar panel damage or something, You would have a camera on the fucking telescope looking at the telescope.
Well, that's what they do show you. They show you it out there in space, and you're going, well, who took a picture of the damn thing?
Well, and the guy that runs the fucking program says, no, we don't have any cameras on the looking at the telescope itself. No,
Yeah.
we don't have those.
We didn't think of that.
Those are missing.
Only like a, $87 trillion piece of equipment, but we didn't, think about putting cameras to see what's going on the outside or anything.
The greatest part of that interview was it was actually a different interview. It was the Sophia 747 telescope that fits on the back of the 747. He got a hold of the guy that run that program.
I think that's what I heard this conversation. It was a real technical conversation, but
super technical, right? Yeah. Deep stuff, talking about, and Robert Bassano kind of nailed him and said, hey, man, I noticed that the picture you took on the Sophia was the exact same picture of the Hubble telescope. How do you explain? And it was like, you could hear a fucking boulder drop. It was like the fucking bomb when you could hear the guy going, oh, really? Yeah. He just happened to find that the Hubble telescope in outer space took the exact same picture as the telescope in the 747 called Sophia. And by the way, the telescope that's in the Sophia is the exact same specifications as the Hubble. Exact. To the T, to the micro fucking meter, lensing fucking every little bit of the telescope that's on the Sophia.
But they're not taking pictures of anything.
Same as the Hubble. What's the chances of that happening? What's the chance?
All they do is they say, oh, here's something from the Hubble, and it's just CGI off a computer, a space ball with all these amazing colors. And, that's all. Just they have the biggest art department in the world at NASA.
Yep. So, anyway, it's I find those things the most interesting. And Robert Bassano, man, calling up these guys that were in the program, man. Damn.
There's a guy, Hill. This guy used to make calls regarding, the official story of 9/11. He would call up aviation experts and ask them if it's possible to fly a plane at a certain speed at a certain height, and they're like, no way, and just he got them to say that there's no possible way that what we were told is true, by just catching experts, sort of out of the blue and popping questions to them. And, these guys didn't care about, they're not trying to cover up anything. They're just telling the truth about how things work.
How airplanes fly.
Yeah.
How engineers.
I think the guy's name was, he was like Canadian. He'd be all polite about it, And I'm sure a lot of that's scrubbed from the internet. There used to be so much good information.
Well, I think that's how they set it up, Dan. They had to have, some people wake up to this, man. They had to have a certain amount of us.
Well, they did it sloppy enough so that anybody with half a brain would start asking questions.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, oh, let me just ask the questions. You can't come to that conclusion, man. Yeah, you're
like when the nose out, I call it the nose out, right?
Mm-hmm.
What the plane pierces the building, and then the intact nose pops out the other side, and then fade to black. You know,
fade to black.
The whole broadcast just turns to black on every network. You know, and then they added to the footage. They added smoke balls flying out, more like or a flame coming out of it, like disguise it as something besides the fake nose of a plane.
Fireworks show. Yeah.
But, it works. If you fool, 80% of the people, it don't matter. 20% totally know it's fake.
Well,
you just call them conspiracy nut jobs and they're discredited.
Well, certainly they've done that with flat earthers, man. 100%. I mean, if you type in the word flat earth on YouTube, there's a banner
that's bad
that comes up on everything that you click on. And it says that the flat earth,
hundreds and hundreds of videos, scrolling through them,
completely archaic, right?
Yeah. This is a disproven, crazy, nutty thing people say.
And you are a cock if you believe this bullshit flat earth thing, man. That's what they're saying, man.
They want to hide it so bad.
Ass for believing in flat earth, you dumbass. Don't click on this video that says the space station is a hoax. Yeah, thanks, you fucks. Yeah. They put that on every single flat earth search in the world. On YouTube, you will get the fucking banner. I guarantee it.
Yeah, they're trying to help you out. Now I know you've looked this up, but here's what don't even bother. Just read this.
Don't bother. You're an idiot. Those people were idiots.
Base religion. You can't even see it.
It's a religion.
Know you're in it.
Can't even see it. That's right, brother. They can't even fucking see their own religion, man. I hit somebody with that today, man. I'm like,
it's so intense, man. How it works.
I'm like, dude, Big Bang is a religion, bro.
Yeah.
You want me to explain that to you?
You got priests. You got laws, rules.
You got rules.
You got it all, man.
You got beliefs, bro. Beliefs. That's the key of all things, man, is beliefs.
You got tons of books, right? It's documented everywhere. Books and books of all this shit.
But I got beliefs.
Scrolls,
I got beliefs. I believe I can fly. Yeah.
And then you got multiple gods like gravity and
oh my god,
gravity or whatever it is.
Gravity god. Gravity.
Black holes.
I hope you guys are laughing.
I think the heliocentric nonsense god is black holes and gravity.
Yes, of course. They have pictures of black holes and gravity. Now, they have pictures of both. And trust me, we've gone to science and proved it through our religious doctrine.
You see, I trust science.
I trust science. Oh my god! See those posters?
It's like, oh well.
See those posters?
I think we know it's a religion now.
Those cocks are so desperate. They're putting out posters that say, "I trust science."
Yeah.
Oh, I hope you cucks have seen those posters, man. Fuck.
Yeah. I mean,
it's ridiculous, man.
I have a feeling that these are the people who they don't believe in God, so they go to the news networks and the authorities for their truth, and they have to put their trust somewhere. So they trust the science.
Yep. the science gets you a computer and a satellite, well, a fake one, and a quantum mechanics, and what else is crazy? Airplanes flying all around the world. Science. Globe.
I knew after 9/11 that if they got away with that bullshit, the sky's the limit. You know, we should have not let them get away with that.
Well, what's next? 2030, right? Is that the next? They have till then to do whatever they're gonna do.
Well, that's their timeline. They'll have everything ruined, and all of us poor are dead by then.
Well, I guess you got to make what you think wealth is count.
I would just like to see somebody get, held accountable for these crimes against humanity.
Hey, this
Nuremberg trials by now on these people.
Nuremberg 2.0. That was
It's all the. Unfortunately, it's all the same system, and it's hijacked now. So
yeah, there's no good guys running around trying to, keep anybody accountable. I mean,
hey, we are the good guys trying to make somebody accountable.
Even if there are, they probably see. They probably see it as like a giant monster that can't be defeated. Yep. They're like, oh wow, I'm just gonna do my job, get my 300,000, and drive my Jaguar.
David and Goliath. Yep.
You know what I mean? They're out there. Even in the politics, even though there's, that's got to be a scary place. I would never go there. Plus, there's always, I guarantee there's always some like vigilante truther that digs in and what's it called? Not invade. What's the word? If you're like a spy, infiltrate, man. I bet there's some super vigilante truthers out there that are like going hard on like acting like they're part of the cog, they're part of the system, they're one of the cogs.
Yeah, and they'll get
make it to the 33 and all that kind of stuff.
Yep, but the problem is they don't have the beautiful reality of truth behind them, man. They just have lies and deceptions behind them, and that's the advantage that we have, man. We're on
so good, yeah.
We're on the way, way, way better side of reality than the people that have to lie. Man, the burden that they have to carry is so heavy, bro.
It's all so simple. I mean, no one's even ever detected any kind of spin or movement or anything. Yet all that stuff is moving up there. It's so simple. Think about it, people.
I mean, we should be able to take these people to court like NASA and say, you know what, we have looked into this and here's our mountain of evidence, and we're saying you guys are frauds. You've never been anywhere, and we want to sue you for all the money you took and get it in court and try to figure this shit out.
Well, the court system is corrupt.
Exactly. It's like a casino.
Dude, there's not one single government institution that's not corrupt.
Oh, man.
I know. That's why.
Not one.
Now
They're all corrupt, man. So once you get your head around that, man, life's much easier, man. You just go, oh, yep.
I'm just lamenting the fact that we can't get any justice anymore.
Oh my God, the Postal Service is corrupt. Yeah, I love the United States Postal Service. It served me well over decades, man.
I got no problems with the Postal Service.
I don't either. I don't.
Slap a 25-cent stamp, they'll take it anywhere.
To fucking take that shit, man. I've used it. It's a fact.
See, that's something the government does, and with all its problems, at least it's functioning and doing something for us, and it's
So in 1992, man, I had a discussion with a friend of mine, man. And it said, "Hey, man, the Postal Service is the only motherfucking government institution that makes a profit." That was it. In 1992, they still made a fucking profit. They had like $100 billion in their like retirement fund at that time, and they fucking some cuck politician raided their fucking little piggy bank. Said they got too much money. I can't remember exactly, but it was like in the 90s that they raided the fucking Postal Service.
They'll figure out a way to steal your. That's right.
They raided their fucking. They had like billions of dollars, and they're like, "Oh, the Postal Service is dead. Fuck them." Email, yeah. No, dude. The Postal Service it was the only American government agency that I really enjoyed and used. The rest of them could fuck off, man. That's the only one, man. The Postal Service was kick ass. It still is, man. As far as I know. It could be wrong.
That's
they might check your boxes and stuff, but pretty kick-ass still, I guess.
Dude, I
think about the justice system.
Dude, I ship it to fucking, England. The shit got there, man. I couldn't believe it, man. I was like, fuck.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Postal Service. Thank you. But the rest of the government is completely, it's been hijacked. Dude, you're paying $1,000 for a hammer? What?
Yeah, I know. I just
where the fuck is that money going? Fuck off. How much? You're paying $65 million
for a go-kart
to the fucking NASA cucks? What?
Every single day.
$65 million a fucking day.
So every couple of months they go, "Oh, NASA's found new nebulas, 20 million miles away."
That it orbits Uranus and it pokes you in the cuckoo outside of the vector of the imaginary cuckoo that penetrates the outer spectrum of the.
I'd love to be at meetings where they come up with this garbage.
It just becomes like,
too good.
Are you fucking kidding me?
This colorful thing, this is the so-and-so nebula,
right.
Looking at it going,
the nebula of the vagina that penetrates the penis thing.
Meanwhile, we got a million fucking problems on Earth that we need to needs attention.
A million problems here, but we got
can fix every problem with all this money that's thrown away.
Yeah, fuck off with your Vagina Nebula.
This whole planet should be a utopia by now with all the money they throw away.
Dicks, man.
Free medical for everybody, free education. I mean,
it would be so amazing.
Look at Biden. He gives, how many $1 billion to support the war in Ukraine? I mean,
whatever.
I mean, we must be so far in debt by now. It's completely ridiculous.
I want you guys to understand something, and I laid this on a friend of mine today, man, is the fact that United States of America is still paying interest debt on World War I.
Yeah. I think we've been broke ever since.
You guys can check me on this shit, but we are still paying.
All the income tax they collect goes just to pay the interest on this debt we have.
It's 103 years ago was World War I, and they're still paying that fucking interest.
I mean, we shouldn't have even gotten involved in fucking World War I. It was none of our business. We should have just minded our own fucking business and just.
You know what?
Have yourself a war.
How it works.
That's not how it works, man. That's not how the system works. Exactly. No.
Oh, an archduke got assassinated. Let's just flip out and send millions of people to die.
Archduke, he got his head blown off, and his wife. Let's start a world war. That sounds good. Okay.
That's why when World War II came around, America's like, you know what? No, thank you. We're not interested. And it went on for a few years, and FDR was pressured to get America in, so he taunted and barricaded and did all this crap to Japan until they finally flipped out and attacked. And then he got word they were coming to attack, so he just had to stand down, let them blow up Pearl Harbor. And then, of course,
stand down.
They've attacked us. Everybody joins the army and goes nuts. It works every time.
What was fascinating about World War I is it started in 1914, and the USA didn't send troops over until 1918.
That's right.
Until they went, and all the troops had to go through Riley, Kansas, and Frederick Gates and get something before they went over to Europe, because it was our first time we sent people overseas, and whatever they got when they went through Riley, Kansas, got them a little bit, not feeling so good, and
so good.
And then that happened over in Europe, and the rest is history. So 9 million people supposedly died. 9 million people died in World War I in the fighting, but depending on who you believe, 20 to 50 to 70 million people died of the Spanish flu.
The Coco 18.
Where are we?
Where are we? That's the great question, man.
Oh, man.
Where are we? I told a guy today, man, I'm like, dude, we are the center of the universe.
Yep.
This is it, bro.
This is it.
It's a sweet place, bro. We got palm trees and oceans and rivers, and
these maniacs are just spraying toxins on it every day forever.
Oh, man.
Wow.
So nuts.
They're killing insects and animals and us, and I mean, they just never stop trying to destroy this place. We got to get rid of these people, man.
They absolutely hate it.
It's a bit of a destruction party that they've been putting on.
They're probably stuck here. They probably hate it. They hate us and they hate it.
Yeah, that's it, man. They hate us and they hate life, man. I don't know.
Yeah, they do.
Sucks, man. Sucks that those people,
aliens are running this.
Those cocks have to live with themselves. Remember that, man. You and I, we are living with ourselves, and we know way better than those cocks, man. So fuck them, and we can can kick their asses, man. Guaranteed.
No, but they're winning because they got us so divided and distracted and drugged up and dumbed down.
Dude, they got us so drugged up, dumbed down. Fuck.
19 bowls, a few beers.
They got us seduced. That's what they got. We're seduced.
They took decades to get us to the
lust.
That's, dude, Jim, you just nailed it, man. Seduced is the word for the next 6 months. They got us seduced, right?
Well, we all, when they came out with this interweb, we all came into it. Now we can't live without it.
Yeah.
We're like,
I'm willing to give it a
flies
shot,
stuck on the
but I
spider's
won't be able
web.
to talk to you guys.
Dude, they called it the World Wide Web from the beginning.
Yeah,
And
exactly. Which web is that?
We are in the World Wide Web. Dude, I was talking about this last night. I'm like, hey, man, Discord is incredible, man. I can talk to people in England, Japan,
yeah, it's nuts.
Australia. I'm like, holy shit. Fuck, this is so amazing, bro, that I can do this, man. I grew up in a world that didn't have this technology to do this shit, man. We didn't have the opportunity to talk to people from Japan or Australia. The UK bitches. You cunts. They love the word cunt over there.
Pretty good.
No.
We do.
But I didn't know that before I met some of you cunts in the UK.
It's just like the nastiest word ever.
But they throw the word around like it's like, hey man, hey you fucking cunt. Yeah, like, oh, shit. You guys are awesome, man. I love that, man. That's freedom, man. And we're talking about freedom and just expressing and
that's right. Every second word is cunt.
yeah, exactly.
There it is. Haven't heard him in a while. What's going on?
So it's a beautiful thing, man. It adds to our collective energy. It brings a little flair to the cockiness of the reality that which we find ourselves. But it's a beautiful place, this Discord, and for us to get together through technology is pretty cool, man. Thank you, you cocks that invented technology that makes us all talk.
Yeah, those planes.
The age of Aquarius. It was inevitable.
Planes they showed you on 9/11, they're just shitty computer graphics. The towers obviously are real, but they just put a layer over it and added, graphic planes. You can see this one that's going through the whole building.
I've seen that. It's nuts.
Yeah, that's the nose that I was talking about.
Yeah, those buildings. Thank God, for decades nobody drank beer in those buildings. Imagine what aluminum will do to them.
God! Oh my God! It would have been amazing. I'm telling you. Hey, it was only there for 33 years.
Yeah.
That's all I got to say, man. 33 years.
33.
Yeah. Nothing to see here, folks.
The leaseholder, like a couple of months before the event, he goes out and buys all this insurance against planes.
Oh, shit. That Jew bag. Fucking Silverstein, man.
Yeah.
Silver. Oh, that mother.
Then he admitted that they pulled Tower 7. No plane hit the thing, but it just fell to the ground, that afternoon. And they pressed him on it. He just said, I got a phone call from the fire chief, and
he said, "Well, there's been so much loss of life. Well, might as well just pull it." So we pulled it. We watched it collapse.
We're just gonna pull the building 7. Nothing, here, folks. Hey, this is the lady from the building 7 fell down. It's bad.
Oh yeah, then that one newscaster in England's talking about the Salmon Brothers building has just collapsed. It's behind her in a picture. You know, she got the word like 20 minutes too soon.
Okay.
Wow.
I'm gonna bring this full circle real quick, man. Listen, Dan. So these cocks put this shit out there on purpose.
That was controlled demolition. No building collapses like that.
No, exactly.
Obviously,
That was controlled. 100%. That was
just free fall right into their own footprint. You know.
It's like it imploded into itself.
Yeah, and then the building it turned into dust. All the concrete just dissolved into dust. I mean, it didn't even have chunks falling down.
Yeah. Why there were no explosive team experts?
And then the Bush administration, they didn't want to investigate how it all happened.
Yeah.
They weren't interested in that at all.
Because they will find thermite and stuff like that. Traces.
Mm-hmm.
What was fascinating about those two buildings that came down was it was one of the very few skyscrapers that were built strong from the outside and then weaker as it went in. Most skyscrapers are built strong from the inside and then weaker as you go out. And the both those buildings had very, very strong steel structures and very thin windows in between the steel structures. So it would have been impossible for them to come down on top of each other unless it was controlled demolition.
Yeah.
Yeah, it had this inner core of 47, the real thick, heavy steel, in the core of it. And then on the outside, there was steel girding, like a screen door. The guy who designed the buildings was talking about how they were designed to absorb a plane crash. Like he said, it would just be like sticking a pencil into a screen door. I mean, there's no reason the whole structure should just go down because there's a hole in the top. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just the whole structure just turns to dust for no reason. And it happened 40 minutes after the plane hit it. The thing just dropped. Just unheard of.
Look at when you look at airplane crashes, they don't explode. They ignite. They catch fire and they make a big fire. Yeah, I agree with that. But they do not explode.
The plane, instead of hitting the side of the building and just blowing into a billion pieces, they just go all the way into the building, don't snap even a piece off, just slide right into the building and then blow up once it's inside, supposedly.
Well, if the nose of the plane was made of tungsten, it still would have been shattered at the impact.
The nose of the planes are just like you could come up and punch them with your fist and dent them. If they hit a bird, they've got a big...
and it makes a big bump in the nose. Yeah,
I mean, the aluminum tube hitting that building. I mean,
no way.
I mean, the thing would have just like I say, it exploded on the outside of it, and all the debris would have fallen down. Not all of it, but good majority of it would end up on the street below.
And yeah, those guys driving the airplane, there was nothing left of them except the passport.
Oh, I know. There's nothing left of the plane. Not one bit of a plane ever found anywhere, except they did they drove around and dumped off some engine part or something from some other plane, just on a random corner.
Yeah.
So people would say, "Oh, look, there's a piece of the plane. It's real."
There's a tire, inflated tire.
Yeah. Like people just drove up in a van, unloaded it, set it there, and drove off. I mean, the most ridiculous was that crash in a field in Pennsylvania. The crash site is oh yeah, a commercial airliner just crashed in the field. Really, where is it? Oh, I guess it went underground. It came down at such a severe angle. It just went underground. There's no, where's the plane parts? Oh, we collected a bunch of little nuts and bolts in a bucket over here. That's the plane. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Complete joke. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Huh. I think they flew over the night before and dumped out what they were finding was just a little piece of a seat belt and a little chunk of a screw and just stuff you pick up with your hands. They just flew over and dumped a bunch of debris, plane debris type stuff. No fuselage, no tail section, no wings, no engines, just little garbage, and then they said, "Oh yeah, this is all we could recover," and it's just so dumb. I mean, that field already had this weird looking gouge in it that looks like,
Microphone check.
Loud and clear.
Microphone check 1 2. What is this?
We hear you. What do you want? What do you want to say? What's up? Speak up.
Something. Shit. Ain't nobody saying anything.
Hello?
Hey, Captain Dan.
Yeah, my iPad ran out of juice. You guys hear me?
We can hear you. Keep it rolling.
I don't know. I was just offline here for like 3 or 4 minutes. Forgot what I was talking about.
There was a hole in the field in some plane parts.
Oh.
And that drove off.
In Pennsylvania, in that field where that giant gouge was.
Right. Have you guys seen this footage? You familiar?
Oh, I know about it.
You know, you look at it and it's just like it's kind of some smoke kind of coming up out of this little hole. And, of course, no wreckage. And to me, it looks like
The plane came down at such high speeds that it just incinerated.
Yeah, for the first time in history. I feel like they probably shot a missile into that gouge. And then, like I said, the night before, they flew over and dumped little debris parts for people to find something. The same thing at the Pentagon. No crashed plane.
Disappeared again. How do these planes keep disappearing?
Magic, dude. I mean, Osama bin Laden is just, super genius. He knows how to take down 3 skyscrapers with 2 airplanes.
I'll tell you what's a little bit more impressive is hiding inside rural Afghan caves with the dialysis machine.
Mm-hmm. Talk about a patsy.
What about him getting interviewed by CNN in his cave?
Yeah. I mean, he's on the U.S. payroll, working for the USA for a while. I mean,
Well, they were all business partners, weren't they? The Bushes and the Bin Ladens.
right, exactly. It's completely ridiculous. I mean, when this thing happened, all air flight was shut down in the country except for like these special flights for the Bin Laden family to get the hell out of Dodge.
Yeah, after their business meeting.
Yeah. That George H.W. Bush and his business partners were in a building, in a position to watch the whole event as it went down.
Have you seen the footage when Bush was in that classroom with them kids? And he was
yeah, that's it. What a strange story he's reading.
He had the kids saying, plane crashed, or something like that.
Well, yeah, they were showing off their kids' reading abilities, and the words that they were spelling was like hit, plane, steal, crash,
Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
It's just everything was so surreal about that whole deal. Bush is sitting there with his head up his ass, like holding the book upside down, and guy came up and said, the country's under attack. He's like, well, I gotta finish my little thing with the school kids here, just looking like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Then he got like on planes and just like flew, to some Air Force base and was gone all day and stayed out of Washington, D.C. until that night. They just wanted him to just be out of the way and not be saying dumb shit until he was fully briefed. Sounds like somebody's lifting the blinds up.
No, I'm eating soup. Sorry, that was my crackers.
Huh. What kind of soup? You guys ever see
red pepper tomato soup?
Oh, spicy. You guys ever see that movie Loose Change?
Tell us about it.
Well, it's after 3:00 in the morning. Maybe I should get off of here too.
Good morning, early bird.
Insomniacs.
Yeah.
Well, it's only 6:30 in the evening here, so I'm just getting started.
Oh, you is from Australia.
These Australian people, they're on different time.
Yeah, we're ahead in the future.
What do you mean? Australia doesn't exist, so the flat earthers say.
Yeah, I've heard that one as well. Well, you never know where we are, actually. So you jump on a plane, you arrive here, you don't know where it is.
That's right.
Where you're at.
You just get off the plane and they say, "Welcome to Australia," and you go, "I guess I must be in Australia."
Well, chances are, if you took a flight to Australia, that's probably where you're at.
You'd kind of expect that everybody would be upside down, but when you get there, it looks like your house. You're like, how come these motherfuckers aren't upside down?
Yeah, at what point when you're in the plane do you end up turning upside down?
No point.
You pass the curvature.
I'm sorry, if you have a ball and you have a planet on the bottom of the ball, they're going to be upside down. I'm sorry. I mean, how do you not have them upside down if you got a ball?
Well, you can get upside down if you go to the circus.
The circus.
Yeah.
That's what I like to get upside down.
Acrobacy.
Gravity.
Yeah. They're dumb. Gravity, yeah, okay. Gravity's holding you on the ball upside down, but you're going to still be sticking, your head's going to be, going downwards. I don't know. I could never, that's the one thing when I was a little kid they told me, and I'm like, what?
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, if you believe you're on a ball, you don't really think about it that much.
All three?
You know?
The gal did this 25 for me last, so I'm seeing what's that.
How are you running them? Are you staggering them? Overall, faster dump times doing it that way?
How do they even explain that when you say, hey, how come we're not upside down if we're in Australia?
But I haven't looked at a clock while I was doing it yet. But not well specifically dumping. Since we're going back and forth between the two, it's got me a little on edge.
Flowers, you're hot micing.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Go ahead and mute me. I'm at work. I'm not next to my phone. Sorry, guys.
No.
Can they even hear you? Does your thing have speaker? Or?
Yeah. Yeah, no, they can hear me. I think they muted me. I don't know. I would mute myself, but I'm not by my phone.
We hear you loud and clear.
Sorry, guys.
The upside down thing is just one of how many ridiculous claims are there? The spinning ball in space, the upside down, the spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and it doesn't throw you off or you don't feel the spin. Let's see.
I know, really.
There's so many.
You got that mandolin?
So many totally ridiculous fucking arguments. Ridiculous statements.
Any Metallica ones yet?
If you fart in space, you move forward.
For real.
Can anyone mute him? Or?
Sorry, guys. Somebody can't mute me real quick.
Moderator.
It's because your mic's too low.
Yeah. You'll have to mute yourself.
Lo-fi life, baby.
Oh, mute yourself.
All right, I'll go grab my phone. I'm sorry.
Just go to bed. That'd be better.
No, I'm at work. I'm not getting off until 7 a.m., bro. I can't go to bed.
All right, well then go to work. Earn your money.
Yeah, go to work.
I'm doing that. I'm
Turn your
managing
dumb
my
phone
people.
off.
Oh, you guys are fucking rude.
You can't even manage your own phone. What do you mean?
That's right. I manage people, not my phone. Priorities.
Is your boss cool with you being on the phone all night?
Best part is I am the boss, Bubba.
Oh, that's cool. That's the way to go.
I was going to say, is your boss cool with you being a flat earther?
That part he's got a problem with. He thinks I'm fucking retarded. But I try to explain to him the hilarious thing is I work with vacuums and called a closed loop return system. So we use hemp, CBD hemp, and we extract crude CBD oil. And we use ethanol inside a vacuum system, right? And so I try to explain to him when he's working next to me. He's like, "You really believe that stuff?" And I said, "You think this vacuum could work without a container?" And he's like, "No." I said, "Well, exactly." And I said, "What about gas pressure? You know, you think you can have gas pressure without a container?" He's like, "Well, clearly, no, that's impossible." I said, "Okay, well, now you're on the right track."
Now you're getting it.
But gravity's a joke because it's said to be the strongest on the surface, right? But if we fill up a helium balloon and we let it go, it shoots straight up to the sky. So we see at its strongest point, it has zero effect on helium. But then they're telling us that at its weakest point, which is the furthest away from the surface, closest to the Kármán line, that's at its weakest point. That's when it starts to take effect on the gas and pull it and slow it down. So the best question to ask them is at what elevation does gravity decide to become a living entity and start working? But he doesn't get it. He just thinks I'm fucking crazy.
I'm the same. I build houses, so I've got a bendy water level that my houses never end up straight.
Are all bent.
They're all curved.
Sideways.
The roof line's all curved. Everything. 8 inches per mile squared.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Clark, you might as well start your celestial navigation career with all those curved baselines.
I think the globe is already dead from the flat Earth truth.
Yeah, but when you listen to people like the Globers that come on here, you just like I can't remember who it was, but it was this morning for me, so it would have been but
middle of the night here.
Yeah, I think it was Gregory and Elijah, and they were trying to explain to him, and he just kept on switching to another question, and then he wasn't understanding what they were saying. And you just go, if you record yourself and listen to yourself, you sound like an idiot.
Well, there's just a strong, delusion that goes with this stuff, like a religion, said you just can't face the truth that's right in front of your face. You just go, no, I'm going to cling to my lie. I'm going to support the lie any possible way.
It's my globe, and I want it.
They were talking about simple things, and he started talking about you can measure the distance of cosmic rays.
Yeah, they go into their mind starts sputtering, Anything but just recognize something is true and say, yes, that is true. No. They can't do that.
But what about this? But what about that?
Yeah. Well, it's okay to say, well, what about this and that? Just go one issue at a time.
You got to listen as well, though. You can't just.
Yeah, they're doing it just to think they're throwing you off.
Yeah.
They're not there to really.
What about when you see water in a drop, bro? When water is a drop, it bends. That's pretty good proof right there for the bro.
There's your bendy water.
I think you guys were talking about that. Were you talking about the Witsit and Kai debate before? Anyone talking about that?
Yeah.
What is it? A debate?
That lady. So they were on.
Yeah, the chick, the Jen, that lady Jen.
Yeah, and she said, this is going to be so stupid that I didn't even prepare for it. And she ended up sounding like a dickhead.
Did you see when she was holding that glass ball in her hand and she was?
Oh no!
Oh my god!
I had it on audio. I wasn't watching it.
Yeah,
but I
dude.
listened
When she was talking about this glass sphere.
Yeah, because it takes the least energy to turn into a sphere. The universe works in
Dude,
least
yeah.
energy.
And how her eye was like a sphere too. Her eye was like a sphere, and it was so funny, dude. That was like the funniest part of the whole thing. Because the look on even the person who she was debating with, who was on her team, the look on everybody's face, even James's face, was classic, dude. Everybody's like, so funny.
Well, that other guy
it's such a
is
good
another.
look.
But you're a liar.
My God, I just looked at my eyeball in the mirror, and you've got your North Pole is your pupil in the middle, and then you got your continents and your water in the colored part, and then it comes to the ice wall, and then it's white going out from there. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I see.
I see. With the all-seeing eye.
You guys know about how metal in space cold fuses together sometimes, so the astronauts have to be careful?
No, tell me.
Yeah, I just made a video about it. It's about 75% uploaded right now. Because I told Flat Earth dude about it, and he's like, "What?" I was like, "Yeah, bro. You didn't know that on their first spacewalk they accidentally fused the door together, or on the capsule thing that opens, they accidentally fuse it because metal cold fuses in space.
Maybe it rusted.
But if it's
when they were
dirty,
in
it
the
has any
swimming
residue,
pool.
it won't do it. No?
Maybe it rusted when they were in the swimming pool.
Right.
What?
So
Have
on
you
their
got a
spacewalks,
YouTube
what I
channel?
think they're doing.
I've seen hatches that they come in and out of, and they got like a canvas
those
slap
hatches
on it.
They're like one of those plastic toilet lids.
Like, dude, you put a real lid on that thing if you're trying to fake us out.
Yeah. Flatter Day Saints, have you got a YouTube channel or something, do you?
Oh, yeah. I'll post it right now in the live stream.
Yeah, sweet.
Should be almost done.
I like when they hang out in the ISS in their polos and khakis. And they're doing like 17,000 mile an hour inside of an 1/8-inch aluminum hull.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's just
up like gorillas.
They just
like
act like it's all a big joke. They're just fucking around up there.
They're just chilling in the office doing 17K inside an 1/8-inch aluminum steel
static
hull.
electric shock.
Yeah, never had a problem. It's been up there 20 straight years,
I watched a video about the actual decibels that they should hear inside the rockets, and they were
It'd be
saying,
loud as fuck.
Oh yeah, because they were saying like even 2 miles away, like the vibration and the decibels, it kills grass and trees and things like that.
Fuck yeah!
And
Can you imagine how loud a rocket launches?
Yeah, and they had a picture of them inside. They weren't wearing earmuffs. They were just wearing these stupid helmets, and there was no ear protection. You're going, yeah, really?
Yeah. See, they mess up a lot with all these details. It's like when they're going to land this thing on the moon, right? The communication is like perfectly clear and quiet. Like, okay, ready to come down now, Kirk. All right, looks good. And just like they're talking back and forth. Meanwhile, they're supposedly sitting on this gigantic blasting engine, right? Is like a foot away from their face. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It would have been so loud. So
what about the space in the lunar lander? Like they couldn't even get in with their
you can't even turn around in there.
So, yeah,
it's just like these seats and the walls are right there, and that's it. I mean, just to put the spacesuit on it, it takes like 2 people, like on Earth. And
then they had a buggy.
Oh yeah, they never showed them taking that thing off the spacecraft. All of a sudden, it's just there, and they're driving it around.
So the whole thing's so stupid.
I know, it's just, I mean, I don't even know. They're at the point now that as more and more of us catch on that it's all total bullshit, everything NASA puts out has to be bullshit because they're not going anywhere. I mean, they're stealing a lot of money, with this crime for a lot of years.
It's about $11,000 a second, bro.
No wonder they're trying to just blow up the world at this point. It's just like, they're figuring everything out. Let's just blow the whole fucking thing up now.
Yeah, I was speaking to my dad the other night, and I said, you don't think we landed on the moon, do you? And he said, nah, no way. And I said, do you know the Earth's flat? And he goes, fuck off. Don't be one of those idiots.
That's crazy.
And and then I said, but so if the moon landings are fake, then everything that they've told us since then is bullshit. So why is it so unbelievable to think that the Earth is flat?
What did he say?
He just called me a moron.
Yeah. I mean, just the words "flat Earth" just rub people the wrong way. We've been trained that that's the dumbest thing in the world,
Oh yeah, because he loves space. He knows all about it.
Boy.
He knows. Yeah, he knows how far the stars are, and
God,
how far the moon is, and what the sun's made out of. Like, come on, mate, really?
It's like a hobby, like a thing you get into, like sports or something.
Yeah, I think it's more. I think it's more important to because my old man's he'd be 70 now, so he was around when it all happened, I suppose. So I think maybe that's why people that age follow it a bit more.
It gives them a sense of pride, of mankind achieving things, going for the impossible, and all that sort of nostalgia that they don't want to give up.
They know everything, everyone, these humans know everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just total bullshit.
Did you get that DM I sent you?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'll have a look.
I'm surprised
you were the one asking about my channel, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, awesome, mate.
So I sent you a playlist. I sent you the song playlist for my channel.
Awesome. I'll have a look at it.
Cool.
What's your channel about?
Just I make flat Earth rap songs and just I don't know, conspiracy videos, I guess.
Mm-hmm. What's it called?
Latter-day Saints. I put it in the live stream.
Okay. Latter-day Saints. I'll check you out. Are you a musician?
Rap, that's it. I suck at playing instruments.
See, I'm going to Safari to find you now.
I just sent you a playlist on your DM.
Oh, cool.
So I don't know how you guys started in this, but I was watching YouTube one day and I fell asleep to
it thinks I want Latter-day Saints. It's just giving me Latter-day Saints stuff.
Oh yeah, if you type it in, if you just click on the thing, it'll go to it. But yeah, if you try to type it in, it tries to redirect you to Latter-day Saints. Dude. Yeah. Yep, they're good.
Yeah, they're liars like NASA.
I know.
The whole Joseph Smith, his original stories and all that.
Yeah, I have a bunch of videos where I run up on them in my neighborhood and I flat smack them.
Who, the Mormons?
Yeah. Anytime they won't even walk by my house, I run up on them.
They think you're the devil.
Yeah, well, they don't do whatever they do in front of my house.
I mean, I feel bad for the rank and file. They just think they're finding God, but I mean, the origins of this thing is totally bogus as hell.
Yeah, it's really weird, isn't it? You know, he was the only one that could speak to God, and then he said, "Oh, he told me I need to take more wives."
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah.
God told me I got to start raping everybody in town. I mean, he was getting with married women and underage girls, and he had a whole harem going.
Before he started that, he was a pharmaceutical salesman or something, wasn't he? Like a door to door.
He was
snake oil,
an occultist, treasure hunter, peep stone gazer type of guy, and he got convicted of fraud. Because he would take money up front from people and go, say, hey, I know where this treasure's, I need the funding, and I'll go get the treasure, and then we'll whatever split it. And then, he would just burn people, and he's been convicted in New York court for fraud. But I just really see it as that he was in this kind of business of looking for valuable things buried, and he just thought up, hey, what if I claim I found an angel told me to dig and find golden plates that are some strange language called some kind of Egyptian, and and I'll find the plates, but I'll say the angel told me not to show the plates to anybody, and then I'll translate the plates into English. And then I'll give the plates back to the angel, and he'll take them up to heaven, and then no one will ever have to see the plates. But now I got a holy book.
Yeah, and only he could read them. They were only visible by his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
I mean, the story is so ridiculous.
Who believes him, though?
Yeah, I mean, his story changes up, too. Like one time he says, oh, I was visited by God, and another time I was visited by Jesus and God, and then another time, oh, it was just the angel that told me. I mean, guy can't even keep his story straight. I mean, just like, hey, what if this happened, And he thought it over. He goes, I could make this work.
The even funnier thing is that they're still around, and they still follow it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they don't get told these things that I'm talking about, and they're told not to go looking for it on the internet. And, just if you see anything negative about the church, you just, dismiss it offhand as, attacks from the devil.
Hey, you want to hear one of them? When I go up and talk to them, it's only like 2 minutes long.
Man, what do you say to them?
Watch. I'll play it right now. Hold on.
Go for it.
Yeah, they really try to sell it as just a denomination of Christianity, but it's way more twisted.
I just hit pay dirt. Excuse me. Hey guys. I just ran 3 blocks to catch up with you guys. How you guys doing? Nice to meet you. They call me Flatter-day Saint, and I'm here to bring you. So, contrary to what you guys have been told, the Earth is not a spinning cartoon ball, but it's flat and stationary. Have you guys read Genesis, the first chapter? Here's a flat Earth flyer for you, and one for you too. Wow. So I know you guys are walking around here preaching the Book of Mormon. You guys are what they call Latter-day Saints, huh? Yep. I am Flatter-day Saint, as you can see. So, I don't know about your guys' doctrine, but apparently it has some flaws in it. The first flaw would be that we don't live on a cartoon spinning ball. Brought to you by Jesuit Luciferian priests. We've been lied to in school. You guys believe in the Big Bang?
Yeah.
You believe in the Big Bang. So the Big Bang would dictate that everything came out of nothing, right? So in your Bible, do you believe the book of Genesis that God created everything?
Yeah.
You believe that?
We believe that God organized the earth as we now live on today.
Yeah, okay. That's very good. So that is in direct contrast to the Big Bang. Those two ideas are opposite of each other. Do you see where the flaw comes in? Think about this. Okay, so ever since you were born, ever since you were a little kid, if nobody ever told you you live on a cartoon spinning ball, you'd think everything's flat and stationary. Water, when placed in any container, always finds its true level, right? When you look at the horizon, that means flat. So think about this. If everything you ever saw is always flat, but then you start school and you're told you live on this cartoon spinning ball, traveling at like 10, 15 times the speed of a bullet, then that means that your senses, you can no longer trust them. Because your senses, the senses that Yeshua, our Father, gave us, straight up, it would indicate that we live on a non-moving flat surface. But then your teachers are telling you live on a spinning ball. So already you're not trusting your senses that our Creator gave us. Does that make sense to you? It doesn't make any sense.
No.
Okay. An organic what? I'm good, bro. Do you want to know some truth about the flat Earth? Anyway, so I love you guys walking around the neighborhood, and I love to run after you guys and come and tell you the truth, because you guys go door to door looking for people to talk to about your religion, right? Well, I go looking for you guys.
Wow.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm Latter-day Saints, bro, and I'm flattered that you guys give me the time of day.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So, does anything I say make any sense to you?
A little bit.
Okay, so when you look around, doesn't it look like we live on a flat plane that's non-moving?
No, because we got mountains over there.
Okay, so how about when you go to the beach? Wait, so the mountains look like we live on a curved surface like a ball?
Well, it doesn't look
Mountains.
It doesn't look flat, but does it look like we live on a ball?
No, when I look through the horizon, though, yeah, because
it looks flat, right?
It looks a little curved.
Oh, really? So you see the curve on the ocean?
Yeah.
Okay, so even though it's called sea level and horizon, which means horizontal, you see a curve.
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yep.
Okay, that's really interesting.
Yeah, we have a lesson to go to in a bit, so.
You have what?
A lesson.
What do you mean a lesson for what?
Like someone we're teaching.
A Bible teaching?
Yeah.
Can I go with you guys?
I mean, can you speak Spanish?
No, but I can speak flat Earth.
That's okay.
I can speak truth. The truth is that the Earth is flat and stationary. And if you guys are teaching that we live on a cartoon spinning ball, or you believe we live on a cartoon spinning ball, check this out. You ever heard of the book of John?
Yeah.
Right here. John 3:12. If I have told you earthly things and you do not believe, how can you believe if I tell you heavenly things?
Yeah.
Doesn't that make sense? So if you guys are talking to people about heavenly things and you think we live on a cartoon spinning ball brought to you by a Jesuit Luciferian priest, then your whole doctrine's flawed. First of all, you have to start off with the ground that we're stepping on right now, and then you get to heaven. You can't just overlook the whole fact that the Earth isn't a spinning ball. Do you see what I'm saying? Does that make sense to you guys?
A little bit.
Yeah?
I mean, the scripture you quoted, Jesus is teaching Nicodemus.
Okay.
Nicodemus couldn't understand his parable.
Yeah.
Because Jesus was comparing it to things he already knew.
Yeah.
So, theoretically, if Jesus was talking and using things he already knew and Nicodemus still wasn't understanding, that's what Jesus was talking about, that scripture. That if Nicodemus didn't understand what he already had, then Jesus can't teach him anything new because he has to teach him things he already knew first, right?
Kind of like me talking to you guys. You guys don't really understand the shape of the Earth, so I'm talking to you guys in parables.
I guess so.
Does that make sense to you guys?
A little bit. Well,
Yeah?
we have to go, but...
Why, you guys don't want to talk to me anymore?
No, but we have to go, though.
Okay.
It was nice meeting you.
Hey, they call me Latter-day Saint. I'm out here spreading the truth to everybody.
Oh, yeah.
Walking through this neighborhood fearless like a lion. Will you please read that?
Yeah, we'll read it.
All right, thank you guys. Have a good one. All right. Latter-day Saint. I'm just saying, though.
Do you speak Spanish? No, but I speak flat Earth.
Straight up.
You bomb them with the stuff they do to other people.
Yeah.
Hey, may I talk to you about flat Earth today? No, not really.
Was that Shia LaBeouf?
Huh? Wait, what?
What was that?
What do you mean? The video?
Yeah, who was that?
Oh, it was me talking to some Mormons.
Oh, damn, you sound like Shia LaBeouf.
Oh, cool. Thank you, I guess.
I mean, you were really actually doing them a big favor, letting them know, hey, guess what? This thing you believed all your life, it's not so.
Yeah.
Reject it if you will, but I've told you.
Right. I planted that seed in their head. Me thinking about it.
Had some pretty solid arguments there as well.
They didn't probably catch all the, Freemason Jesuit references.
Yeah. I know. Sometimes I speak too quick, but I try to get it all in real quick. You know what I mean? Sometimes when I can. I know I only got about a 3 or 4 minute window with them before they'll shut the doors and lock the doors on me.
Yeah, they got their own BS to sell.
Yeah.
Did they smile when you said your name was Latter-day Saints?
Yeah, kind of. It seemed like it doesn't really register too much in their head. I usually have a hat that says it too, so they could see the hat,
Maybe they don't really have a sense of humor.
Yeah. Yeah. They're just not that, they're not like quick, you know what I mean? Like they're not sharp,
Yeah, or witty. Yeah, because it's taught out of them, I suppose.
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
You believe this. This is how it is. Don't argue. That's it.
Yeah.
So you don't really have to think about what you're saying. You just repeat what you've been told.
What they do is they find people who won't turn them away and who will sit there and listen to them for hours, and they'll just keep talking and talking while the people just listen and listen,
Just find some lonely old people.
Yeah. Anything else they're not really used to, it deviates from what they're used to. They don't know what to do. Their response is to just flee,
Yeah, we don't have them here.
They're not allowed.
There's a bunch of them here.
No, I don't know. I think that I used to see them maybe when I was a kid, but they disappeared. I think they maybe got abused every time they came to someone's door.
I mean, you're saying there's no Mormon churches in Australia?
Oh, of course there is. Yeah, there is.
There is.
The Church of the Latter-day Saints. Yeah,
they work really hard at just teams of people every day, all day, just trying to get more members.
Yeah, I don't think we have many in Melbourne, but up in Sydney they've got a couple of big churches where they buy up a heap of land, and then all the neighbours start going out with pickets saying we don't want your church here and this and that. But
really, they care that much?
Well, the problem is they buy up land in suburban areas, and then all the neighbours every Sunday there's cars everywhere and they're quiet streets, so they start complaining about it.
I mean, in America, there's just churches on every corner practically.
Yeah. Oh, there's plenty of churches. There's all we got heaps of Orthodox. The Greeks, the Serbians. We've got heaps
of course, the Catholics are worldwide.
Yeah, we've got heaps of Catholics. We've got a lot of Italians in Melbourne, and
didn't know that.
Yeah, it's a huge. It's the biggest Italian population outside of Rome. So,
why is that?
I don't know. They all came over in the '60s, and
must have been like the place to go for some reason, like
maybe even earlier. But yeah,
like there's cheap land over there, something you could build a house with.
Well, there was. Yeah, there was a small population. There's cheap land. There was plenty of work. So they all moved over here, and they pretty much built the city with all the concrete and things like that. So Australia's got a weird history, but I'm not even sure if it's true. But
You ever heard about the what they do with the how they have what do they call it, Satan's temple or whatever? Not Satan, no, it's called what's it called, not the Church of Satan. No, it's can't remember what it's called. I think it's called the Lucifer's Temple or something like that. But they teamed up with Red Cross over there in New Zealand, and they were doing blood drives. You ever hear about that?
Yeah, I saw something about it. Like,
you try to look it up now, you won't be able to find it.
The Satanists were doing blood drives.
Well, they do
with Red Cross.
There's a big thing where they ask you to donate blood.
Mm-hmm.
It's supposed to be for operations and things like that. But I watched a video about something that maybe they were using it for
adrenochrome.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything because it's not that server, but you know.
Yeah.
I understand it's the most expensive drug in the world.
Allegedly.
Yeah, but I wouldn't think that you'd get it from donating blood because don't you have to torture someone so the adrenaline goes up? Or
yeah, that's for the top shelf stuff.
Reason.
Are we talking about something taboo or?
No, I mean to get
what they're doing. I'm just saying you can't look it up anymore. What they were doing in Australia? You try to look it up, it's gone.
Yeah, no, they have blood drives here every year.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they
do that everywhere.
They won't accept my blood because I used to live in the UK, and there was a time where there was this thing called mad cow disease. So we immigrated over here, and at the time that I lived in the UK, they had mad cow disease. So they won't, you can't donate blood. They won't accept your blood just in case you've got mad cow disease. I don't know how that works, but whatever.
I wonder if they care. I wonder if they care if you're vaxxed or not when they take bloods and give blood.
Well, here is we got pretty much forced to do it. I'm not. I work for myself, so I didn't have to do it.
Oh, good for you.
But everyone,
try not to say that V word, bro.
Yeah, everyone who wanted to do it. Everyone got forced to do it, and I think it's up to about 95% of the population, which is
you guys are the
pretty. Well, they said if you don't do it, you can't go to work. So a lot of people just went. It was around 50% then, and then they said you're not allowed to go to shops. The only place you can go to is the supermarket, and anything that's a necessity. You can't go to the pub. And everyone went, oh, shit, we can't go to the pub. I'm going to get it.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, but now it's all over now, so you don't need to. I had a fake. My brother went and got it done because he had to get it done through his work. But I said, and we have a digital. It's like a digital thing. I said, send me your certificate, and he sent it to me, and all I needed to do was tap on it. And it said add to wallet. And I went, oh, yeah, beautiful. So I added it to my wallet. And then everywhere I went, they said, oh, are you vaccinated? Or are you thingoed? And I said, yep, here it is.
I mean, didn't he need it, though?
No, he had it in his phone, and then he sent it to my phone. So,
well, wouldn't everybody be doing that then?
Yeah, they were. Well, most people who didn't want to get it.
It doesn't last very long, though. It only lasts 6 months, maybe, if that.
You think it's completely over now?
Did you have the green ID? Do you have what they call the green ID on your phone? The green ID app?
Yeah, that's the one, yeah.
Yeah, do they already have the kiosk set up where you live for that?
So I never downloaded it, but the government wanted us to download an app. So
yeah.
Every time you went in somewhere, you were supposed to check in.
Mm-hmm.
So
they have the kiosks.
So they could track if there was.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I never did it. I always just pretended I was doing it.
So tell me this: do they still have the kiosks for that thing set up in different places, or is it just is it just a rare? Okay.
No, it's all gone. Yeah, everything's
Really?
gone.
They took the
All
kiosks
gone.
All gone. There's no
Even though
restrictions.
they know they're coming back with some new shit.
Yeah, you don't have to. You don't have to isolate. You don't have to do anything now.
Yeah.
So it's over. But it was really bad. It was.
No, I know
Like we were.
you were the worst in Melbourne. Was like the worst city for it. You know, with the tyranny.
Oh
in the
mate, we were
world.
getting. We were going to protests, and we were getting bashed by the cops. We were getting maced, and you know, they were just brutal. They were arresting like women on the street but the law is here that you don't have to show. You don't have to show that you have an exemption. Like it's illegal for them to ask you for an exemption. So to wear a mask, we had to wear masks outside.
Wait a minute, it's illegal for them to ask you if you have an exemption?
Yeah,
it breaks
they
the
can't
law.
ask for medical information.
Oh, in other words, you just don't wear a mask and no one's going to bug you?
No, it didn't quite work out like that. So you'd say
that's not going to work.
They'd say, why aren't you wearing a mask? And you say,
I have an
I've got an exemption. And they say, can you show me the exemption? And you say, I legally don't have to show you the exemption.
That's HIPAA law.
And they couldn't do anything about it.
Yeah, they're not doctors.
I just want to say something. This isn't medical advice. This is strictly for educational and entertainment purposes only. All rights reserved. Were prohibited.
Yes, that's right.
And it's not law advice either. So
no, we're just talking. We're just shooting the shit. Okay.
Yeah. If you seek lawful advice, go get yourself an attorney.
Yes.
Yeah, but it was pretty bad. I had to because I can't work from home because I build houses. I had to get a pass. So you go on the government website and then you fill in all your kind of information, where you're going to be working and stuff like that, and you keep this pass in your car. So I was okay. I was able to leave the house, but my partner, she's been working at home for 2 years. Worked from home for 2 years. And now they're struggling, like they're asking everyone to go back to the office, and people are just going, no, I don't want to go back to the office.
I mean, why not just work in your underwear and your pajamas with your coffee cup? And that's better than going to the office.
Yeah, well, that's it. And then, I'm sure they can track them on how many hours they're working because they got to log on to their computer. So,
right.
They're better off. They're probably getting more productivity. And what I noticed was that she was working more hours. I go, what are you doing?
It's called the Great Resignation. People aren't willing to go back to work. They're tired of the BS.
Yeah,
it's
that's
really
it.
a mess.
And a lot of the office buildings in the city, they're all kind of I think they were saying they're 60% full, so 40% empty. So all these commercial real estate people that they own all these office buildings, they're all they're all going broke because everyone's ending their leases and saying we don't need the building anymore.
They pay more rent, but their places aren't full.
And then Bill Gates will come and buy up the whole town, at dirt cheap.
That should bring a drop to real estate, but real estate's kind of going up, especially family homes.
Yeah, that's still a big problem.
Ours is going down. Just seen the biggest downturn in I think in 10 years. But it's so expensive over here. It's ridiculous.
Where are you? Where's that?
In Melbourne, Australia.
Australia.
Yeah, it's so expensive to live here.
You guys still have mandates, lockdowns?
No, that's what I was explaining before. There's absolutely nothing anymore. So,
you think they're coming back with them in the future?
I don't know. We're in winter now, so they're advertising on the TV that come and get your free flu shot and this and that. And, everyone's going, nah, mate. You just made us get those stupid things. We're not getting any.
You just about ruined our lives with these other
Try not to say that word, bro.
Stupid things.
So
What did I say?
yeah, they'll wait for the weather to warm up and then they'll hit you with the monkeypox or something.
Yeah. It's just sorry if I said something. I didn't mean that. But
There's still, like in LA, everything is pretty much optional, but there's still remnants. Like today, I went to my daughter's graduation, and they asked me for my vax card as I went in.
Oh my God!
So I ended up getting in anyways. But the thing is they still ask for shit like that, and the students
Did you
had
have one?
no, not
No.
even. The students had masks, right? But most
They
all
should all
places
just
it's
take them off.
optional.
Fuck that.
But the students
they're
had
still
masks.
making kids wear masks at school.
For my particular charter school in Granada Hills, yes. Not the
I think
not
some
the,
kids
not the
just wear them
parents.
anyway.
But the students all had masks for graduation.
Oh man, at graduation, that's when you tell them to go fuck themselves. Throw that mask away. Fuck it.
Imagine the photos at graduation. Be like, hey, who's that? Who's that?
We
Who's
did
that?
get to take them off for the photo. We did get to take them off for the photo, so that was good. But they came in with them all in line, with them all on.
God, man, we all got to just say no to these things, and it'll be over. Just nobody do it. You know,
You
it's
don't really
like, what are you going to do? Arrest us all?
You don't really need to do anything. You just need to do what you do, and
Yeah,
don't
you
let
just do what you
tell
do,
what
and
to do.
just like someone comes up and tries, could you put on it? No, I'm not talking to you. No, thank you. Okay.
What I like to do is just look at the people as if they're a crazy person who just came up and said some random stuff to me. I don't even acknowledge them, bro.
Yeah, that's the best way. They'll just give up too because they're not the masked police.
Let's change.
Yeah, or you just imagine people just go, "Can you please put on your mask?" And you go, "I'm a flat earther."
Of course you are.
And they'll leave you alone.
I know one place that doesn't work to defy is on the bus. You know, they're just totally strict about it. And if they see you not have a mask on the bus, they'll tell you once. Second time, they'll just pull that thing over and tell you to get the fuck off.
Yeah, we still have to have masks on public transport. That's the only place that you have to have it. But it's weird. There was a time where we had to have them, and then so we've got a game here called Australian Rules Football, and we go to these stadiums. There's like 100,000 people in a stadium, and they're saying, "Oh, you need to socially distance," and then we'd have this big game at the stadium where 80,000 people would be there, and no one's wearing masks, and and you go, well, this is a bit of hypocrisy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all nonsense.
Yeah, none of it. It doesn't make sense. But
it's all theater.
Is this flat Earth or something else?
Something else right now. I just look at it like it's a truther channel. We're just talking about the truth.
Yeah, there's some interesting conversations that come through here. I listen to it all day while I'm at work. It goes a bit quiet sometimes, but someone always pipes up and starts chatting about something. It was a really deep conversation today. I think it was Gregory and someone else. They started getting into a really religious conversation, and then it went for about an hour, and then Gregory said, "Oh, do you want to join me in the religious bit? Let's go and continue this somewhere else," because I think they started talking about demons or something. So he goes, "Let's continue this somewhere else."
Yeah, they'll stop you if you talk about religion on here.
I think there's everything to do with the subject kind of intertwines. So.
They do intertwine. But I can understand it, rubs some people the wrong way, and it's, it is about flat Earth over here, and might have Globers come listen, and they don't want to hear about religious discussions.
Yeah, of course, because they're spinning on a ball in outer space. made from nothing.
Actually, I see that ballers are either they're lukewarm Christians or they're just agnostic or atheists.
Yeah, there are some.
They'll tell you
What
that the
about those?
Bible is symbolic and it's parables and symbolism, nothing real.
Well, some of it
Yeah,
is.
like,
Some of it's supposed to
like,
be taken literally, and other parts are not.
what do you mean? Like, well, what are they saying? Stories to explain things, or
Right, we're showing them the text that shows a flat, immovable Earth, and they're saying, "Oh no, symbolism." It says the angels, so there are no angels, so it doesn't really not literal.
yeah, they're just saying it's flat and immovable because it feels flat and immovable, but it's not.
Goat herders back then, so they didn't know.
Yeah, they were dumb back then when they wrote the Bible.
Yeah,
You
so
couldn't find
dumb.
me
But
one.
look at all the buildings they built.
You couldn't find me one verse that says it's a spinning space ball, whether it's figurative or literal.
Oh, but that's because they haven't been there before. They never went there. They didn't have spaceships.
Like Buzz Aldrin said, that's because we never went there.
What about when he punched that guy in the face? Was it Bart Sabrell?
Oh, he punched Bart Sabrell.
Yeah, he punched him in the face. And,
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do if you're for real. When the guy's saying, when the guy's going, "You're a liar and a thief and this and that," just like blocked him.
I do love what they come up with these days, though. That they're trying to cover it, and they go, "Oh, we've got these unedited photos of the moon, and there's bases on the moon when they went up there. That's why they never went back there." And there's the bases up there with swastikas, and you go, "What? Talking
They
about?"
couldn't fake the moon because it's harder to fake it than to just go there. So obviously they just went there because
obviously.
it'd be harder to fake it than to just go.
Yeah, tell that to the crew of Star Trek. It's a little easier to fake it than actually go there.
I love that. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
Oh yeah, that totally destroys them.
Where they're blocking out the window and making it.
Yeah. And then he takes
and
that
then the
film
lights
over
turn
to
on.
the astronaut's house. He's like, "Yeah, I'd like to show you this film. I got a few questions." They're like, "Film? What film?" "Oh, it's some film from your mission." He's like, "Well, I don't know what's on there. I don't know if I should let you show that."
What about the one of them? He goes, "Oh, he got really violent, and his son was there, and he goes, yeah, but get out of here! I'm going to shoot you or something."
He goes, "Should we have him whacked by the CIA, Dad?" I know, it's so it's golden.
The most interesting footage I've seen is the like the media conference when they come back, and they look depressed. They look like
totally
they've seen a ghost, or maybe they've seen maybe they went, "Oh shit, we can't go anywhere."
They're like,
I don't know.
We got to just be the biggest liars on the planet from now until we die.
Well, not one of them looked up. They just sat there and looked down at the desk the whole time.
I know. If you really went to the moon and back, you'd be like having a big smile on your face.
Yeah, and then the guy that didn't actually land on the moon, apparently land on the moon in Bifins, he goes, "Oh, I don't remember seeing any stars from the surface of the moon." And Neil Armstrong looks at him and he's thinking, You weren't on the moon, you dickhead."
I know.
He goes, "Oh, how can you be so stupid?"
And guess what? That same guy later, he wrote a book about his trip to the moon, and he was talking about how incredible the stars were. So,
Yeah.
so stupid.
And then, but you can see the Magellanic Clouds and.
Yeah, that guy. Somebody asked Neil Armstrong about if he could see the stars, due to the glare of the corona of the sun or something, and he was him-hawing around like he basically said, "Oh, I can't recall seeing any stars," or he said, "Yeah." He basically said he couldn't exactly remember if he saw them or not.
Yeah,
dude,
that's
you were just
what he
on the
said.
moon 2 days ago, and you don't
He said, I
remember
don't
if you saw
recall.
stars.
I don't recall seeing any stars from the surface
The
of
other
the
guy.
lunar.
Yeah, the other guy like jumped in and like, "Hey, the story is we didn't see no stars. Okay, just don't say you saw stars, all right?" Because they knew every picture they took up there is not going to have any stars.
They I watched another video where they had a those police guys who investigate like how your voice reacts when you're lying and when you the type of words you use when you're making up a story. And
like
so
an
they did that.
analysis of the speech and like.
Yeah, so
I
they
saw
did
those
that
videos too.
through that media conference, and he's going, well, he's adding in words that he doesn't actually need to say, so he's trying to make the story sound more plausible.
Yeah,
and this
even
guy
like
was an
they'll look.
expert for like 50 years. So
They say like liars will tend to look, left or whatever
left,
if they're lying,
yeah,
and right if they're just like trying to pull a memory out of their head for real.
yeah,
And stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, he was
or down
blowing
at
all
the
this.
table when you're feeling guilty.
Yeah. They elaborate when they're kind of lying and they want it to sound kind of scientifical,
Yeah, well, what he was saying is what liars tend to do is add in descriptive words instead of just being, and just having a flowing conversation. They describe what they're seeing instead of just being elated.
Yeah,
it's like a thinking technique.
Yeah, it's this
I
type of
don't
stuff
know
that
whether that
cops,
works,
cops know that interrogate people. It's a whole field of study, psychology.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I just, it's hard to wrap your head around how big a lie NASA is and how it just keeps existing, and it's just so fake and so bad. And it's just allowed to exist, and just suck in all
We were
this
talking
money.
about magic spells earlier, and I'm just going on from what you're saying about it's just a big lie. And we were discussing if there's a spiritual or dark magic elements in this deception.
I believe so.
In what way?
Do you know about spells and black magic and this kind of thing, satanic rituals?
Yeah, I've looked into it a little bit, and I've looked into how the English language works as kind of a spell, but I haven't really looked any further into it.
We can get results from casting magic and spells.
Yeah, I don't know how it would work, but I mean, their whole thing is like make the lie so huge that normal people would never consider lying that big, so when they hear authorities say it,
if they can get results from casting spells or black magic, and they use that in conjunction with this global deception, then that could be why it's so successful on there, and or why it's so potent that it's It's like a spiritual attack. It's a dark mystical attack. Not just a corrupt education, not just corrupt government, but a dark magic spell that has been cast.
Well, these are, occultic Nazis who started NASA. The Vril Society and whatnot.
Right, that's right, and they deal in the occult, right?
Yeah.
So, Godric.
Yes.
Did you come to like any conclusions about or theories on how they do it or what words they use?
This is just talking, right? I mean,
yeah, of course.
It's
we're just having a chat.
just theories, but the point is, like, if you use logic, right? It would be. I mean, and we don't know how deep it goes. We just know that it's a lie, right? So at least some of us, not all of us. So that's a problem, that a lot of us don't believe in magic. They just think it's hooey, But some of us do. And like my father was a religious man, and he always taught me to pray, and he always told me to stay away from the occult and spells because, well, one is that they're true. People do get results from doing that. But two, you're selling your soul. You're paying attention to the devil and other spirits and not God, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why.
Is that more the power of intention, or is it? So when you're praying, you're kind of making intentions. Yeah,
it's a great area. When you use your energy, your intention, like when you fall in love, that's a power. You're in love, like you're floating on the clouds, right?
Well, that's the highest energy.
I think so. So now you're using your intention to, let's say, do evil or do corruption or do deception. And I think a lot of it is intention. But then you start using components and, blood sacrifices and these kind of things. These
then it becomes stronger.
And they can become stronger. Yeah. So it's kind of like a different kind of. It's kind of like the same kind of spiritual energy, but it's perverted.
Yeah, well, maybe the intense feeling they get when they do this actually works better for intention, because do you know what I mean? Like,
it's almost like they're appeasing actual, deities of the dark side that have powers.
Well, let's look at it on a real basic level. You have a businessman who, let's say, who's righteous, who's upright, and he does proper moral business practices. Right?
Mm-hmm.
He's successful. He's a man of means. He owns property or whatever, stocks, whatever. Let's say a millionaire, right? And the other side, you have another gentleman who successful. He's a millionaire. He has whatever it is, but he gets it through corrupt ways, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'm not getting into magic right now. I'm just getting into the intentions different. He can twist the law. He can hire a shady attorney. He can sue people. He can get the same results, but through immoral paths, right?
Yeah, it's like a standover man.
Yeah. So now look at it like the spiritual aspect. You have a spiritual person who, let's say, they pray, they worship God, they're righteous, and they believe in miracles, and they've had their miracles in their life, whatever they may be, personal experiences. I'm not saying that they do magic. I'm saying that they have a fruitful life. They're blessed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now on the other side, there's people who deal with these spiritual things, satanic, cultic, blood sacrifices, and they also have results, but it's a corrupt path. It's an immoral path. So if those four factions are correct that I've mentioned, we're wondering if this deception, this flat earth deception, is wrapped in this cultic dark magic spell, which would be exponentially more difficult to unravel by people who don't believe in God, who don't believe in spirits and demons and devils and Satan, because then they have no ammunition, they have no weapon.
Wouldn't that unravel through karma, maybe? So that would it be able to continue, or would it fall down because it's not based on a good basis? You know.
I think since the flat Earth movement blew up, it's starting to unravel.
In the Bible, it says nothing built on the wrong path is going to last, right? In so many words.
Correct.
So so the truth is going to come out eventually. The truth will come out. The lie will be exposed. The people will come to justice. You know, but it's a cycle, right? So we're in this cycle. It's not necessarily happen tomorrow. But if we're like Latter-day Saints, I was just hearing him talking to Mormons. You know, the word's getting out. You know, and I think our cause is growing, right? But there's evil in the world. You know, there's like I heard that a new guy who developed another water engine was disappeared. You know.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's like these guys just don't give up, man. You know, it's like for every win, you get a loss. You know,
they just keep doubling down.
They're like doubling down.
I had a conversation with my wife about that. I was like, you know, everyone who's come up with a water-powered car has disappeared, or you know, I think that last guy, he was at a home invasion, and he got shot. Is that correct?
Home invasion by government agents, probably.
That wasn't the first one. There was many situations like that.
Yeah, and there was
if you look into it, it's quite suspicious.
I know. I mean, Tesla tried to give us free energy.
And then the CIA or whoever went in and took all his notes.
Yeah, turned it. You know, used it for evil, making weapons of mass destructions with it. All his good science.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this world could be so much better for everybody.
Well, that's the thing. I think 99.9% of people are good people.
95% people what?
99.9% of people, I think they're good people. I think most people are good people.
1%.
I don't know if I'd go that high.
No.
So this brings up another question. Are they really people like you and me, or are they some kind of demonic possessed entity?
Right. I mean, they're doing things that are not human, try to destroy humanity and, you know, pump our skies full of poisons,
you know, and abusing children, you know, toxicity, the fluoridic water, you know, chemtrails, corrupt education.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't even seem human, does it?
No, it doesn't. And that fluoridated water is you know, look into it and you just go, what the hell are they putting in our water? Why?
I know. Why is that allowed? I mean, you know, I mean, this is our water supply, for God's sake.
Like I looked into it, and it was like a byproduct of fertilizer.
Yeah,
I didn't know what to do with it.
Companies they produce these weird
good for your teeth and
waste materials, and they don't know what to do with it, and they end up selling it to like cities to dump in the water and shit. Just disgusting.
Yeah. I've got a water distiller, and
that's a good idea.
I distill all my water, and you should see the crap that comes out. Like it's only a 4-liter one, but we boil 8 liters a day. Not boil, we distill 8 liters a day. Because we got kids as well, so. But at the bottom of the container is rust and something else. There's like this white crystal, and every time, like I have to descale the water distiller every 3 or 4 days, just to get all the crap out of the bottom of the distiller. And you go, what? I've been, for most of my life, I was drinking that.
Sure.
And now I feel great. I'm 40 years old and I feel great, just from not drinking tap water.
Yeah, I mean, even the bottled water, they use chemicals on the inside of those that do bad things to you.
Yeah,
I mean,
well,
it's
you're drinking
intentional.
plastic, aren't you, in the end? So.
I know a guy in Florida who worked for the Department of Water, and his job was at one time was to put the fluoride in the city reservoir, and the way they caught him, the guy came in a hazmat suit and said, "Listen, this is a fluoride. Don't get any of it on your skin." That's the first thing they told him.
Don't touch it. Deadly toxic.
This guy's a Glover, regular guy. He goes, and that was really strange to me, because why we put it in the water then if it can't touch your skin?
Yeah, well, it's not only that as well. It's chlorine.
Chlorine
as well.
too.
Yeah. And then what the Coca-Cola, Amatil, they were using reverse osmosis for bottled water, and then they'd add minerals back in because they said the bottled water tastes like shit. And then they put them in a plastic bottle. So, and plastic is known to have estrogen. The chemical in the plastic. I think, I'm not sure about this, but produces estrogen in male bodies. So.
Turning the frogs gay.
Yeah, well, yeah, he was kind of right about it,
No, he is. He's right. He knows what he's talking about.
Yeah. But the frogs are a funny thing as well, because we all frogs or toads, if they don't have enough females, what they do is they're actual hermaphrodites, and they change sex so that they can reproduce. So I think before all that, frogs and toads had it all worked out. Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that.
What about this? Go ahead, finish up. I didn't want to cut you off.
Yeah, I was just going to. No, I was just saying that we in Australia, we in Queensland we make like sugar cane, and they brought over. There was a cane beetle, and then what they did was they brought over a cane toad, which eats cane beetles, but they only brought over male ones so they wouldn't reproduce. But the male cane toads some of the male cane toads turned into females, and then they started reproducing.
I was going to say that, and then it reminds me of this push to have 5-year-olds choose their identity.
Yeah, after they confuse the shit out of them.
Their sexual identity at 5 years old. Well, as if there's more than a male and female. Now there's different things. And to me, that's corrupted to me.
Yeah, well, now they put I think it was in the States. They changed it to birthing people instead of mothers.
That is disgusting.
Is that correct? I'm not sure.
Yeah, birthing people.
It just sounds
birthing
strange to me. I believe you. I just don't believe that they did that with a brain. They can talk about corrupt sex, but they can't talk about God in school.
Hell no. That's their arch enemy.
Yeah, I was watching a few videos of Americans going to like parent-teacher association meetings, and they were teaching them stories about sex and things like that for 6, 7, 8-year-olds. Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, this is what I've heard. I've been in the classroom, but
I think that's a bit weird. Why would you be talking to
they're weird as
kids
fuck.
that young about that?
These are pedophiles that run the world.
Yeah. It's a bit strange.
And they just love chopping, little boys' dicks off and telling little girls they're boys.
That wouldn't fly over here.
I mean, you would think all the parents would be up in arms, but
yeah, well, that's the social engineering part of it, isn't it?
It's all done incrementally, just a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit at a time, and then you push back, and then they relax, and then they push again, and they push more, and then you fight back, and then slowly they build in.
I mean, I saw a video of a teacher was telling the kids that you are much smarter than your parents. He's going, my parents are dumbasses.
Oh, really?
In other words, just don't even listen to your stupid parents. Just, we're the woke,
Yeah, imagine they were flat earthers.
Yeah, can you imagine some little kid and his parents they're like everything to him. They've like always treated him bought him all these gifts and been so nice to him, raised him up in this nice family, and then you tell him that his parents are fucking idiots.
Yeah,
he's gonna believe that. I doubt it.
Maybe not every single kid, but
He believed that the Earth was spinning and that we would fly off into space without gravity.
Right. I know. I realize that we all believed that at one time. What I'm saying is, you can't just tell somebody that they're, like your kid, that your parents are stupid, even though they are. They're not going to buy into it. Like, their parents were really good to them, and it wouldn't make any sense to them to think that, because they don't understand the nature of reality, then that makes them an idiot. Well, it only makes them ignorant to those things, and the brainwashing is what's caused it, and the constant, programming. And ever since you were a child, being forced a globe down your throat every day, and you're reminded of it on TV day after day after day after day, pretty soon everybody that is that much experience and that much, programming and constant, stimulation of.
Yeah, you think
you're going to believe it. You're going to believe it.
Must exist.
We all believed it.
It's everywhere. The globe. Everybody accepts that. It's at the movies.
Yeah.
So I think what they miss in education these days is philosophy. So in France, they still teach philosophy, and you have to learn it, and it's a good way of thinking. They teach you to think critically.
Yeah. It's the only area where you're taught to think for yourself.
Yeah, well, outside the box. So don't believe everything you hear, and then look at it yourself and come up with your own conclusion.
Well, yeah, we all know that process now. We do. We all understand what it means. But the average person, they don't look at it like that. They think that you can go to school or university and you can learn truth. You can learn everything they teach you is true. And so
repeat what I say and you'll get a doctorate.
Not only that, but it's absolutely necessary to be successful is to go to the highest level of schooling.
Yeah.
Well, you have to.
For someone to really truly get it, to get the fact that, most of everything that you're told is a lie and stuff, it's really quite the process to get through to most people. You've got to sit and give them examples of the lies. You got to show them the evidence where they lied. Then you got to show all the deception and, like these shootings that aren't real and different things like the plane crashes from 9/11.
Yeah, they will shut down before you get a chance.
So you got to start breaking it down, and then they start absorbing. Oh, wow, that was a lie. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, so was that. Oh, wait a minute. I was lied to about this also. And then after a certain amount of time, then they start thinking, oh, man, I better critically think about everything I'm told. To reach that point is not easy for most people.
Yeah, that's like a real person that will actually decide, you know what, I was lied to about this particular thing. Oh, wow, this one too. Most people they don't want to hear it. Like, shut up, you crazy tinfoil hat lunatic. Exactly. It was on the news, it happened, period.
Right, so it's really quite the process to get through to people to the level that you really need to get through to them on for them to actually critically think about everything they're told and, give it some thought and look into it, and, you can pretty much determine, like certain things probably aren't a lie, like, how deep the water is in a lake or, stuff like that. But when it comes to the deceptions that that they've got us all believing in, or they used to have all of us believing in, or still have millions upon millions of people believing in, it's really quite the process. Like I said, you're going to have to break it down and show them this one, that one, the next one. And then pretty soon they're going to say, wait a minute, maybe you're right. Maybe I do need to critically think about this other stuff.
Because but you also get overloaded as well.
You do.
You can get your brain overload. And if you're not ready for it, you're not going to accept it.
Yep.
And I think maybe someone's going to kick me off, but I think spirituality comes into it a lot.
Sure.
After that, after you realise that we're not on a spinning globe.
A lot of people don't believe in this, in like the spirit world or the spiritual aspect of it. They're like, they don't believe in God. So many people these days, they always, so many of the young kids I've talked to, I ask them, do you believe in God? No, that's just a bunch of bullshit and this and that. But because they've been told that by numerous.
Well, they get taught it out of them.
Yeah.
They get told that at school.
Yeah, they do.
Even at Catholic schools. My kids go to Catholic school, and they get 1 minute they're in church, and the next minute they're learning about the Big Bang, and you go, "What's going on there?
Right?
Why am I paying for this education when they're teaching you? Okay, it's always good to learn two sides of the story, but if you're
evolution, that's a little bit of a
God, then it doesn't make sense what you're teaching in science. Then
right, but that's still a little bit tricky, even though still the evolution thing, because a lot of people still believe in God, and they just think that God created the universe the way He created it, and that's why things just turned out the way they did, because He had it all planned out for each step to take place. He knew what would happen in the future when these certain things came in contact with one another. They would form together, and they would form a planet, or they would form this and that, and things would just happen naturally. I suppose that might be possible for the omnipotent, all-knowing God could possibly create things in that manner. But I don't believe that's how it took place at all. And I just don't believe that. But because
of course not.
Too much intelligent design and everything.
But there's no evidence for species changing into another species.
No, you're absolutely right.
I agree
There's no evidence for it whatsoever.
We just talked about how these globe defenders of the globe are basically, I see them as lukewarm Christians or atheist agnostic.
Defenders of the globe?
Yeah. What do you think?
What do you mean by agnostic though? Because that's kind of
either agnostic or atheist, or they're lukewarm Christians, thinking the Bible is symbolism and colorful parables.
They're just like stormtroopers from Star Wars.
Just do as you're told.
Yeah.
Well, they've been taught to believe the science, and
Yeah.
it doesn't
Well,
seem it doesn't seem contrary to their religion, because the religion tells them to obey the authorities and listen to your teachers and whatnot.
It's funny you use stormtroopers, because they were a clone of that bounty hunter.
Yeah. I mean, seriously. I mean, in a lot of ways, they are like a stormtrooper.
They're worker beasts. They're worker beasts.
Yeah. That's exactly what they've created. The human race has become a lot like a stormtrooper, believe it or not. I mean, Ripley's. Trust me.
I think it was
not in the physical manner, but in the way they react and the way they act and the way they believe and that sort of thing. Like a stormtrooper, which is just programmed, and he would just go with whatever he was programmed with in all cases. But sometimes so do the Globers.
I'll tell you, there isn't. You couldn't find one highly intelligent stormtrooper in all those movies.
Probably not.
Well, they don't talk either, so
They don't need to be intelligent. They're
Sometimes
supposed to
they
just
talk.
follow orders.
Sometimes they talk, but they're not very bright.
Stop.
Hey, you there? Hey, you there? Come over here.
That's why they like 19-year-old soldiers to join the army, because they're totally they could be molded into anything.
These aren't the droids you're looking for. These aren't the droids we're looking for.
These aren't the droids you're looking for. Oh, okay.
The Jedi mind trick may be intention.
This isn't this is the reality you're looking for. This is the globe. This is true. The reality you're looking for is over here. It's called Earth globe.
Yeah, I don't think you should use truth and globe in the same sentence.
I don't think so either, but I'm just saying. They do all the time. They believe that shit. They believe that what they taught. Well, I learned it in school. What do you mean, you dumbass?
Yeah, that's why your parents are dumb.
You're telling me my teacher lied to me? Well, yeah, in a sense, I guess so, because
No, she believed it too.
he didn't know any better. He believed it too, yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
He wasn't.
Well, they started off with Santa Claus, didn't they? So.
Yep. I mean, it really comes down to I think the smartest thing you could teach a kid in the very beginning is to critically think about everything. I mean, just sit him down, and as soon as the first thing he learns, lay it out to him in a manner of say, you know what? Think about that. Think about it critically. What is that you're looking at? Trying to figure out where did that water come from, or why is
and don't run that Santa Claus lie on your kids.
Yeah,
I really think you could teach a kid at a very young age to critically think about everything without coming to any conclusion until after he did, and run as much information through his brain as he could possibly get. If he couldn't come to a conclusion, he would learn to go ask people, or search wider, harder, longer, until the critical thinking started to make sense.
Yeah, that's where I was bringing it back to with teaching kids philosophy. It has to be done. So I've got 2 boys and a girl, and
philosophy. I agree with that.
I tell them to question everything all the time. I haven't brought up. I brought up the fake moon landings, but I haven't brought up flat Earth with them because, I want them to go through school.
Get totally indoctrinated.
Being a normal kid, I don't want them to. I don't want them to be outcasted.
Okay,
but
I see that.
I want to teach them along the way that you don't have to believe what they tell you.
Yeah,
so
I'm kind of starting it. Teach them what critical thinking is, and that everything they're told needs to be critically analyzed
with measurements.
With everything you can possibly think of. If it's an object that a measurement is what is going to give you the answer that you're looking for, then measurement. Yes. And if it's not, then maybe it's experience or an observation. Watch and see what happens. Every time.
Well, you need an observation to start a scientific experiment. So.
Well, it's not.
You know,
but you can still get
how many
truthful
people
confirmation.
have we?
My eyes don't lie to me, and I don't care what anybody says.
We're not moving.
See a car coming down the road, they work well enough that I know better than to walk out into the road. I trust my eyes. And I don't think there's refraction going on. It's showing me a car coming at me from over the hump, and it's really not there, but I'm going to jump out of the way like an idiot anyway. No. And, you know, I mean, you've got to break it down so that, you know, they understand. I mean, sometimes it takes more than you think to get people to critically think about stuff properly.
So we go four-wheel driving a fair bit in the middle of Australia. I think this has come up before with the Air Highway, and there's a train line that goes for almost I think it's about 400 kilometres.
Yeah,
with no
slope to it at all. It's almost flat. Yeah.
Yeah, and you just want to say to them, like, mate, we've been driving for 3 days. Do you feel like we've gone over a curve? Because the middle of Australia.
Not only that, have you looked off into the distance and seen the road disappear over a curve? You know, I mean.
Well, yeah, perspective. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, topography can actually be very deceptive because there's a place here in Salt Lake City. It's called Gravity Hill. You can go, and there's a road that goes by. There's a retaining wall on the side of it. There's a creek down below it. I've
seen it. And there's a railway?
And no, there's not a railway. Not by Gravity Hill. It's up by the Capitol building. Anyway, you can park your car and put it in neutral, and it looks like you're rolling uphill. It literally, I mean, you look at your surroundings, and you're fooled because of the location of the grass next to you, the way it's sloped, the way everything is sloped. It looks literally like you're rolling uphill. But if you get out of your car, put a level on the ground, it tells you you're going downhill.
A bendy level?
Huh?
A bendy water level?
No, a regular 4-foot builder's level. I don't know where you could find a bendy level. I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. Where would you find
it? No. I'm only joking, mate.
I know you are. Yeah. I know. I'm just saying that, you know.
I find that hard to imagine looking at a road in front of you and you can't tell if it's going uphill or downhill.
I'm telling you, there's a place in Salt Lake City. It's called Gravity Hill. You park, you put it in neutral, and it literally looks like you're rolling backwards uphill. It's the weirdest feeling. I mean, we used to go there as kids all the time. We'd go out smoking joints or whatever and go to Gravity. Let's go to Gravity Hill and go roll uphill. So we'd go down there, put the car in neutral, and start rolling uphill, it looks like. But like I said, you get out and put a level on the ground, no, you're going downhill. But for some reason, the surroundings around you, the retaining wall on the right of you, and the creek to the right, down the hill, and just the surroundings. For some reason, it literally looks like you're rolling uphill. It's weird. I mean, it's just deceptive. It's just a deception, a natural.
I think gravity is as big an idea as the globe Earth as being a lie. You know, like it's a gigantic, huge lie.
Oh, sure.
Well, you need a radius for gravity, don't you?
Well, they use it in the calculations and all that but radius is not. That's not even a. That's kind of deceptive when people say those kinds of things. It is in the calculation, in certain different calculations, just like the calculation to the sun and the different things, the distances and whatnot, and the radius is in there. But that's because it's hard to explain. It's because it's a deception for one thing. But you take the radius of a ball, and that radius can tell you, with that, you can figure out the circumference, and you can figure out the diameter, and you can figure out all these things from just like one of those numbers. You can divide it by pi if it's the circumference and times it by 2 or whatever the formula is, get the radius or the diameter. And once you get those couple of those things, then you can figure out volume, surface area. You can, geometry, you can figure out all of these things to do that. And that's when you're using the radius for these distances to planets and all these other things. It's because somewhere in the formula, they've started off with, and radius is part of it. It's part of the formula. But it's deceptive a lot of times. You can't, if this were a ball of that radius and it was actually a ball, then the sun probably might be that far away. And literally. But if you try to do that triangulation where you get the sun directly overhead and then you put a sextant on it or whatever you do, and then you get the angle, someone walks backwards from you, a half a mile or whatever, and then you get the angle to the sun and you actually put a stick down and get the angle as close as you can to where you're standing, and then you can put a protractor on there and figure out what that angle is between the flat line on the ground and the angle line that's pointing at the sun that is above the 90-degree line ahead of you. Now, because of that, you can actually use those numbers to determine how high that sun is or how high that object is above you. But the deception...
Yeah, but don't you need a radius for that?
No, you don't necessarily. No. You don't. Not if you're on a flat surface. You can figure it. You just need 90 degrees straight down. The only thing you need a radius for is because you have to determine what they've done is instead of the flat line, you get 90. You get the sun directly above your head, and then so you got a straight down 90-degree line. And so what they've done is they have given you a calculation. You go out 5 miles from there to where you're going to put the line, aim it back at the sun the other way at an angle. They're telling you that it's down over the curve. It's so that it's not on a flat line. They're telling you that you figure out where that it's a curved line, so you're lower and further away. And then because of the curve of the ground, that angle to the sun, that when you put a protractor on that one that you're aiming back at the sun and the curved line on the ground, you get this really weird degrees between the two lines. And when you do the math on that, it suddenly boosts the sun, 93 million miles away, because they're using that radius because they're saying that they're using a fictitious place rather than an actual measurement, an actual location on the Earth with a straight line. They're not going out on a straight line. They're using a fictitious point that is down over the curve, and they're saying that's where the line is, and they add that extra depth. And when that angle's coming back at the sun, the degrees between that line and the curved line that goes down is a really strange degree. It's a weird angle. So, but when you do that, when you place that in those locations, which you can't find in nature, but they tell you it's a calculation. They say, okay, you're so many miles out, so you're going to be so many feet down, and then you're going to put the angle back toward the sun. So you're actually using a fictitious location for that second place to aim back at the sun at an angle. It's not up on a flat line, see? So that's where the discrepancy comes in.
Right, I've got a question. So have they back-engineered what they think is a horizon point and then made a curvature out of what they think the horizon point is? Is that what they've done?
I don't know where they got the radius number because...
Well, I know sticks and shadows, yeah, like Aristophanes or whatever his name is, but that works any other way. Yeah, it works on a flat Earth if it's closer.
Isn't the radius from the center of the Earth out to the
equator?
Yes.
It's from the core. It's from the center of the core of the ball. It's from the core of the ball in the middle of the Earth, right in the very middle in the Earth at the core to the equator. That's the radius.
Yeah. How in the world could you ever get that measurement?
That's
even if it was a ball.
Yeah, how do you get that?
That's what we all like to know.
The total thickness is the diameter.
And then and not only that, once they get that location, once they make a guess at whatever that, I would imagine you could kind of guess close. But what they do is they say that it's on a ball. That radius is part of a ball. So
maybe back
the radius
back
of
in the
a flat Earth. Now the radius of a flat Earth would be all the way to the ice wall. See, that would be a lot longer distance.
So maybe back when in the olden days, when they, when you see perspective, and the boat actually starts disappearing with perspective. Maybe they said, I've been traveling this far. I'm out 2.5 miles. I'm starting to see you disappear. Do you think that they maybe got that the horizon line from that?
No, I don't think so. Because that changes. That when
of course,
bottom up. That is due to atmospheric conditions and perspective and all these different things. It's not a real location.
Atmospheric moisture.
Yeah. There's all kinds of variables involved in that. But what they do is they always presuppose that it's a globe. And that's the problem.
Where's the measurement?
Yes, with the measurement.
No, but where's the measurement?
If you think about it, a flat Earth is more like a flat plate, which means that the radius is actually from the center all the way to the edge. And the edge on a flat Earth, you've got to fold that up, and it's a lot further of a distance. You see what I'm saying? It's a long ways. I think in the case where we live, it's more than double. I think if you were to measure from the North Pole to the ice wall, or to as far as you could go out onto Antarctica, as far as you could actually go, and where you couldn't survive any longer, get as close as you could to the maybe the container, or just as far as you could get, period, because of limitations or whatever. That's a long ways. That's a whole lot different than than the equator, because from the equator it starts to go back under, and that's no longer the widest point.
Well, the southern hemisphere
on a flat plane, see the radius number is going to be more than double what they're telling us. More than double.
Yeah. Well, and then Captain Cook sailed around, and he went
66,000 miles. He said
66,000 miles.
Yep.
So that makes sense.
See that? Yeah. See, exactly. It does make sense.
Yeah. Because I'm in Australia, and I've driven. I've been right through the middle. I've been from east to west, and the odometer on my car is a lot. It goes a lot longer than what it says on the map. I know there's not straight roads and stuff like that, but there are some straight roads, but it goes a lot further.
Does it?
So that says to me that Australia is actually bigger than what they tell us it is.
Right. I would believe that, but how much bigger?
Yeah, I don't know. I got no idea. Yeah.
Yeah. It's probably like 500 miles or something, probably.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
Why do you think Australia is bigger?
Because what it says on the map, and then what it says on your car, it's very different.
Yeah, what he's saying is the Google Earth measurement from the length of it. What they tell you on a map, if you get on a car and drive across the continent, the numbers are not just a little bit different; they're a lot different.
Have you driven from Perth to Sydney?
Yeah, no. I'm in Melbourne. I've driven from Melbourne to Perth, but you have to go up and across. But on a map, I think I did an extra The roads aren't straight, but I reckon I did an extra 600 kilometers.
Okay, that's interesting because the Google map says USA is 3,000 across, and they say that Australia is 2,500 miles across.
No,
So,
no, it's a lot. It's a lot bigger than that.
Do you think Australia is bigger than
miles?
the US?
I don't know anything about miles.
250 miles versus 3,000 miles. I don't do kilometers. I'm sorry.
No, I think it's 3,400 kilometers.
I've heard this same story from several people that live in Australia. Have said, no, when you drive it, it's further than what they tell you.
Oh, it's much further.
And I don't know how they're coming up with that, other than they're obviously giving some sort of an estimation. But if you're traveling an extra 300 or 400 or 500 miles, you would notice that.
No, kilometers. Yeah.
If it's only supposed to be 2,500 miles from the widest point to the widest point, and then you take the road that's closest to straight to go across, then you can kind of figure out how much extra there would be. You could do a little bit of math and take the curve out of it, and then minus that number off of it. And
yeah, but the problem we have is that when you drive through the centre of Australia, it's all desert, so you can't actually drive in a straight line. So it's really hard to work out.
Can't do the United States either. I mean, there's the Grand Canyon. And roads just don't go straight from one edge to the next. They just don't. Halfway maybe, but that's about it.
But then you can take the train, which goes over the Nullarbor, which goes dead straight, and but you're relying on GPS because you're not actually in the driver's seat of the train to find out how far you're going. You know do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
So the only way you can do it is by driving. But then you got to work out how far the road was. Are you going directly east to west, or are you going northeast? Are you going northwest? So it's hard to work it out.
Yeah, but I have heard that from more than one person that they say that the people that live in Australia say no, it's wider than that. When you drive
wider, it's a lot bigger than what they say it is. Definitely. It's a lot bigger than what they say it is. Definitely.
Yeah,
how many time zones do you have in Australia?
4.
Meaning, how many hours from one side to the other?
So we're on the east coast, and then Perth is so Western Australia. The outer edge of Western Australia is Perth, so they're 3 hours behind.
Okay, California to New York is also 3 hours, but if you include Hawaii, which is in the ocean, it's 5 hours across. So if Australia and the US are both 3 hours, makes me think that they're the same size.
Yeah, but then you're
Australia is more than 5 hours across. You can't drive 2,500 miles in 3 hours. That's impossible.
No. The time zone.
God rockin', I heard you talking to a lot of Globers today.
Yeah.
Good job, man.
Thank you.
So the funny thing is that the flight from Melbourne to Perth is 3 hours.
I've been listening to the arguments for like 4 years now, bro. And I've been trying to figure out a better way to try and communicate some of this stuff to some of these people. And I think that a lot of times you have to explain it in a lot more simpler terms. And you have to kind of go the extra mile a little bit to get them to understand what you're talking about. So I've tried to refine my argument a little bit in that way so that there's no way that they're confused about what I'm telling them, basically. I try to go the extra mile. Instead of using these big words that some of these guys use, I'll just use real simple terms and explain it, and like you're talking to a child or something almost. Because I think sometimes it takes that for them to get it. And I think, I don't know, I think it's helped my arguments, basically.
And you don't attack him and beat him up like Huey?
Try not to.
God Rockin', right before you got here, we were talking about the possibility that this whole deception, this whole corruption, is more than just on the physical plane. It could be wrapped in what I call black magic spell, which is to say that it's not only like evil governments and corrupt education that's and military secrets, but it's more on the akin to some kind of spiritual attack, some kind of black magic spell has been cast to make it.
I think there's a lot of validity in that. I really do. I agree with that. You know, you hear about all these professional actors and rock stars, and they all say they sold their soul to the devil, and that's how they got all this money, and they were gifted certain opportunities and different things or whatever, and things just come to them after they sell their soul. Well, this is a common story that's told, and even musicians, magician, they could do a magician does deception on stage, like Chris Angel. He's even admitted that he has sold his soul, and he gets help from the spiritual side for some of his deceptions. And so I think there's some serious validity in that. I do believe that.
I saw Chris Angel walk on water on Lake Mead. He walked all the way across it. Okay, so if it is a black magic that's happening
in real life,
yeah,
you saw that?
One of his shows. I'm not saying it wasn't a stunt. I'm just saying it looked like he walked on water.
Yeah, I understand that.
I watched him float Shaquille O'Neal over his house with all these people standing around and watching it, and he floated over his house and then over the other side of it and down on the ground again. And I don't know how he did that. And there was cables and all this kind of shit, and it was all set up, and everybody there was actors, and who knows. But Chris Angel actually admits that he gets help from demons and people that are like non-physical.
Would you include David Blaine in that same?
I would put if it's true, if that is an actual truth, I would put practically every magician in that.
If they're beyond smoke and mirrors, then they're Satanists.
I just believe it's. I believe you're right. I believe there's a metaphysical entity, or
if there's a metaphysical entity wrapped up in this flat earth deception, then the problem is, don't we have to use spiritual weapons because there's no, if it is a magic spell, there's no amount of science we can show somebody that's going to make an impact. It's deeper than that.
Right. Well, I think that you might be right, but I think that if you stick to straight truths and only truths, like empirical truths, those things can't be disputed. And so I don't know that I think he would be hard pressed to get that kind of help from let's say the demons or whatever they are, if they do exist. I don't know that you would gain that access.
I'm saying use prayer.
Yeah, maybe you could. Yes. Maybe you could use the Creator in prayer and faith in Him that you're going to be able to communicate the truth.
Didn't Jesus tell his disciples to go heal the sick and cast out demons? Isn't that what he said?
Yep. He even said, even you will do greater things than I. He told people that. So, but I haven't seen anybody do that yet. And so I just think that it would take somebody with an extreme amount of faith, constantly in prayer and communication with the Creator. And at some point in time, you would probably gain that as long as you maintained that constant communication, that constant, let's say, adherence to the moralistic side of life, not being angry, yelling, being mean or deceitful, or I would think it would be, you'd have to put a lot of work into that. And I do believe, yes, you would be able to gain that ability to heal people, to do the same things that Christ did. Because he claimed that you could. He told his disciples that you can do these things as well, and you will even do greater things than I. So I do believe, yes,
to break through this deception.
Yeah, maybe that is one of the keys that we need to practice. Yeah, but you're gonna, that's a big order to fill, to live your life in the way that Christ did, in order to gain the faith for those things to happen. You know what I mean? It's a pretty big order to fill. I don't think it's an impossible order. Obviously, I know it's not, because he wouldn't have said those things if it was. I just think if a person puts a lot of effort into it, a lot of prayer, a lot of faith,
I believe he gave his apostles the powers that he had.
Yeah.
Because they had such a monumental task to accomplish.
There's even things in the scriptures about people that claim they moved a mountain.
That is what do you call it? Hyperbolic, exaggerated language.
Well, whatever it was, I'm just saying, maybe things like that are possible with enough faith and enough people involved, as long as they're, every one of them are complete believers. I'm serious. I believe that, there's possibly those things could be done. I mean, you want to laugh, go ahead, but, how much effort have you put into becoming that kind of person and that type of
just good, it's just super good enough, and I never ever sin.
And you spend all your time trying to do good things for other people.
It's about using the Lord's gifts.
Yeah, I think you would. I think he would be gifted. Yes, I do believe that.
We're gonna all sin. We know that. We're talking about using. We're talking about prayer. We're talking about fighting a spiritual, not just a physical.
Right.
We're talking about a spiritual attack that has happened on Earth with this whole.
I do believe in that stuff. So yeah. And exactly what it is and exactly to what extent that you could use it, I mean, I don't know, but I've had enough personal experiences with, I'm not going to go into it here, but I prayed for 3 days straight once. Didn't stop for a solid 3 days.
I'll tell you, go ahead.
And because of it, there was some information revealed to me that I was very grateful for. And, there's amazing things can be learned through that process. Trust me, it's not
I pray all the time, and I have these results in my personal life. I can't explain other than prayer.
Right, it's true. You can get results from prayer, and it does work.
God Rock, can you elaborate?
Excuse me.
Can you elaborate?
To elaborate on your miracle.
Yeah. I suppose I could.
I'm interested.
Yeah,
I've had two or three experiences. There was a time in my life, and I still pray every day a lot. And I need to get back into doing what I was doing, because I had some marvelous things that were revealed to me. Oh boy, this is going to be. How many people are here? Oh boy.
Who cares?
I guess who cares? You're right.
Put it out there.
Okay, so I was praying. I'd been praying for many years for some resources and some different things to accomplish some goals that I wanted to do, which has to do with teaching people what a righteous man really is, what the 10 Commandments really mean, and to what depth they go to. And I'll give you one example. Like, you never want to bear false witness against your neighbor. It's not because your neighbor's not the only one that's going to be affected if you do that. The reason that's such a powerful commandment is because you lie about your neighbor, or you tell one of your other neighbors, oh, so and so did this, and then they go out and then they tell somebody, and then they tell somebody, and then pretty soon the whole neighborhood's telling, and then now pretty soon the kids start getting ostracized at school because their dad is this evil person. Their dad did this, and their dad, and then the wife, the dad, the children.
Thank you, everyone.
It just goes on and on and on. And so I think that most of the commandments they're far-reaching in those ways. So when he says you don't bear false witness against your neighbor, it's not just because you don't lie about your neighbor, because if you do, the ramifications can stretch out wide and far for that entire family. Not only that, with people that do the lie, that continue with the lie, they also will be affected. And it's a super nasty thing.
It's just a horrible thing to do.
Yes.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So because you're lying about someone.
Yeah. Yeah. And it can affect not just them. Pretty soon their kids can be affected, and then they're ostracized, and then it changes their life. They get to where they don't want to go to school. Then they're scared, and it changes their behavior. And then it may affect them throughout their whole life. I mean, this is a far-reaching thing that it can cause. And so people need to be really careful about doing those kinds of things. Just take my word for it.
And your prayer coming to pass, coming true.
Right. So anyway, this is difficult. I was praying for some resources.
That's all right.
I was praying for some resources and stuff, and I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm going to have to do a little bit of explanation here. The earth is made, and the stone on this earth is made of silicon. Now, silicon is used not only just by man for all the reasons I'm going to tell you, that they use them in computers. They store information on thin sheets of silica on stone. You can store information, video, audio. You can broadcast radio frequencies over the air by sending a carrier wave to two crystals sandwiched together, changes it to a frequency wave, then you send it out over the air, and then you receive it. That's how all these transmissions over the air take place. You have to use silica to do it. Silicon is one of the main elements that are used to create these frequency waves, okay? They're in telephones. It's how TVs receive radio frequencies and television frequencies over the air. It's because they were produced by the vibration of silicon. Now, and you can store information on it, okay? You can actually put information. That's what in some RAM chips is silicon. And so,
silicon chips.
Yes.
Silicon Valley, yeah.
Yes. And so I also believe that the silicon on this earth, which I mean all of this silica, the stones, that's why I think crystals have healing powers. That's why I think that there is actually words there's actually communication, there's information in the stone that the Creator left there for man. As a matter of fact, I can even show it to you. I spent 10 years researching this. I've got a stack full of magnifying lenses that I've used to magnify them and stimulate the stone with certain frequency waves and light and heat and all kinds of different things in order for them to become active in a way that they produce some sort of a reaction. Something happens, like a frequency wave is generated or an image is produced or various different things happen when you stimulate silica, even if you just go pick it up off the ground. And I'm telling you, I'm telling you the truth because I spent 10 years doing this. Anyway, so I kept praying for some resources, and I kept getting this message in the stone. It kept telling me, go to this place, I'm not going to say the place, but it's a mountain peak. Go to here, go to here, go to here. Now, this went on for over a year. And I kept asking, I'd ask all my friends, what is this? What is this? What is this? It was a little short word. Does anybody know what this means? Does anybody know what this means? And I literally asked everybody I knew for like a year. And then all of a sudden, one day, my wife's friend pipes up and says, oh, I know what that is. That's a mountain peak right up here. And I'm like, are you shitting me? She says, no, it's one right up here. So I went and got a topog map. Pulled out the topog map. I found an old one in a supermarket. Sure enough, there it was. The exact place that I kept seeing in the stone, go, and it kept saying, go here, go there, go to this place. That is, that there's something there for you, basically. And then I was up on the mountain one day, and I was praying. And you know how if you're at the base of the mountain and the moon comes up, it was a full moon, and it comes up over the mountain, and when it first comes over the mountain, it's really huge. It's some sort of a phenomenon where it looks bigger. I was up on the mountain. I knelt down and prayed. The moon had just come up over the mountain, and I stood there and I was looking up at the moon. And there wasn't a cloud in the sky. It was the perfectest, clearest, calmest night, and it was dark, but it was pretty bright because the moon was right above me, and it was bright as hell. It was a full moon. Right out of the mountain, all of a sudden, all of this cloud material, all of this cloud just poured out of the mountain, right at the top of the mountain, poured out of the mountain, and it formed this image of like a ghostly image right between me and the moon. And the next thing I know, this thing comes screaming down the mountain at about 80 miles an hour or whatever. And it was about 40 feet tall, maybe 6 or 8 feet wide. And it was a clump of cloud that had just poured out of the mountain and formed into this image. And it was on top of the mountain. And it came screaming down the mountain, and it stopped right above me. And then on my left side, its right side, a real thick part of the cloud got really thick. And it formed an arrow, a rounded arrow. It was like a half a circle, and it had a point on it, and it pointed. And as soon as it formed that arrow and that point, that cloud took off across the mountain about 2 miles up, and it settled right on that peak where I kept getting this message, where to go. And I'm thinking, oh my gosh, what was that? It just happened. And I'm sitting there looking up at the cloud, and then it happened again. The exact same thing, and I mean the exact same thing. All this cloud material pours out of the mountain, forms the exact same image. It comes down the mountain, stops right above me. The arrow gets formed, and it screams off up to this mountain peak, and then settles over it, and then just disappears. And it just happened to be that peak that I was getting messages in the stone to go to. And it was the peak that was verified by that friend of my wife. Said, oh, I know where that is. This is right up here. And so that was all from prayer. And it was all because I was asking for some resources and some ability for some stuff, so I could do some things for the Lord. And so basically, I believe that he showed me there's just no way that could just happen, and it happened twice. It just didn't happen just once. It happened exactly the same way, 2 times in a row, and it went straight to that peak and laid over the top of it, and then disappeared.
So now, it can't be random. Can't be random. Can't be random.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't think that's a random event. I think that was done very purposefully by someone. By the Creator, by the Lord himself or whoever, because that's who I was praying to. And so...
And this was just after the 3 days of you praying?
No. That was something